Night had fallen over the landscape, but darkness was a relative concept in this particular corner of Black Mist Valley. The air itself seemed to glow with an eerie luminescence, casting strange shadows that moved independently of any light source. Here, in what locals called the Shattered Mirror Basin, reality had worn particularly thin. Wukongming paused to survey the bizarre terrain, a deep frown etching itself across his face. 3 weeks. He had been here for 3 weeks, trying to access the inheritance site his master had told him about. But the spiritual key, a jade token marked with arcane script, had failed to activate the entrance. 3 weeks of meditation, attempts, and growing frustration as he tried every method he could think of to make the key work. "What am I missing?" he muttered, turning the jade token over in his hand for what must have been the 1,000th time. Its surface remained cold and inert, showing none of the spiritual resonance his master had described. If only Master was awake. A pang of emptiness washed over him at the thought of the absent sword spirit. A particularly large tear near the center of the basin caught his attention. Unlike the others, which shifted unpredictably, this one maintained a constant size and position. Through it, Wukongming could see a chamber filled with floating manuscripts and ancient weapons, clearly not a natural environment, but something deliberately constructed. Was this the inheritance realm he had been trying to access? As he watched, the tear suddenly flared with brilliant white light. Wukongming instinctively stepped back, raising his arm to shield his eyes from the glare. When the light faded, a figure stumbled through the opening, collapsing to his knees on the shifting ground of the basin. Blood sprayed from the figure's mouth as he coughed violently, one hand clutching at his chest while the other barely supported his weight. Despite his obviously weakened state, Wukongming found himself staring at his own face. His own body, it was himself, or rather, another version of himself that had just emerged from the spatial tear. Before he could process this impossibility, the tear flashed again, and a second figure emerged. The newcomer was young, perhaps 20 at most, dressed in simple gray robes that were now torn and blood-stained. "Brother Wu!" the young man exclaimed, rushing over to support Wukongming's bloodied form. "You need to rest. Your meridians are severely damaged from forcing that technique." Wukongming's duplicate coughed again, more blood spattering the ground beneath him. "No time," he rasped. "We need distance. Safety first, then recovery." The younger man's face twisted with guilt. "This is my fault. Had you not intervened to save me, you wouldn't." "Luoichen," Wukongming's duplicate interrupted, his voice firm despite his weakened state. "Do not apologize. It was my choice to intervene. I do not regret it, and neither should you." Wukongming watched this exchange with growing confusion. How could there be two of him? Had the valley's spatial distortions somehow created a duplicate? He took a step forward, intending to make his presence known, when something strange caught his eye. Looking down at his own body, Wukongming felt a shock of cold realization ripple through him. His hands, his arms, his entire form, all of which had been solid a moment before, were now transparent. "What in the?" he whispered, horrified. He wasn't real, at least not in the physical sense. Somehow, his consciousness had been externalized, projected as a soul fragment while his true body had been elsewhere. A memory surfaced then of his master's voice during one of their many lessons about the valley's peculiarities. "The valley doesn't just tear space," the ancient sword spirit had explained. "It can tear the very fabric of perception itself, causing a cultivator to experience reality from multiple perspectives simultaneously. When this happens, stay calm and allow the fragments to naturally reunite." "But Master," Wukongming had asked, "how will I know if this happens to me?" The sword spirit had chuckled. "You'll know. One moment you'll be seeing the world as you always have, and the next you might be watching yourself from outside your own body. It's disorienting and dangerous, whatever you do. Don't panic and fight the reintegration." At the time, Wukongming had found the concept abstract and unlikely. Now, faced with the reality of his own transparent form, those lessons took on new significance. The confusion of the past weeks, his seemingly failed attempts to enter the inheritance site with his master's key, now made perfect sense. He hadn't failed. The real him had entered the inheritance realm, leaving a soul fragment behind, trapped trying to enter a realm he was already inhabiting. The younger man, Luo Yichen, nodded reluctantly, helping the physical Wu Kongming to his feet. I really thought I had died when Lu Feng thrust his hand into my chest and threw me into that spatial tear, he said, supporting Wu Kongming's weight as they took a few experimental steps. But I couldn't have known that was the best thing to happen to me. Not only did I fully recover and receive an inheritance, but I found Big Brother Wu. The words Big Brother carried weight beyond the simple words. In the cultivation world, becoming sworn brothers was no small matter. Created a bond as binding as blood, sometimes more so, especially between two who had faced death together. The physical Wu Kongming's eyes softened slightly at the term of address. The heavens have their own plans, it seems. Luo Yichen nodded, his expression brightening as he continued. Sometimes I still can't believe what happened. The Mirror Water sword-style inheritance. It's beyond anything I could have imagined. As the two continued to speak, the transparent Wu Kongming stepped closer to his physical counterpart, drawn by some inexorable force. Stay calm, he reminded himself, recalling his master's instruction. Don't fight the reintegration. As the distance between them closed, the landscape around him began to waver, colors bleeding into one another. The ground beneath his feet lost substance entirely, and he felt himself falling, not physically, but through layers of consciousness itself. Let go. He heard his master's voice echo in his memory. Trust the process. When the disorientation passed, Wu Kongming was whole again. His consciousness had fully reintegrated with his physical form, the soul fragment merging seamlessly back into his body. His memories settled into place with perfect clarity. Finding Luo Yichen's broken body suddenly appear before him in the inheritance realm, nursing him back to health, discovering their compatible sword das, the brotherhood they had formed through shared hardship. Unauthorized content usage. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, report the violation. The young man's inner world had been reconstructed entirely. Where once there existed only the foundations of cultivation, a modest pool reflecting his nascent water affinity, now stretched a vast network of lakes. These interconnected bodies of water extended throughout his spiritual landscape, creating countless mirror-like surfaces that captured and multiplied every ray of light. At the center of the circular river stood a sword platform of white jade, where Luo Yichen's spiritual weapon, once a common iron blade, had transformed into the Mirror Water Blade, a translucent weapon that reflected everything with flawless clarity. When activated, the sword captured an opponent's attack within its reflective surface and released it back, often from unexpected angles. The more he cultivated stillness in his mind, the more perfect his reflections became. Big Brother Wu? Luo Yichen's voice pulled Wu Kongming back to the present moment. Are you all right? You seem distracted. Wu Kongming blinked, his perceptions realigning as the final fragments of his consciousness settled back into place. I'm fine, he assured his companion, just experiencing the aftereffects of the inheritance realm's exit. He paused, considering how to explain what had happened. It seems my consciousness was partially split when we entered. A fragment of my soul remained here, waiting, while the rest of me was inside with you. Split. Luo Yichen's eyes widened. Is that normal? My master warned me about this, Wu Kongming explained. He said the valley doesn't just tear space. It can tear perception itself, causing a cultivator to experience reality from multiple perspectives simultaneously. The fragment of me that remained here has been trying to enter the inheritance realm for what felt like 3 weeks, not realizing I was already inside. Had I perished inside, it would have spent eternity trying. Luo Yichen shivered slightly at the cruel fate of the soul fragment. This valley is truly a place of wonders and terrors. Indeed, my master's lessons prepared me for many of its dangers, but experiencing them firsthand is different. Wu Kongming glanced at the real jade token, now understanding why it had seemed inert to his soul fragment. The other had been merely a copy. Big Brother, what's going on? Luo Yichen asked, causing Wu Kongming to look around. Before them, a remarkable transformation was taking place. The shattered mirror basin, with its impossible geography and spatial tiers, was normalizing. The tiers were sealing themselves, shrinking until they disappeared entirely. The patches of contradictory environments were bleeding into one another, forming a more cohesive landscape. Even the air felt different, heavier, more consistent, no longer charged with disruptive energy. "The valley is returning to normal," Wu Kongming replied, watching as the last spatial tear sealed itself with a sound like distant thunder. Luo Yichen watched the transformation with fascination. "It's beautiful, in a way, like watching chaos reorder itself into harmony." Wu Kongming nodded, but his expression remained troubled. "We need to leave before someone appears and realizes we are to blame for what is going on here," he said, scanning the newly stabilized terrain. A frown creased his brow as he added, "I have no intention of facing a stellar realm cultivator again, not with my master still." He couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. 3 weeks had passed since the sword spirit had fallen silent after that devastating battle with the Masked One. 3 weeks in the outside world, that is. Within the inheritance realm, time flowed differently, stretching those weeks into months of training and recovery. Yet his master never woke up. Will he ever return? Wu Kongming wondered silently. Years, decades, centuries? How long would he have to wait? The possibility that his master might never awaken hung over him like a shadow, darkening even his most significant achievements. With effort, Wu Kongming pushed these thoughts aside, focusing on the immediate situation. "Come," he said to Luo Yichen, gesturing toward a path that led away from the basin. "We'll head south, away from Wuqi City. With the spatial anomalies receding, we can travel safely in any direction." Luo Yichen nodded, falling into step beside Wu Kongming as they began their ascent from the basin. For a while, they walked in comfortable silence, each processing the events of the past weeks in their own way. It was Luo Yichen who eventually broke the silence, his curiosity evidently getting the better of him. "Big Brother Wu," he began, "what exactly is the Black Mist Valley? I've heard many rumors, but after experiencing it firsthand, I can't help but think the stories barely scratch the surface." Wu Kongming considered the question carefully before answering. "The valley is not a natural formation," he explained. "It's an intersection of multiple abandoned inner worlds." "Abandoned inner worlds?" Luo Yichen's eyes widened. "How is that even possible? When a cultivator dies, their worlds collapse and is absorbed by the world." "Typically, yes," Wu Kongming agreed. "But powerful cultivators can sometimes anchor their inner worlds to external reality before their passing, creating legacy realms for their disciples. What makes the Black Mist Valley unique is that these anchored realms began to overlap and interact, creating the spatial distortions we've witnessed." Luo Yichen absorbed this information with a thoughtful expression. "But what caused them to overlap in the first place? Was it natural, or—" "My master created it," Wu Kongming stated simply. "All those years ago." Luo Yichen opened his mouth as if to ask another question, then closed it again, thinking better of it. During their time together in the inheritance realm, he had learned that while Wu Kongming was willing to share knowledge and even personal philosophy, anything directly related to his master remained strictly off-limits. The few times Luo Yichen had pressed the issue, Wu Kongming had simply stopped speaking entirely, sometimes for hours. Wu Kongming continued without prompting, perhaps sensing Luo Yichen's curiosity. "The inheritance realms hidden within the valley's distortions are nearly impossible to access without specific keys, spiritual resonances that my master embedded within certain objects." He glanced at Luo Yichen with genuine puzzlement. "That's why I was so surprised when you appeared in the inheritance realm, half-dead and completely unauthorized. Most who fall through spatial tiers are simply destroyed." "I don't know how I survived either," Luo Yichen admitted. "Maybe it was fate?" Wu Kongming's lips twitched in what might have been a suppressed smile. "Perhaps." He looked back at the valley, now appearing as an ordinary mountain depression with scattered vegetation. Well, now the Black Mist Valley is no longer anything special. Just another landmark on maps, with only legends to hint at what it once was. As they continued their journey, Wu Kongming reflected on his own gains from their time in the Inheritance Realm. He had broken through to the 9th stage of Qi condensation, a significant advancement that brought him to the very threshold of the elemental realm. More importantly, the months of intensive combat training and practical application had honed his battle instincts to a razor's edge. He was certain he could now fight an early elemental realm cultivator on equal footing, possibly even emerge victorious under the right circumstances. The sect tournament will be simple enough, he thought. Defeating Kuyin and the others should pose no challenge now. His thoughts turned to Wu Lihua, and his expression darkened slightly. Whatever had changed her from the kind, genuine girl he once knew into the calculating beauty she had become, he would find a way to reverse it. Big Brother Wu? Luo Yichen's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Yes. What will you do now? Wu Kongming considered the question as they entered the shelter of the forest, the valley disappearing from view behind them. I'm returning to the Azure Peak sect, he said finally. There's a tournament I must participate in. Luo Yichen nodded, then fell silent for several steps before speaking again. And what about me? The question came hesitantly, as if he feared the answer. Wu Kongming stopped, turning to face the younger cultivator directly. What do you want to do, Luo Yichen? I don't have anywhere to go, Luo Yichen admitted. My family is gone, I have no sect, and before meeting you, I had no cultivation method worth mentioning. He straightened his shoulders, meeting Wu Kongming's gaze directly. We're sworn brothers now. Where you go, I go. If you'll have me. I thought you wanted revenge on Lu Feng, Wu Kongming said, studying the younger man's face carefully. He nearly killed you, after all. I do, Luo Yichen admitted, his hands unconsciously clenching at the memory. But even with my breakthrough to Qi condensation stage 9, I'm not confident in killing him yet. One day, I will find him and repay the debt tenfold. But that day doesn't have to be tomorrow. A hopeful look appeared in his eyes as he continued. In the meantime, I'll grow stronger at Big Brother Wu's side. Isn't that the better path? Wu Kongming regarded the young man thoughtfully. When they had first met, or rather, when Wu Kongming had found Luo Yichen's broken body pulled through a spatial tear into the Inheritance Realm, the sectless cultivator had been little more than a desperate youth with more courage than sense. Now, after months of shared hardship and training, Wu Kongming saw something different. A cultivator with genuine potential and a spirit worthy of respect. More surprisingly, he found himself valuing the young man's companionship in ways he hadn't anticipated, which made the thought of returning to the Azure Peak sect alone suddenly seem bleaker than before. Perhaps I've been alone for too long, he thought. Even the strongest sword needs a proper scabbard. Slowly, a rare smile spread across Wu Kongming's usually serious face. What do you think about joining a sect? He asked. The Azure Peak sect has its flaws, but it's where my path currently leads. Perhaps it could be where yours begins as well. The morning sun cast long shadows through the windows of Wei Lin's quarters as he sat cross-legged on his meditation mat. 3 weeks had passed since Kuyin had departed on his mission to the floating reed village, and Wei Lin couldn't shake the hollow feeling that had settled in his chest since that day. The sect's usual bustle continued outside, but for Wei Lin, everything felt somehow diminished in his friend's absence. He opened his eyes, exhaling slowly, as he released the circulation technique he'd been practicing for the past 6 hours. His muscles ached from remaining motionless for so long, but the physical discomfort was nothing compared to the sting of inadequacy that had been driving him lately. Useless, he muttered to himself, staring at his palm as he generated a small flame that danced across his fingers. All that wealth, all those connections, and when it really mattered, the flame flickered and died as his concentration wavered. Wei Lin's thoughts returned to the day in the beast grounds when they'd faced the Void Needle wasps. He and Lin Mei had hidden behind Kuyin's formation, while their friend had charged off to face the queen wasp alone. Sure, they'd managed to take down a few lesser wasps from the safety of the barrier, but that hardly compared to what Ku'in had accomplished. Rising to his feet, Wei Lin moved to the small wooden desk in the corner of his room. Several scrolls lay unfurled, covered in notations about energy conversion rates and efficiency calculations. Beside them sat a small jade abacus, its beads arranged to track his cultivation progress. Wei Lin picked up the abacus, running his thumb over the smooth beads. What good is being a member of the wealthy Wei clan if I can't even help my friend when he needs me? He asked the empty room. The Wei clan's prosperity had opened many doors for him throughout his life. His father's connections had secured him a place at Azure Peak Sect despite his initially modest cultivation talent. The family wealth had provided him with cultivation resources that other disciples could only dream of. Yet when Ku'in had announced his departure for the Beast Wave defense mission, Wei Lin had stood there, helpless, his stage 5 cultivation making him more of a liability than an asset. "Never again," he whispered, setting down the abacus. He moved to the center of his room and closed his eyes, focusing inward. His consciousness drifted into his inner world, a place he had visited countless times before but had been almost living in for the past 3 weeks. A vast marketplace enclosed within a massive dome structure materialized around him. Unlike the chaotic, cramped marketplaces of mortal cities, this one was meticulously organized, with wide thoroughfares separating different sections. The sky above the dome shifted through various hues, currently a deep amber that cast everything in a warm glow. 7 distinct stalls formed the central plaza of his spiritual marketplace, each one a masterpiece of architecture representing the different types of energy he could manipulate. The fire stall blazed with eternally burning torches. Its merchandise displays never melted despite the heat. Across from it, the water stall featured flowing fountains and merchandise displayed on stands made from crystallized water that never lost their form. The earth stall was solid and imposing, built from perfectly cut stone with precious gems embedded throughout its structure. Beside it, the wind stall seemed almost insubstantial, its boundaries defined by swirling air currents rather than solid walls, merchandise floating weightlessly within. The lightning stall had occasional arcs of electricity jumping between specially designed conductors that framed its entrance. The sound stall was a marvel of acoustic design, its architecture designed to amplify and channel vibrations, creating a constant symphony of tones that responded to Wei Lin's spiritual presence. And finally, there was his most prized acquisition, the void stall. Unlike the others, this stall seemed to exist in a state of half-presence. Parts of it would occasionally fade from view entirely, only to reappear moments later. Its merchandise, concepts, and techniques related to void energy were displayed on stands that seemed to flicker between existence and non-existence. 7 stalls, Wei Lin murmured to himself, a sense of pride warming his chest. Stage 7 of Qi condensation. It had cost him a fortune to build these stalls. Each one required not just spiritual energy but also material resources from the outside world. Essence crystals, rare minerals, specialized formations, and even the knowledge of how to properly structure each energy type. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. While most disciples focused on mastering 1 or 2 energy types, Wei Lin's merchant's path allowed him to trade in multiple energies, converting between them as needed. The trade-off was efficiency. He lost some power in each conversion, but gained versatility that few other cultivators could match. As he surveyed his inner marketplace, Wei Lin noticed something new at the far edge of the central plaza. It was the beginnings of what could eventually become an 8th stall. Currently, it was little more than a foundation and a frame, with a small, pulsing seed of dark energy at its center. The seed emanated a sinister yet strangely compelling aura that seemed to whisper promises of power. Wei Lin approached the embryonic stall, studying the dark energy seed with a mixture of fascination and caution. His father had appeared at the sect just a week ago, unexpectedly and without announcement, looking unusually gaunt, with deep shadows beneath his eyes and an unnatural pallor to his skin. Wei Lin had been worried that he was dying again, and this time Ku'in wasn't here to save him. But his father had simply waved off his concerns and placed a jade box on the table between them. "For your advancement," Wei Yi had said, his voice rougher than usual. Use it wisely. When Wei Lin had opened the box, the malevolent energy inside had been almost overwhelming. It was a concentrated essence of corruption and darkness that made his skin crawl, even as his cultivation method recognized its immense value. Father, how did you? Wei Yi had silenced him with a raised hand. A parent's duty is to give their children opportunities they didn't have. His father's smile had been sad, haunted even. Ask me nothing more about this. The fatigue in his father's eyes and his respect for him had stopped Wei Lin from pressing further. He knew the Wei clan had devoured the Sun clan, but surely that couldn't explain this. Returning his attention to the demonic energy seed, Wei Lin reached out with his spiritual sense. The energy responded eagerly, too eagerly, and he quickly withdrew, setting stronger spiritual barriers around the developing stall. The demonic energy would need to be carefully refined and integrated if it was to become a proper part of his inner world rather than a corrupting influence. Wei Lin took one last look around his spiritual marketplace. The 7 completed stalls pulsed with energy, the merchandise, representing techniques and abilities related to each energy type, neatly arranged and ready for use. It was an impressive achievement, but it wasn't enough. Not if he wanted to stand alongside Ku'in as an equal rather than as someone who needed protection. Most would be naive to even dare compete with a user of the monstrous World Tree Sutra. However, Wei Lin was different. While officially listed as Earth rank, the merchant's path was, in fact, a beyond heaven rank cultivation method, which gave Wei Lin the opportunity to stand among the greatest talents of his generation. How his father, a merchant with no cultivation ability of his own, had acquired such a method was yet another question Wei Lin had learned not to ask. Some family secrets were best left undisturbed, especially when they might involve connections to powers that the righteous sects would view with extreme suspicion. What mattered was that Wei Lin possessed this method, and with it, the potential to rise far beyond what anyone might expect from a merchant clan's son. The challenge now was acquiring enough demonic energy to complete his 8th stall before the sect tournament began in just over 2 weeks. And that meant leaving the safety of Azure Peak sect. With that goal firmly in mind, Wei Lin withdrew from his inner world, returning his consciousness to his physical body. He opened his eyes, feeling the familiar disorientation that came from transitioning between his inner and outer perceptions. His gaze fell on the storage ring on his finger, a simple silver band with a small sapphire. Unlike Kuyin's ring, which contained an impressive array of formation materials and emergency supplies, Wei Lin's was filled primarily with trade goods and cultivation resources. It was the ring of a merchant, not a warrior. That needs to change too, he muttered, standing up and stretching his stiff limbs. He moved to a chest in the corner of his room and opened it, revealing neatly stacked sets of robes, each one more ornate than what most disciples could afford. Wei Lin pushed these aside, reaching for the bundle at the bottom, a set of simple gray travel robes, reinforced with subtle defensive formations woven into the fabric. These were the clothes of someone who expected trouble, not the finery of a merchant's son. As he changed into the travel robes, Wei Lin's thoughts drifted to Lin Mei. She had been worried about him lately, her concern evident in the way she'd bring him meals during his extended cultivation sessions or leave medicinal teas outside his door. They hadn't spoken properly in days, both consumed by their respective pursuits. He with his desperate push for advancement, she with her work in the herb gardens and her own cultivation. He owed her an explanation before he left, that much was certain. The thought of her reaction to his plans made him wince. She wouldn't approve of his reckless pursuit of power, especially when she found out what he had to do. Wei Lin finished changing and turned to a small mirror on the wall, hardly recognizing the young man who stared back at him. The past weeks had transformed him. His face was thinner, his eyes sharper, with a determined set to his jaw that hadn't been there before. He looked like a cultivator now, not just a merchant's son playing at cultivation. A soft knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Wei Lin. Lin Mei's voice came through the door, hesitant and tinged with worry. Are you there? I brought some revitalizing soup. You've been cultivating for almost 3 days straight. 3 days? Wei Lin blinked in surprise. He'd lost track of time again, a dangerous habit for a cultivator. Qi deviation often began with such small lapses in awareness. He opened the door to find Lin Mei standing there, a steaming bowl in her hands, her expression caught between concern and relief at seeing him up and about. She was dressed in her usual outer disciple robes, though these were stained with soil and plant juices. Her hair was tied back in a practical braid, and there was a smudge of dirt on her cheek that she hadn't noticed. Wei Lin had never seen anyone more beautiful. Lin Mei's eyes widened as she took in his travel clothes. "You're going somewhere?" she asked, the question carrying a weight beyond its simple words. For a moment, Wei Lin stood frozen, his hand still on the door. He'd planned to find her and explain everything properly, but now she was here, looking up at him with those big wide eyes, and all his carefully prepared explanations evaporated. He began, then stepped back, gesturing for her to enter. "Yes, but first come in. We should talk." Lin Mei hesitated for just a second before stepping into his quarters, her eyes surveying the evidence of his recent activities. The scattered cultivation manuals, the meditation mat worn thin from overuse, the half-packed travel bag on his bed. "You're leaving the sect," she said. It wasn't a question this time. Wei Lin closed the door and took the soup from her hands, setting it on his desk. "Just temporarily," he assured her. "I've been working on something." Lin Mei folded her arms, her expression a mixture of hurt and exasperation. "I can see that. You've barely spoken to anyone in weeks. You've missed meals, classes, even the monthly market fair." Her voice softened. "I've been worried about you, Wei Lin." The guilt hit him like a physical blow. He'd been so focused on his own inadequacies and his drive to overcome them that he hadn't considered how his behavior might affect others, especially her. "I'm sorry," he said, meaning it. "I didn't mean to worry you. It's just—" He paused, searching for the right words. "When Queen left for that mission, I realized something." Lin Mei's expression softened slightly. "That you miss him? I do too. But he'll be back soon." "No." "Well, yes, I do miss him. But that's not it." Wei Lin ran a hand through his hair, frustrated by his inability to articulate his feelings. "I realized how useless I was. When it really matters." Lin Mei's brow furrowed. "What are you talking about? You're not useless." "Aren't I?" Wei Lin gestured around the room. "Look at all this. The finest cultivation resources money can buy. The best techniques my family's connections could secure. And what good did it do when Queen needed help? I couldn't even qualify to join the mission." Understanding dawned in Lin Mei's eyes. "So that's what this is about. You're pushing yourself to catch up to Queen." "Not just catch up," Wei Lin corrected her. "To be worthy of standing beside him. He's been protecting us since we met him. It's time I returned the favor." Lin Mei stepped closer, concern evident in every line of her face. "By nearly killing yourself with non-stop cultivation? You're going to suffer qi deviation if you keep this up." "I've been careful," Wei Lin assured her, though they both knew such assurances meant little. Cultivators always believed they were being careful until the moment their meridians shattered from overexertion. "Besides, I've made progress. Significant progress." At this, Lin Mei's eyes widened slightly. "What do you mean?" Wei Lin couldn't help the small smile that tugged at his lips. Despite everything, there was pride in his achievement. "I've reached the 7th stage of qi condensation." 7th stage. Lin Mei gasped, genuine shock breaking through her concern. "But you were only at stage 5 when Queen left. That's reckless." Wei Lin supplied with a wry smile. "Dangerous? Foolhardy? Unprecedented." Lin Mei finished, her voice barely above a whisper. "Even cultivation prodigies don't advance that quickly without special circumstances." Wei Lin hesitated but decided against telling her the truth about his cultivation method. Those who cultivated beyond heaven rank methods were targeted by others who sought to take the method for themselves. The less Lin Mei knew, the safer it would be for her, or at least, that's what Wei Lin told himself. "And now you're leaving the sect," she said finally. "Why?" What could you possibly need that you can't get here? Instead of answering directly, Wei Lin held out his right hand and channeled a small amount of void energy. His palm and fingers became translucent, almost ghostly, as the energy suffused them. If timed precisely, this could give him the opportunity to kill even an elemental realm cultivator. Void energy, Lin Mei recognized immediately. That's what you were collecting from those wasps in the beast grounds. Wei Lin nodded, letting the energy dissipate. 7 stalls in my inner marketplace. Fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, sound, and void. He met her gaze steadily. I need an 8th to reach stage 8 before the tournament. Understanding dawned in Lin Mei's eyes. And the 8th energy type is something you can't safely acquire within the sect, she guessed. Demonic energy, Wei Lin confirmed, watching her expression carefully. To her credit, Lin Mei didn't recoil in horror or lecture him on the dangers of demonic cultivation. Instead, she frowned thoughtfully. Demonic energy is highly reactive and corrupting if not properly contained. You'd need specialized techniques to purify it before integration. I have those techniques, Wei Lin assured her. My father provided them along with a seed. Lin Mei's eyes widened again. A seed of demonic energy? Wei Lin, that's dangerous, I know. He cut her off gently. But I've contained it properly. It's just not enough to complete the stall. I need more, and the only reliable source is demonic beasts. Lin Mei finished for him, her voice dropping to a whisper. Or demonic cultivators. Preferably the former, Wei Lin said with a grimace. Demonic cultivators are unpredictable at best, psychotic at worst. Lin Mei was quiet for a long moment, her gaze distant as she processed everything. Finally, she looked up at him, determination replacing concern in her eyes. I'm coming with you. The statement caught Wei Lin completely off guard. What? No, absolutely not. Why not? She challenged, crossing her arms again. I've just broken through to stage 5 myself. I can help. Pride flashed briefly in Wei Lin's chest at her achievement, but it was quickly overshadowed by concern. This isn't herb gathering, Lin Mei, he said as gently as he could. Hunting demonic beasts is dangerous, even for stage 7 cultivators. All the more reason you shouldn't go alone, she countered. Your merchant's path gives you versatility, but my water techniques provide healing and purification. We'd complement each other. Wei Lin shook his head firmly. I can't risk you like that. Lin Mei's expression hardened slightly. But it's fine for you to risk yourself? How is that fair? It's not about fairness, Wei Lin said, frustration creeping into his voice. It's about. He trailed off, the words catching in his throat. About what? Lin Mei pressed, stepping closer. Wei Lin ran a hand through his hair again. The truth was, his feelings for Lin Mei had grown far beyond simple friendship or even courtship. The thought of her in danger made his chest constrict painfully. It's about me not being able to live with myself if something happened to you, he admitted finally, his voice soft but intense. Lin Mei, I care for you more than I've ever cared for anyone. Lin Mei's expression softened, but her determination didn't waver. And you don't think I feel the same? That I could bear it if you didn't return. She reached out, taking his hands in hers. Do you remember how helpless you felt when Queen left on his mission without you? Wei Lin nodded reluctantly. That's how I feel right now, she said simply. Don't make me stay behind while you walk into danger alone. The logic of her argument struck Wei Lin hard. Hadn't he been torturing himself with exactly the same feelings of uselessness and helplessness? Hadn't he promised himself he would never be a burden who needed protection? And yet here he was, trying to do the same thing to Lin Mei that Queen had done to him. She must have seen the conflict in his eyes, because she pressed her advantage. Besides, I've been researching demonic energy as part of my advanced herbalism studies. I know which plants can help purify it, which formations can contain it safely. You need me. This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. Wei Lin looked into her earnest face, feeling his resolve weakening. She was right on all counts. They would be stronger together than apart, and she did have knowledge that would be invaluable for his goal. More importantly, he couldn't bring himself to inflict the same feelings of helplessness on her that he'd been struggling with. But the thought of her facing a demonic beast still filled him with dread. "Let me think about it," he said finally, a compromise that wasn't really a concession. Lin Mei clearly saw through his evasion but chose not to press further. Instead, she gestured to the soup that was now cooling on his desk. "You should eat something. You've been cultivating for 3 days straight." Wei Lin nodded gratefully for the change of subject. "Thank you for the soup and for caring." She smiled, a warm expression that made his heart skip. "Always." The conversation shifted to lighter topics as Wei Lin ate: Lin Mei's progress with a particularly challenging spiritual herb, gossip from around the sect, speculation about when Ku'in might return. But beneath the casual exchange, Wei Lin's mind continued to wrestle with the decision before him. By the time he finished the soup, he'd come to a conclusion. He couldn't take Lin Mei with him, the risk was too great, but he also couldn't dismiss her concerns or her abilities. There had to be a middle ground. "I've been thinking," he said as he set down the empty bowl, "about our discussion earlier." Lin Mei looked up, hope flashing in her eyes. "I still don't think you should come with me to hunt demonic beasts," he said quickly, before she could get the wrong idea. "But you're right that I need your expertise for processing the demonic energy safely." He moved to his desk and pulled out a map, spreading it on the surface. "There's a small town here about 3 days' journey from the sect," he explained, pointing to a spot marked on the map. "It's not much to look at, but it's safe and has decent accommodations. More importantly, it's close to the Blackfang Mountains, where demonic beasts are known to roam." Lin Mei studied the map, her expression guarded. "What are you suggesting?" "A compromise," Wei Lin said. "I'll hunt in the mountains during the day. You'll stay in the town, setting up the purification formations and preparing the necessary herbs. I'll bring back any demonic essence I gather, and we'll process it together in the evenings." Lin Mei frowned, clearly not entirely satisfied with the arrangement. "You'd still be facing the dangers alone." "But I wouldn't be alone in the overall mission," Wei Lin countered. "And I'd have the security of knowing you're nearby with healing techniques ready if I need them." She considered this for a long moment before slowly nodding. "I suppose that's better than you disappearing alone for weeks," she conceded. "When do we leave?" Relief washed over Wei Lin. "Tomorrow morning. Early. We'll need to move quickly if we want to gather enough demonic energy before the tournament." "I'll need to gather supplies," Lin Mei said, already making mental lists. "Purification herbs, containment talismans, medical supplies. I'll handle the travel arrangements," Wei Lin assured her. "And I have plenty of spirit stones for whatever supplies we need." Lin Mei nodded, then fixed him with a stern look. "Promise me one thing, Wei Lin." "What's that?" "No unnecessary risks," she said firmly. "I know you're trying to prove something, but getting yourself killed won't help anyone, least of all Ku'in." Wei Lin placed his hand over his heart. "I promise to be cautious," he said solemnly. "No heroics, no foolish risks." Lin Mei studied his face for a moment longer before nodding, apparently satisfied. "I should go prepare," she said, moving toward the door. "Meet at the east gate at dawn?" "Dawn it is," Wei Lin confirmed. "And thank you, Lin Mei, for understanding." She paused at the door, looking back at him with a soft smile that made his heart race. "Just come back safely. That's all I ask." After she left, Wei Lin finished his preparations, packing only the essentials into his storage ring. The plan was risky, demonic beasts were unpredictable and dangerous, but with proper caution and Lin Mei's support, he believed they could succeed. He spent one final hour in meditation, reinforcing the barriers around the demonic energy seed in his inner world and ensuring all his meridians were flowing smoothly. Then, satisfied that he was as prepared as he could be, he lay down to rest. Morning came quickly, the pre-dawn light barely seeping through his window when Wei Lin rose and performed a final check of his quarters. Satisfied that everything was in order, he made his way to the east gate, where he found Lin Mei already waiting. She wore practical travel clothes, sturdy boots, reinforced robes in muted greens that would blend well with forest surroundings, and a wide-brimmed hat to shield against sun and rain. "Ready?" she asked as he approached. Wei Lin nodded, trying to project confidence he didn't entirely feel. "As ready as I'll ever be." Together they presented their leave tokens to the gate guard, who raised an eyebrow at their early departure but made no comment. With the bureaucratic requirements satisfied, they stepped onto the path leading down from Azure Peak Sect. The journey to the main gates was quiet, both lost in their own thoughts as they traversed the familiar paths of the outer sect. As they approached the main gates that separated the sect from the outside world, Lin Mei reached out and took Wei Lin's hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. The gesture was simple but carried a weight of meaning that words couldn't easily express. Concern, support, affection. Wei Lin squeezed back, grateful for her presence despite his earlier reservations. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. Not as equals in cultivation, perhaps, but as partners in purpose. The massive stone gates loomed before them, carved with ancient formations that had protected the sect for centuries. As they passed through, stepping onto the broad stone bridge that spanned the chasm between the sect mountain and the outside world, Wei Lin felt a strange mix of apprehension and determination. This was it. This was his chance to prove himself, to gather the power needed to stand as Ku Yin's equal rather than his responsibility. The path would be dangerous, but the goal was worth it. At the midpoint of the bridge, Lin Mei suddenly pulled him to a stop. "Wei Lin," she said, her voice soft but serious. "Before we go any further, there's something I need to do." Before he could ask what she meant, she stepped closer, rose up on her toes, and pressed her lips to his. The kiss was gentle at first, hesitant, but deepened as Wei Lin overcame his surprise and responded, wrapping his arms around her waist. Time seemed to slow, the morning sounds fading to a distant murmur as Wei Lin lost himself in the moment. This wasn't their first kiss, far from it, but it was different somehow, more meaningful, as if the journey they were embarking on had added weight to the gesture. When they finally broke apart, Wei Lin felt slightly dazed, his heart racing for reasons that had nothing to do with cultivation or demonic beasts. "What was that for?" he asked, his voice embarrassingly hoarse. Lin Mei blushed slightly but met his gaze steadily. "For luck," she said. "And because I wanted to." Wei Lin smiled, about to respond when the sound of a throat clearing made them both freeze. Slowly, they turned toward the sound to find themselves under the amused gaze of 4 cultivators who had just arrived at the gates. Wei Lin froze as he recognized the first figure, Ku Yin, looking travel-worn but very much alive, with an unfamiliar team of disciples and an elder behind him. "Well," Ku Yin said, his eyebrows raised and the hint of a smile playing at his lips, "this is certainly an interesting welcome home." The expression on Wei Lin's face was priceless. A mixture of shock, embarrassment, and amusement all rolled into one. Lin Mei's face had gone several shades redder than Su Yu's fire techniques, and I couldn't help but enjoy their discomfort just a little bit. Elder Chun Yong chuckled behind me, the sound rumbling deep in his chest. Lu Chong and Su Yu exchanged amused glances, clearly enjoying the show. Wei Lin was the first to recover, clearing his throat and stepping away from Lin Mei with practiced nonchalance. "Ku Yin, you're back earlier than expected. And you two were apparently making good use of my absence," I replied, unable to keep the grin from my face. Lin Mei's blush deepened, but she composed herself admirably. "We thought you'd be gone at least another week," she said, her voice only slightly higher than usual. "The journey back from the Black Mist Valley usually takes longer." "We had help," I said, gesturing to my master before stepping forward to close the gap between us. "It's good to see you both." The formality broke as Wei Lin laughed and pulled me into a brief, firm embrace. "It's been too quiet without you getting us into trouble." "Me?" I protested, feigning offense. I believe you have that backward. Lin Mei joined our circle, her embarrassment fading into genuine joy. The herb gardens haven't been the same without you asking endless questions about every plant. Speaking of questions, Wei Lin said, his gaze shifting to the unfamiliar disciples behind me. You seem to have collected some new friends. I turned and gestured to Lu Chang and Su Yu. This is Lu Chang and Su Yu, fellow disciples from Azure Peak. They've been. I paused, searching for the right words, instrumental in ensuring the mission's success. Lu Chang stepped forward with a respectful nod. Kuyin is being modest. Without him, we would have failed both missions. Su Yu smiled warmly. It's been an educational experience, to say the least. Inner disciples? Wei Lin guessed, noting the quality of their robes despite the travel wear. Indeed, Lu Chang confirmed, though rank matters little when facing down a city lord. That comment drew sharp looks of surprise from both my friends. Lin Mei's eyes widened. A city lord? What exactly have you been doing, Kuyin? It's a long story, I said with a sigh that was only half exaggerated. One that involves spatial fluctuations, competing sects, and a flower that apparently everyone was willing to kill for. Elder Chen Yong, who had been observing our reunion with quiet amusement, finally spoke up. And one that should probably be continued once you're all properly settled. These disciples have traveled far and faced much. Lu Chang seemed to take this as his cue. He bowed to Elder Chen Yong, then turned to me. We should report to the mission hall and then rest. The journey has been eventful. Of course, I agreed, realizing they were tactfully giving me time with my friends. Su Yu stepped forward. It was an honor to fight alongside you, junior brother. Perhaps our paths will cross again soon. I'm sure they will, I replied, genuinely meaning it. Despite the dangers we'd faced, working with them had been refreshing. They were competent, brave, and honorable in ways that seemed increasingly rare in the cultivation world. As they prepared to depart, I felt a twinge of guilt. Su Yu? I called after her. About those fire element herbs you mentioned wanting to collect from the valley. She turned back with a knowing smile. Don't worry about it. The experience was worth more than a few herbs. My suspicion was confirmed. Her desire to collect herbs had been merely an excuse to help me without making me feel indebted. The realization only deepened my respect for her. After they had gone, Elder Chen Yong placed a hand on my shoulder. I'll find you later for our discussion, disciple. There are matters we must address regarding your inquiries. I nodded, understanding he meant our conversation about Life Realm Inner Worlds. Thank you, Master. With a final nod to Wei Lin and Lin Mei, the elder left. That left the three of us standing on the bridge, the awkwardness of their interrupted moment giving way to the comfortable familiarity of old friends. So, you fought a city lord and lived to talk about it? Wei Lin asked. Actually, Elder Chen Yong did the fighting, I admitted. I just provided the reason. Lin Mei shook her head, exasperation and fondness mingling in her expression. Only you could leave for a simple herb-gathering mission and return with tales of battling city lords. Simple? I will never look down on herb missions again. They are far from simple. What can I say? I'm talented that way, I replied with a shrug, not wanting to worry them with the truth. It was then that I noticed the travel clothing they wore. But enough about me. Where exactly are you two headed? The question sobered Wei Lin's expression. He exchanged a glance with Lin Mei before answering. We're making a short journey to the Blackfang Mountains. The Blackfang Mountains? I repeated, alarm rising in my chest. That's demonic beast territory. Wei Lin nodded, his face set with determination I rarely saw in him. I need to strengthen my cultivation before the tournament. I studied my friend's face, seeing past the confident exterior to the insecurity beneath. Wei Lin had always been strategic in his advancement, using his family's resources and connections to progress steadily if not spectacularly. This sudden rush toward danger was out of character. What brought this on? I asked quietly. Wei Lin's gaze dropped momentarily before meeting mine again with newfound resolve. When you left for that mission, I realized something. I realized how useless I was, when it really matters. Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator. Wei Lin, I began, but he raised a hand to stop me. No, let me finish. When you faced those void needle wasps, what did I do? Hid behind your formation. When my father was dying, what did I do? Came running to you for help. When you left for the Beast Wave defense, where was I? Too weak to even qualify. Frustration colored his voice. I'm tired of being the one who needs protection, Kuin. His words struck something within me. I'd never thought of our friendship in terms of power or protection. To me, Wei Lin and Lin Mei were simply good people, kind, genuine souls in a world where such qualities were often seen as weaknesses to be exploited. I valued them for who they were, not for their cultivation levels or combat abilities. Yet I understood what Wei Lin was feeling. The cultivation world was harsh and unforgiving. Power meant survival, and the gap between stages widened exponentially as one advanced. With the rapid progression of my own cultivation, it was only a matter of time before I left them far behind, not by choice, but by the natural consequence of our different paths and abilities. I've made good progress, Wei Lin continued, his voice brightening slightly. I've reached the 7th stage of Qi condensation. I couldn't hide my surprise. 7th stage? 2 stages in just a few weeks. Lin Mei nodded, her expression a mixture of pride and concern. And if he gets the demonic energy he needs, he can complete his 8th stall. 8th stage of Qi condensation, I breathed. The news shocked even me. Wei Lin and I were now at the same cultivation level, and from the sound of it, he might soon surpass me. This was unexpected, especially considering our cultivation methods. My World Tree Sutra was a beyond heaven rank cultivation method, something supposedly rare and powerful enough to create sect patriarchs and matriarchs. Wei Lin's Merchant's Path was an earth rank method, far more common and with supposedly limited potential. Yet here he was, matching my progress despite the vast difference in our cultivation foundations. I suppose this was the power of resources, the Wei family's wealth and connections providing spiritual treasures and cultivation materials that most disciples could only dream of. No wonder the major clans dominated the cultivation world. Talent mattered, but wealth could accelerate progress dramatically. Yet, despite the disparity between our background and resources, I didn't feel any jealousy or competitive edge. If anything, a warm satisfaction spread through me at seeing my friend come into his own. The cultivation path was often depicted as a solitary journey, with practitioners inevitably leaving friends and family behind as they ascended to higher realms. I'd resigned myself to that eventuality, assuming that my unusual circumstances and abilities would eventually create an unbridgeable gap between myself and those I cared about. But maybe it didn't have to be that way. Don't look so surprised. Wei Lin smiled at my reaction, a hint of his old confidence returning. I learned from watching you push your boundaries. If you can advance so quickly with determination and clever thinking, why can't I do the same with resources and calculation? The tournament won't know what hit it, I said, patting him on the back. That's the plan. Wei Lin's eyes gleamed with determination. I'm tired of being the one who needs protection, which is why I need to do this. We've worked out a plan, Lin Mei added. Wei Lin will hunt in the mountains during the day, bringing back demonic essence for me to process in town each evening. It was a reasonable plan, perhaps even a good one. Yet I couldn't shake the unease, the thought of them heading into danger without me. I then thought of the baby star and the 2 sons in my inner world, and all the other secrets I kept even from my closest friends. Who was I to judge Wei Lin for pushing his boundaries? I understand, I said finally, squeezing Wei Lin's shoulder. This is something you need to do for yourself. Relief washed over his features. You're not going to try to stop us? I shook my head. Who am I to stand in the way of your cultivation journey? Just be careful out there. I squeezed his shoulder once more for emphasis. Demonic beasts are unpredictable, and demonic energy is corrosive to mind if not properly handled. We're taking every precaution, Lin Mei assured me. I've packed enough purification herbs to cleanse a demonic lord's lair. Wei Lin chuckled. And I've plotted 3 different escape routes from every hunting ground I've identified. That was the Wei Lin I knew, always with a backup plan and a backup for the backup. When do you leave? I asked. Now, Lin Mei replied. We were just saying our farewells when you arrived. I smirked at the reminder of their interrupted moment. Quite thoroughly from what I saw. Wei Lin coughed and Lin Mei blushed again. But there was laughter in her eyes now. We should be back within a week, she said. Plenty of time before the tournament begins. An awkward silence fell as we all realized it was time for them to depart. I just returned, only to immediately say goodbye again. Well, Wei Lin said finally, extending his hand. Until we meet again, brother. I clasped his forearm in the traditional cultivator's grip. May your steps be steady and your enemies slow. He grinned at the old saying. And may your formations hold and your wine never sour. I turned to Lin Mei, who surprised me by pulling me into a quick hug. Take care of yourself, Kuyin. No more fighting city lords while we're gone. I make no promises, I replied with a smile as she stepped back. Look after each other, I added, glancing between them. And remember, no unnecessary risks. I need you both in one piece. We'll be careful, Wei Lin nodded. And when we return, we'll celebrate your promotion to inner disciple. Don't jinx it, I warned, but his confidence was infectious. With final waves and smiles tinged with sadness, they turned and continued across the bridge, heading away from Azure Peak and toward whatever destiny awaited them in the Blackfang Mountains. I watched until they disappeared around the bend in the path, wondering why their departure left me with such a strange sense of foreboding. They'll be fine, Azure's voice echoed in my mind. They're more capable than you give them credit for. I know, I replied silently. It's just, I have a bad feeling about this. You have a bad feeling about everything, Azure countered. It's your default state of existence. I couldn't argue with that. Since arriving in this world, caution had become my closest companion, perhaps too close. Come, Azure prompted. You need rest, food, and that bath you've been dreaming about for days. That, at least, was true. After the chaos of Black Mist Valley, the battle with the city lord, and the long journey home, I felt as though I'd been dragged backward through a cultivation furnace. Turning away from the bridge, I headed up the path toward the outer disciple quarters, looking forward to the simple comfort of clean clothes and a hot meal. The moonlit dew flower rested safely in my storage ring, and for now, at least, I could afford a few hours of peace. The hot water enveloped me like a blessing, steam rising to cloud the small bathing chamber. I sank deeper, letting the heat seep into muscles sore from days of travel and tension. The private bathing quarters were one of the few luxuries afforded to outer disciples, and I had never appreciated them more than at this moment. It didn't take long for my thoughts to drift to the moonlit dew flower. Since I would be using the herb for myself rather than turning it in for the mission reward, I wouldn't be receiving the promised contribution points. But that hardly mattered compared to what the flower could do for my inner world development. Spatial stabilization during breakthroughs was valuable enough, but Elder Qinyong had hinted at more esoteric uses, particularly for cultivators with unusual spatial characteristics in their inner worlds. Given the blue sun and other anomalies in my inner world, I suspected the flower would be especially beneficial for me. As for the how, I would need to ask Master. The thought of the elder brought both anticipation and anxiety. Finally, I might get answers about the strange development of my inner world without the manipulation I would have faced from Madame Butterfly. After dressing in fresh robes, I returned to my quarters. They were exactly as I'd left them 3 weeks ago, though someone had cleared away the dust. Probably Lin Mei, I realized with a pang of gratitude. I was just finishing arranging my meager possessions when a knock sounded at the door. Assuming it was another disciple with a message, I called, "Enter." The door slid open to reveal Elder Qinyong, his imposing presence somewhat diminished by the wine stain still visible on his collar. "Master," I said, bowing respectfully. "I didn't expect you so soon." The matters we need to discuss shouldn't wait, he replied, his tone surprisingly serious. Are you prepared for our conversation now? I nodded eagerly, gesturing for him to enter the small room. Of course. I've been hoping to learn about Life Realm Inner Worlds for some time. To my surprise, Elder Chun Yong shook his head. Not here. But, I began, confused. The walls have ears in this sect, he interrupted, his voice low. And the topic you wish to discuss is sensitive. My curiosity heightened. Where are we going then? The Formation Guild, he replied, his expression darkening slightly. It's time I had a word with that demon about putting my disciple in danger. Madame Butterfly. Of course. I should have realized she wouldn't simply disappear from this equation. We had arrived at the Formation Guild. Several Formation Masters nodded respectfully as we passed, their expressions shifting to curiosity when they noted our determined stride. Elder Chun Yong paid them no mind, his focus entirely on our destination, or rather on the woman waiting there. After passing through several connecting halls, we arrived at a large circular chamber where disciples practiced formation basics under the watchful eyes of senior members. At the far end, standing by a window overlooking a meditation garden, was a familiar figure, Madame Butterfly. Even from a distance, she commanded attention. Her white robes with 6 horizontal lines across the chest identified her as a level 6 formation master within the guild system. Her hair was arranged in an elaborate style that somehow managed to look both effortless and perfect, with ornamental hairpins that glinted with formation medals. Elder Chun Yong picked up his pace, a slight flush rising in his cheeks, though whether from irritation or something else, I couldn't tell. Madame Butterfly, he called out, his voice carrying across the chamber. Several disciples looked up from their work, startled by the sudden interruption. She turned slowly, as if she'd been expecting us all along. Her eyes met mine briefly before settling on Elder Chun Yong with an expression of mild amusement. Elder Chun Yong. Her voice carried the melodious quality I remembered. I see you've brought your disciple back in one piece. How unexpected. My master's jaw tightened. We need to talk. About your disciple's mission, I presume? Her eyes sparkled with something I couldn't quite identify. Very well. But not here, where every apprentice can hear matters that don't concern them. She made a dismissive gesture toward the practicing disciples, who had abandoned any pretense of work and were now openly watching our exchange. Without waiting for a response, she turned and walked toward a side door, clearly expecting us to follow. Elder Chun Yong hesitated for just a moment, a small act of defiance, before falling in step behind her. I trailed after them, wondering what exactly I had gotten myself into. The side door led to a narrow corridor with doors spaced evenly along both walls. Madame Butterfly stopped at the third door on the right, pressed her palm against a formation plate, and pushed it open. After you, she said with mock courtesy. Elder Chun Yong entered without comment. I followed, noting how the air seemed to thicken as I crossed the threshold. Sound-dampening formations and powerful ones at that. Whatever was about to be discussed, Madame Butterfly clearly wanted to ensure it remained private. The room was modest but elegantly appointed. A round table of polished dark wood dominated the center, surrounded by 4 cushioned chairs. Formation diagrams decorated the walls, some familiar to me, others so complex they made my eyes hurt to follow their patterns. A tea service sat ready on a side table, steam rising from a still-hot pot. Please sit. Madame Butterfly gestured to the chairs while closing the door behind us. Tea. I didn't come here for pleasantries, Elder Chun Yong stated flatly, remaining standing. I came to discuss your irresponsible behavior. Madame Butterfly sighed dramatically, pouring herself a cup of tea despite his refusal. At least allow your disciple to sit. The poor boy has had quite the ordeal, thanks to your inability to keep track of him. I glanced between them, caught in their crossfire. Deciding that remaining standing would only appear to be taking sides, I quietly took a seat at the table. Elder Chun Yong shot me a look that I couldn't quite interpret, but made no comment. You sent my disciple on a mission that could have gotten him killed. Elder Chunyong began, his voice low and controlled but edged with anger. A mission to retrieve the moonlit dew flower from Black Mist Valley, a spatial anomaly that has claimed the lives of cultivators far more advanced than him. I offered him a fair exchange, she replied calmly, taking a sip of her tea. Information for service. He accepted willingly. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. He's a chi condensation cultivator seeking knowledge about life realm inner worlds. Elder Chunyong countered, his voice rising slightly. You dangled forbidden knowledge before someone you knew would be unable to resist. That's manipulation, not a fair exchange. Forbidden? I wasn't aware that knowledge of life realm cultivation was forbidden. Her tone was innocent, but her eyes gleamed with challenge. Perhaps your sect has been keeping secrets from their disciples. Chunyong? How unfortunate. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. The tension between them was palpable, charged with years, perhaps centuries, of unresolved history. You know very well what I mean, Elder Chunyong insisted. You sent him into danger for your own amusement. Madame Butterfly set down her cup with a precise click against the saucer. Are you quite finished with your tirade? Because I have things to say that might surprise both you and your disciple. Elder Chunyong crossed his arms but said nothing, which Madame Butterfly apparently took as permission to continue. First, I was monitoring the entire mission, she said, looking directly at me. From the moment he had entered Wuchi City, I was watching. Had he faced true mortal danger, I would have intervened immediately. This was news to me. I hadn't felt any monitoring during the mission. Either she was lying, or her skills were far beyond what I had imagined. At only the chi condensation realm, I would never be able to tell which of the two was the truth. You expect me to believe that? Elder Chunyong scoffed. Why else would I not be at the guild when you came charging in like a wild beast the other day, demanding to know where your disciple was? She countered smoothly. I was outside Wuchi City, ready to step in if needed. But as it turned out, your disciple proved quite capable. And then, of course, you arrived with your theatrical display of drunken combat. Elder Chunyong's cheeks flushed slightly. I didn't sense your presence. Clearly, her smile was razor-sharp. Your technique against the city lord was effective but wasteful. You expended twice the energy necessary for the initial restraint, and your stance during the drunken dragon steps was off-center by at least 3 degrees. Your master would have felt nauseous at the sight. My stance was perfectly. Elder Chunyong began, then caught himself. This isn't about my technique. Isn't it, though? Madame Butterfly leaned forward, her voice dropping slightly. You're getting not only old, Chunyong, but soft. Your isolation has dulled your edge. Perhaps you need a sparring partner, someone to challenge you. My eyes widened slightly as the implication of her words sank in. Was she using this as an opportunity to flirt with him? Elder Chunyong, however, seemed entirely oblivious to the underlying message. His face darkened at what he perceived as an insult. My edge is perfectly fine, he retorted. I've simply chosen to focus on matters more important than impressing the Formation Guild elites with flashy techniques. Like what? Pretending to be a wine merchant? She asked with mock innocence. How stimulating that must be for someone of your caliber. At least I engage with the world rather than hiding away in dusty libraries and formation chambers, manipulating others from a safe distance. I caught the flash of genuine irritation in Madame Butterfly's eyes, quickly masked behind her practiced smile. She'd clearly hoped for a different response to her advances, and his obliviousness was testing her patience. Some of us prefer to use our minds rather than brute force, she replied smoothly. Though I suppose that's always been the difference between us. The conversation was rapidly devolving into a battle of egos that had little to do with me or my mission. I cleared my throat loudly, drawing their attention. Both turned to look at me as if suddenly remembering I was there. Maybe, I suggested carefully, not wanting to annoy the Titans, we could return to the topic of why I sought information about life realm inner worlds in the first place. Madame Butterfly studied me for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, your performance during the mission was quite impressive, Queen. You demonstrated resourcefulness, quick thinking, and adaptability, all qualities the Formation Guild values. She extended her hand across the table. Now, the moonlit dewflower, if you please. A deal is a deal. I looked at her outstretched hand, then at Elder Qinyong. My master's expression was neutral, but I could sense he was letting me make my own decision. After a moment's consideration, I shook my head. I think I'll keep the herb, I said. Madame Butterfly's eyebrows rose slightly. Oh? Seems you don't need my help anymore now that your master is back. Her tone was light, but carried an edge. Last I remembered, you were practically begging me for information. I offered a smile and a shrug. Things change. Indeed they do. She withdrew her hand with a dismissive wave. Keep the herb. I never really needed it. Her attention shifted to Elder Qinyong, and she fixed him with an intense look. But I am curious. Qinyong, are you certain you want to tell your disciple the truth? He seems rather impulsive, like many others who went insane thinking they could control themselves. Elder Qinyong looked conflicted, and for a moment I thought he might refuse to share whatever information I had sought. Then he sighed deeply, his shoulders dropping slightly. If we don't tell him, the boy will find a way to discover it himself, he said at last. And that would likely end badly. Better he learns the truth in a controlled setting. Madame Butterfly nodded slowly. Very well then. Let's show him what fate awaits if he doesn't take our warnings seriously after learning the truth. A chill ran down my spine at her words. What could be so dangerous about life realm inner world knowledge that they felt the need to provide such a stark warning? Come, she said, rising from her chair. There's something you need to see first. The Formation Guild, like most major sect structures, was more extensive below ground than above. As we descended a spiraling staircase hidden behind what had appeared to be a solid wall, the ambient light grew dimmer, and the air took on a stale quality despite the circulation formations I could sense embedded in the walls. Every sect and major organization has a place like this, Madame Butterfly explained as we walked down a long corridor lined with doors, reinforced with metal and formations. A prison for containing criminals and also the insane. Elder Qinyong finished for her, his voice grim. The hallway was eerily quiet except for our footsteps echoing against the stone floor. Then, as we ventured deeper, other sounds began to filter through muttering, occasional shouts, and sometimes just rhythmic thumping. Madame Butterfly stopped before a particular door and activated a viewing formation. The solid door became transparent from our side, revealing the cell's interior. Most of the prisoners here have committed crimes against the guild, she said quietly. Theft of restricted materials, sabotage of critical formations, espionage for sects or rival guilds, the usual offenses. Through the transparent sections, I could see cultivators in various states of confinement. Some sat in meditation, others paced their small cells. All wore specialized restraint collars that cut them off from spiritual energy. What struck me most was their eyes. Some burned with hatred, others with calculation, and a few with a vacant emptiness that was somehow more disturbing than rage. We continued walking, passing cell after cell. Despite having met rank 8 fanatical lightweavers and cold-blooded skybound, something about these imprisoned cultivators made me deeply uncomfortable. Perhaps it was the knowledge that they were much like me, practitioners of the same arts, followers of the same path, who had made choices that led them here. This section, Madame Butterfly said as we turned a corner into a narrower corridor, houses a different kind of prisoner. The atmosphere changed immediately. The cells here were more heavily reinforced, with multiple layers of formations glowing on their surfaces. The sounds were different too, they were less calculated, more chaotic. Rambling speeches, laughter without humor, and occasionally, heart-wrenching sobs. Madame Butterfly stopped at one particular cell and activated its viewing formation. Inside sat a middle-aged man who could have been handsome once. Now his hair was wild and unkempt, his robes stained and torn. He sat huddled in a corner, arms wrapped tightly around his legs, rocking slightly. Just need to make the connection again. He was muttering to himself, seemingly unaware of our presence. Breakthrough is right there. So close. If I can just... Why didn't he tell me before? My master had access all along. Keeping secrets. Holding me back. They're all holding me back. Don't want me to succeed. Don't want me to break through. I'll show them. I'll show them all. I just need... The rambling continued, sometimes coherent, sometimes dissolving into fragments that made no sense at all. His eyes were unfocused, occasionally darting around as if seeing things invisible to us. What happened to him? I asked quietly, unable to look away from the disturbing sight. His name was Lu Kai, Madame Butterfly replied. Once a promising stellar rank formation master with particular skill in spatial manipulations. He discovered references to the knowledge you seek and became obsessed with obtaining it. And when he finally did, this is what became of him. He's been like this for nearly 100 years, Elder Chen Yong sighed. And he will remain this way until his natural lifespan ends. The man in the cell suddenly looked up, as if sensing our presence despite the one-way viewing formation. For a moment, his eyes seemed to clear, and he stared directly at where I stood. You, he shrieked, lunging toward the door. You have it. You're hiding it from me too. Give it back to me. I need it for my breakthrough. I instinctively stepped back, though I knew the door and its formations would hold. The man began clawing at the walls, his fingers bloody from previous attempts. He can't actually see us, Madame Butterfly explained, but sometimes he seems to sense when people are watching. She then exchanged a glance with Elder Chen Yong before continuing. He attempted to access knowledge and power beyond his capability to control. Not only did his mind break, but the same happened to his inner world spirit. They feed each other's madness now in an endless cycle. I studied the broken cultivator before me, trying to imagine the inner torment he must be experiencing. Is there any way to recover from this condition? No, she replied simply. Once the connection between cultivator and inner world spirit is corrupted in this way, there is no returning to sanity. The implications of her statement weren't lost on me. Whatever knowledge I had been seeking was dangerous enough to risk a similar fate. Madame Butterfly turned to face me directly, her expression unusually serious. This is why we're hesitant to share certain information. Ku'in. Not out of some desire to maintain exclusive access or power, but because we've seen too many promising cultivators destroy themselves through overambition. She searched my face, as if looking for signs of the same obsession that had claimed Lu Kai. Are you certain you still want to know the truth? I took a moment to really consider her question, watching the broken cultivator continue his incoherent rambling. The knowledge itself didn't seem to drive cultivators insane. It was what they did with it. They believed they would be the exception, that they wouldn't succumb to the same fate as others. It was a common mentality in the cultivation world, that arrogant certainty that one was different, special, exempt from the limitations that constrained others. I'd fallen into that trap myself occasionally, I had to admit, but I'd also learned from those mistakes. Many had criticized my choice of the World Tree Sutra, warning that I would explode, turn into a plant, or go insane. Yet here I stood, precisely because I had approached that power with caution and respect. I understand your concern, I said finally, and I appreciate the warning. But knowledge itself isn't the danger, it's how it's applied. A convenient philosophy for someone seeking dangerous knowledge, Madame Butterfly observed. Perhaps, I acknowledged. But I give you my word that I won't act impulsively with whatever you tell me. If I ever do use this information, it will only be when I'm as certain as possible that I won't end up like him. I gestured toward the cell. It occurred to me that Lu Kai probably had the same thoughts before he ended up a mess. But I didn't have much else I could say. If my inner world was to continue developing, I needed more information. Elder Chen Yong studied me, perhaps looking for any sign of the obsessive gleam that must have shone in Lu Kai's eyes before his fall. Very well, he said at last. Let's return upstairs. This is not a place for such a discussion. The private room felt significantly more comforting after our journey through the prison levels. Madame Butterfly refreshed the tea, and this time, Elder Chin Yong accepted a cup. I did the same, finding my throat unexpectedly dry. What I'm about to tell you, Elder Chin Yong began, is not precisely forbidden knowledge, but it is restricted to cultivators until they've reached at least the life realm. Not because the information itself is dangerous, but because the temptation it presents has proven problematic for those of lesser cultivation. I nodded, bracing myself for whatever revelation was coming. Have you ever wondered how life realm cultivators and above acquire the vast resources needed for their cultivation? He asked. Or where they trade the treasures they find or create? I had, in fact, wondered this very thing. The sex trade networks and contribution point system worked well for disciples up to the stellar realm, but the resources required beyond that point were exponentially greater. Where did they come from? How were they exchanged? The tale has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. There exists, Madame Butterfly continued, a specialized market accessible only to those at the life realm and above, a place where the rarest treasures, the most powerful artifacts, and knowledge from across the 5 continents can be traded freely. This market is known as the Celestial Trade Nexus, Elder Chun Yong explained. It exists as a separate dimension, accessible through a specialized connection technique that only developed inner-world spirits can successfully navigate. The Celestial Trade Nexus. Just the name sent a thrill of excitement through me. A specialized market for high-level cultivators, containing treasures beyond imagination. But the Nexus isn't simply a physical location one can visit, Madame Butterfly cautioned. It's a dimensional space that connects to a cultivator's inner world. The connection must be established through the inner world spirit, who serves as an intermediary. Suddenly, many things began to make sense. Why I rarely saw resources for life realm cultivators and above being discussed in the markets or sect exchanges. Why certain cultivation materials seem to appear in the hands of powerful cultivators without clear origin. Why elder disciples often spoke of breakthroughs becoming exponentially more difficult after the stellar realm. The true resource requirements were being handled in an entirely separate economy. If I could access the Nexus, all my worries about acquiring resources would vanish. With my knowledge of Blue Sun cultivation methods from the Two Suns world, I might even be able to create unique resources to sell. While I wasn't yet capable of growing spiritual herbs, Cal had explained the principles, and with practice, I can see your mind working, disciple. Elder Chin Yong interrupted my thoughts. This is precisely the reaction that concerns us. Master, don't get carried away. Azure's voice echoed in my mind, uncharacteristically stern. This is exactly the kind of thinking that leads to cells like the one we just saw. Azure was right, of course. I took a deep breath, centering myself. Now I understood what the insane cultivator had been rambling about. With access to the Nexus, a high-level cultivator could potentially buy all the resources needed for their disciples and clan members to advance at unprecedented speeds. The temptation would be enormous. But I also understood something the broken cultivator had apparently missed. Seniors didn't hand everything to their juniors on a golden platter because they needed to earn their advancement. This wasn't mere stinginess or tradition, it was necessary. Cultivation advancement earned through resources alone, without the corresponding comprehension and experience, led to brittle foundations. It was like the difference between a cultivator who relied entirely on pills versus one who built their foundation through genuine comprehension. The latter might advance more slowly, but their cultivation base would ultimately be far stronger. The access restrictions to the Celestial Trade Nexus exist for good reason, Madame Butterfly continued, apparently satisfied that I was calming my thoughts. The connection process itself requires a level of inner-world stability that only life realm cultivators possess. Attempting to force such a connection prematurely puts catastrophic strain on both the cultivator and their inner-world spirit. That's what happened to Lu Kai, isn't it? I asked, glancing at Elder Chin Yong. He tried to force a connection to the Nexus before reaching the life realm. Precisely, my master confirmed. He believed he had found a shortcut, a formation array that could temporarily elevate his inner world spirit's capabilities. What he didn't understand was that such elevation was like stretching a cloth until it tears. When it snapped back, both he and his inner world spirit were irreparably damaged. I pondered this information, turning it over in my mind. So, the Celestial Trade Nexus is essentially a marketplace that exists in its own dimension, and connecting to it requires a developed inner world spirit that can serve as an intermediary without being damaged by the process. A simplified explanation, but accurate in essence, Madame Butterfly nodded. Now that you know, perhaps you can stop risking your life to discover this information through other means. Elder Qinyong leaned forward slightly. And more importantly, you won't make the mistake of believing you're somehow different from all the others who have tried to access the Nexus prematurely. I have no plans to do that, I assured them, and I was being honest. While Azure was more advanced than any inner world spirit in the Qi condensation realm, perhaps even more advanced than Astralise, I wouldn't put his sanity or my own at risk. However, that didn't mean I couldn't use the blood statue in my inner world to see if I could create a legitimate connection to the Nexus. Kujun was a former civilization realm expert. His essence and even a part of his conscience was locked within the statue. I just had to find a way to not only activate it, but control it. I'm glad to hear you're not asking for resources from the Nexus through us, Elder Qinyong said, appearing pleased with my response. You don't owe me anything, Master. I smiled. It would be arrogant to assume you should simply hand such resources to me. Madame Butterfly studied me for a moment longer, perhaps looking for signs of deception, before nodding slightly. Well, it seems your disciple has more sense than most, Qinyong. Perhaps there's hope for him yet. I've always said the boy has potential, Elder Qinyong replied, a hint of pride in his voice. As they continued talking, I let my thoughts drift inward briefly, to where Azure waited. What do you think about all this? I asked silently. I think the Celestial Trade Nexus explains a great deal about how this world's cultivation economy functions, Azure replied thoughtfully. But I also think we should be very careful about how we proceed with this information. Agreed. But it does open up interesting possibilities. Let me guess. Azure's tone held a mix of resignation and amusement. You're thinking about the blood statue. Can you blame me? A civilization realm expert's conscience. If there's any way to safely leverage that connection without risking our sanity, it could be transformative. And if there isn't, remember Lu Kai. The broken cultivator's face flashed in my memory, his desperate eyes and bloody fingers clawing at the walls of his cell. Unlike him, I wasn't deluded enough to think I was special or exempt from the rules that govern cultivation. But I did have one advantage he hadn't possessed: the World Tree World Sutra and the insights gained from the Two Suns world as well as the Starhaven realm created a unique confluence of understanding that might offer approaches others hadn't considered. My connection to the Starhaven realm as well as my influence over it only grew by the day. Astralise must have a link to the Nexus. Before I begin experimenting with the blood statue, it would probably be best to see if I can scavenge some gains from the stingy spirit. I won't become like that, I promised, returning to the conversation. We'll be cautious, methodical, no reckless experiments. Your definition of reckless concerns me sometimes, Azure replied dryly. I suppressed a smile, returning my full attention to the conversation between Elder Qinyong and Madame Butterfly. They had moved on to discussing recent developments in the formation field, a neutral topic that seemed to have temporarily defused the tension between them. As I watched them interact, I couldn't help but note how the dynamics between powerful cultivators were fascinating and often Byzantine in their complexity. How many centuries had this dance between them been going on, with Elder Qinyong entirely oblivious to her intentions? It was strange to think that beings of such power and wisdom could still struggle with something as fundamentally human as romantic connection. Perhaps immortality didn't grant immunity to the basic complexities of the heart. We should return to the sect, Elder Qinyong announced, setting down his empty teacup. I have responsibilities to attend to, and my disciple needs rest after his journey. Madame Butterfly inclined her head slightly. Of course, don't let me keep you from your wine tasting or whatever it is you do these days. There it was again, that barbed comment that masked something more like invitation. I wondered, not for the first time, if I should say something, perhaps nudge my master toward understanding, but decided against it. I had promised myself I wouldn't get involved. It's best I stick to it. As we rose to leave, Madame Butterfly's eyes met mine one last time. Remember what you saw today, Queen. Some prizes aren't worth the cost. I bowed respectfully. I'll remember. But as we departed the Formation Guild and made our way back toward the main sect grounds, my mind was planning my return to the Starhaven realm. What are you thinking about so intently? Elder Chen Yong asked as we walked. Just processing everything I learned today, I replied honestly. It's a lot to take in. Knowledge is a burden sometimes, he agreed. But I believe you'll carry it better than most. His faith in me was touching, and I felt a twinge of guilt for already considering ways to push boundaries. But wasn't that the cultivator's path? To seek advancement, to challenge limitations, to strive for the seemingly impossible? The key difference between me and Lu Kai wouldn't be in the ambition, but in the approach. Where he had rushed headlong toward power, I would proceed with caution and contingencies. Where he had worked alone, I had Azure, YGGY, and the Genesis Seed to keep me grounded. As we reached the main sect grounds, Elder Chen Yong paused. The sect tournament begins soon, he remarked, seemingly changing the subject. Will you participate? Yes, Master. I nodded. A certain senior ensured I had no choice but to. Elder Chen Yong nodded, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Then I suggest you focus your energy there for now. The mysteries of higher realms will still be waiting when you're ready for them. With that gentle redirection, he patted my shoulder and turned toward his cottage on the outskirts of the sect. I watched him go, appreciating his subtle guidance even as I knew I wouldn't be entirely heeding it. Despite Wu Kongming reassuring me that he didn't intend to turn our battle into a death match, I still wanted to ensure that I was at a level where my life wouldn't be in his hands, and the only way to do that was by securing resources that would help me break through. For better or worse, my sight was set on the Celestial Trade Nexus. Master, Azure's voice held a note of resignation. Why do I feel we're about to embark on another questionable experiment? Because you know me too well, I replied silently, a smile spreading across my face as I turned toward my quarters. But don't worry, this time we'll take it slow. That's what you always say, Azure sighed. And yet somehow, we still end up in situations where slow and careful are distant memories. I couldn't exactly argue with that assessment. But this time would be different. It had to be. I'd seen the consequences of failure firsthand, and I had no intention of becoming another cautionary tale in the Formation Guild's underground prison. The Celestial Trade Nexus might be a path to power, but only if approached with the respect such dangerous knowledge deserved. And if there was one thing my journey across worlds had taught me, it was how to walk dangerous paths without losing myself along the way. Or at least that's what I hoped. The morning sunlight filtering through my window felt unusually pleasant against my skin. After 3 days of meditative recovery in my small outer disciple quarters, the simple sensation of warmth was a welcome change from the cold emptiness of depleted soul essence. I uncrossed my legs and stretched, feeling the satisfying pop of joints that had remained motionless for too long. Much better, I murmured, examining my arms. The unhealthy pallor that followed me since the visit to the Two Suns world had disappeared completely, replaced by healthy color. Your soul essence is fully restored, Azure confirmed from within my inner world. The tri-harmony technique worked perfectly. I nodded, pleased. Forced rest was frustrating, but I knew better than to push too hard with depleted resources. Soul essence wasn't something to be trifled with. Cultivators who ignored its warnings often ended up as cautionary tales for junior disciples. Their minds lost to chi deviation or their bodies reduced to withered husks. And just in time, I said, rising to my feet. 10 days until the tournament begins. It was my first tournament since entering this world. Under normal circumstances, I might have been excited about the opportunity to test my skills against my peers, perhaps even win some contribution points and treasures. But with Wu Kongming determined to fight me, The tournament held an edge of danger that outweighed any potential benefit. I walked to the small window, gazing out at the sect grounds. Morning activities were already in full swing, disciples hurrying between buildings, servants carrying supplies, even the occasional elder moving with that distinctive unhurried pace that came with centuries of cultivation. From my vantage point, I could see the main training field where several outer disciples were already practicing combat forms, likely preparing for the tournament themselves. "You're overthinking again," Azure remarked. "I can feel your worry from here." I had to smile at that. "Am I that transparent?" "Only to me," he replied. "But your concern is valid. Wu Kongming isn't an ordinary opponent." No, he certainly wasn't. A fallen young master with a mysterious background, access to a beyond heaven cultivation method, and a profound grudge against me simply for existing near his former fiancée. Add in his connection to a powerful ghostly sword master, and the situation became far more complex than a simple tournament match. "I need to be stronger," I said simply, turning away from the window. "Much stronger." I settled back onto my meditation mat, not to cultivate but to think. The path forward needed careful consideration, especially with limited time. I closed my eyes and visualized my cultivation path as it currently stood. The World Tree Sutra was both my greatest strength and my most significant limitation. Unlike standard heaven rank and below cultivation methods, Beyond Heaven techniques didn't follow the typical progression through chi condensation, elemental realm, stellar realm, and life realm. They carved their own paths, often requiring unique resources far earlier than conventional methods. Most cultivators only faced the challenge of finding realm-specific resources when reaching the life realm. At that point, their inner worlds developed unique characteristics that demanded compatible treasures. Elder Qinyong, with his drunken master cultivation, required alcohol-based resources to nurture the nascent life within his inner world. But I was already facing that problem at chi condensation. "The traditional path isn't an option for us," I murmured, more to organize my thoughts than to inform Azure, who knew this as well as I did. "No," Azure agreed. "Your inner world development is already well beyond typical chi condensation parameters. The Genesis seed has accelerated your inner world formation by at least 2 major realms." I opened my eyes and focused inward, viewing my inner world. The Genesis seed stood tall at the center, its roots spreading throughout all 4 quadrants. The blue and red suns continued their eternal orbit opposite each other, with the small baby star following its own path between them. The mountains in the northwest, garden quadrant in the northeast, open platforms in the southeast, and meditation areas in the southwest all showed signs of growth since my last careful inspection. But the growth wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. "Meditation alone won't increase my cultivation at this point," I said. "I could focus entirely on battle techniques and runes, ignoring cultivation advancement and letting the Genesis seed's annexation of the Starhaven realm proceed naturally. But that would take decades, possibly centuries at the current rate." Azure finished my thought. "And trouble seems to find you regardless of your intentions." I laughed quietly. "That's putting it mildly. Remaining at my current cultivation level would eventually make me an easy target. In the cultivation world, stagnation meant death. Even with my unusual collection of techniques and cultivation systems, I couldn't risk falling behind. Not when I had enemies like Wu Kongming, not to mention whatever the heavens decide to throw at me next. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. So, I continued my analysis. I need to understand exactly what resources my inner world requires for advancement. I closed my eyes again, focusing on the specifics of my situation. Unlike standard cultivation methods, the World Tree Sutra's advancement path was largely self-determined. The inner world one developed during chi condensation became the template for all future growth. The sutra produced fruits that allowed world walking to gather resources normally inaccessible to chi condensation cultivators. But that meant each practitioner's path was unique. "My inner world is a mess of different cultivation realms," I said with a slight smile. "Elements, a speck of stellar chi from the baby star, and blue sun energy comparable to life realm, but without the battle prowess to match." 3 key deficiencies, Azure noted. The size of your inner world is still small compared to higher realm cultivators. Despite the introduction of essence to your inner world, the quality of your chi still lacks elemental refinement. And while you have access to life-giving properties due to the blue sun, you lack true life realm energy. I nodded. Which means I need specific resources to address each issue. My fingers tapped against my knee as I detailed the plan forming in my mind. First, I need resources to make my inner world more habitable for life. Right now, even the basic plants rely too heavily on blue sun energy. That would free up blue sun energy for other purposes, Azure agreed. Second, I need elemental spiritual plants. These could be bought if I'm unable to paint them. Letting them grow in my inner world would improve my chi quality, bringing it closer to what an elemental realm cultivator would possess. And third, Azure prompted, though he already knew. Stars, I said simply. More stars to supplement the baby star and generate sufficient stellar realm chi. After that, all that's left is lacking what truly defines a life realm cultivator's domain, actual living creatures. Azure continued. That's the key difference. I nodded. Once my inner world hosts enough living, breathing creatures, they would naturally produce genuine life realm energy on their own. With sufficient quantity and diversity of life, I would become equivalent to a legitimate life realm cultivator, not just someone with access to similar energy. It was ambitious, perhaps ridiculously so, and I definitely wouldn't be able to complete all the steps before the tournament. But the World Tree Sutra's advantage was that with the right resources, breakthrough could come much faster than conventional methods, despite the higher difficulty and danger. The question is, Azure said, how to acquire these resources? The answer is the Celestial Trade Nexus, I replied. But what would be the best way to access it? You could ask Elder Qin Yong, Azure suggested. As a life realm cultivator, he has access to the Nexus. I shook my head immediately. Elder Qin Yong is not officially my master, and he still reports to the sect master. We know that much already. He admitted the sect master asked him to keep an eye on me when we first met. The relationship between Elder Qin Yong and myself had developed into something genuinely positive. I respected his knowledge and appreciated his guidance, especially in formations. But I couldn't expect centuries of sect loyalty to be overridden by our relatively new connection. Besides, I continued, I only told him about the blue sun because he sensed the life realm aura. That was a fair exchange, my allowing him to inspect the energy in return for formation training. But now, I spread my hands. I have nothing left to offer him that would justify the cost of the resources I need. And they won't be cheap. Not to mention, Azure added, you'd need to pay both the elder and the seller. Double the cost. I stared at the ceiling, contemplating the alternative. So instead, we use Astralis, the Starhaven realm's inner world spirit, Azure confirmed. He does need your blue sun energy to stabilize his dying world. That was the key leverage point. Astralis, the immortal messenger of the celestial sovereign, was desperate to save the Starhaven realm from collapse. My blue sun energy slowed the decay, buying time for the realm's inhabitants. And while Astralis might be stingy with his resources, his need for continued stabilization gave me bargaining power. It's certainly less risky than trying to access the Nexus directly, I said, remembering the broken cultivator I'd seen in the Formation Guild's underground prison. His mind shattered beyond repair from attempting to force a connection to the Nexus before reaching the life realm. I have no intention of ending up like Lu Kai, I added firmly. I'm relieved to hear that, Azure said dryly, though sometimes your definition of reasonable risk concerns me. I laughed. Fair enough. But this time I really do intend to be careful. We'll connect to the Starhaven realm, negotiate with Astralis to use the Nexus on our behalf, and make it a quick trip. And Han Rennie? Azure asked. I smiled at the thought of the young man whose body I'd briefly possessed. I am curious to see how he's developing with the 9-life immortal tree technique. But that's secondary to our main purpose. Rising from my meditation mat, I moved to the center of the room and checked the privacy formations I'd inscribed along the walls. They weren't complex, but they would serve for this purpose. I couldn't risk someone interrupting my body while my consciousness traveled to the Starhaven realm. I should be back before anyone notices I'm gone, I said, settling back into a cross-legged position. The time dilation between realms works in our favor. Unless something unexpected happens, Azure noted, which seems to be our specialty. I couldn't argue with that assessment. My journey through cultivation had been anything but conventional so far. I closed my eyes and began the process of connecting to the Starhaven realm. Unlike my previous accidental entry through the Golden Fruit, this would be a controlled transition. I focused on the Genesis seed at the center of my inner world, feeling for the roots that had extended through my blue sun into the three-realm stabilizing trees of the Starhaven realm. The connection was stronger than I'd expected. The ancestors' tree of the three-leaf clover sect, the star-catching tree of the mountain dweller sect, and the deep-root tree of the deep-sea sect, all three anchors pulsed with blue energy, creating a stable pathway between realms. Impressive, Azure commented. The annexation has progressed further than our estimates suggested. The Genesis seed has established genuine conduits rather than mere connections. That was both promising and concerning. Promising because it meant greater stability for the journey. Concerning because it suggested the Starhaven realm's integration with my inner world was accelerating. What did that mean for my own inner world? Annexation, the dying world of a civilization expert, likely came with its own dangers, especially considering the cultivation real discrepancy between us. Well, if things go to plan, then my cultivation will progress and I will never have to find out. Focusing on the connection, I let my soul separate from my body. The physical world faded away, replaced by a swirling vortex of colors. Han Rennie, I whispered into the void. I wonder what you've done with my gifts. The tunnel narrowed, pressure building around me. Then everything went black, and I felt myself falling through darkness, toward the dying light of the Starhaven realm. The last rays of sunset painted the western sky in brilliant hues of orange and purple, as Han Rennie finished his daily meditation atop the Emerald Summit. A cool breeze rustled through his dark hair, now grown long enough to be tied back with a simple jade clasp, a small luxury he would never have afforded himself a year ago. Breathing deeply, he opened his eyes and watched as the first stars began to appear in the darkening sky. 1 year. It had been 1 full year since his mysterious master had departed, leaving Han Rennie with a cultivation technique beyond anything the three-leaf clover sect possessed and a truth so profound he sometimes still woke in cold sweats, wondering if it had all been a fever dream. The Starhaven realm is actually the celestial sovereign's inner world. The words echoed in his mind as they had countless times since that night. His entire world, the cities, the mountains, the seas, everything he had ever known, was merely the inner landscape of a dead cultivator of unimaginable power. And somewhere beyond, a greater world existed, the true cultivation world where his master had returned. Han Rennie rose from his cross-legged position, dusting off his green robes emblazoned with the golden insignia of a legacy disciple. The promotion still felt strange, almost undeserved, though his family had celebrated for 3 days when the sect master himself had delivered the news. Young Master Han, Li Jie had said with unusual deference, your remarkable cultivation progress have earned you the rank of legacy disciple. The sect will continue to invest in your advancement. Han Rennie smiled faintly at the memory. Both he and the sect master knew the real reason for his promotion, fear. Fear of the mysterious masked cultivator who had humiliated the 7th ancestor and claimed Han Rennie as his disciple. Though his master had been absent for a year, no one in the sect dared to treat Han Rennie with anything less than perfect respect. Remarkable cultivation progress, he murmured, stretching his arms toward the heavens. That part, at least, hadn't been mere political maneuvering. The 9-life immortal tree technique had propelled his advancement at a pace that had left the entire sect speechless. From a struggling Tier 1 Rochin to Tier 3 in a single year, progress that would normally take decades if not centuries. Han Rennie focused inward, feeling the rookie circulating through his meridians. Unlike the crude, stuttering flow he'd struggled with before meeting his master. The energy now moved with steady purpose, guided by the principles of the nine-life immortal tree. In his mind's eye, he could see his cultivation core, a miniature tree with 9 delicate branches, each representing one of the 9 lives the technique promised. The first 3 branches glowed with a soft emerald light, signifying his breakthrough to Tier 3. The remaining 6 remained dormant, waiting for future advancement. Han Reni had discovered the technique's true power almost by accident, 3 months after his master's departure. During a training exercise that went wrong, he'd been struck by a formation backlash that should have crippled him permanently. Instead, the first branch of his inner tree had flared brilliantly, channeling healing energy throughout his body. When he awoke 2 days later, he found himself not only recovered but stronger. His cultivation base noticeably expanded. The breakthrough to Tier 2 had followed soon after, and just last month he'd ascended to Tier 3. Elder Mo says I have what affinity beyond anything he's seen before, Han Reni whispered to himself, a small, secret smile playing across his lips. If only they knew that the technique came from beyond their dying realm altogether. The thought sobered him. Dying realm. Though he kept the knowledge to himself, Han Reni had begun to notice the signs his master had mentioned. The ever-so-slightly thinner rookie in the air each season. The unusual weather patterns. The increasing reports of failed harvests from the outlying provinces. The world was indeed slowly decaying, though it might take centuries or even millennia to fully collapse. He sighed, starting down the winding path that led back to the sect compound. Lanterns had been lit along the way, their soft glow guiding his steps as twilight deepened into night. The familiar sounds of disciples practicing formations and sword techniques drifted up from the training grounds below. Han Reni's thoughts turned to his family as they often did during his evening walks. His father, Han Zhongwei, had leveraged his son's newfound status to rebuild the Han family fortunes. Their silk trade now extended to 3 neighboring provinces, and their compound in Blue Horizon City had been expanded and renovated. His sister, Qingyi, had finally been permitted to begin her own cultivation journey, a privilege previously unthinkable for a merchant family daughter. Though her progress was modest, the pride in her eyes whenever she showed Han Reni a newly mastered technique was worth more than all the status his position had brought. Young Master Han. Han Reni turned to see a junior disciple hurrying up the path, nearly tripping over his own robes in his haste. He recognized the boy, Lu Kong, one of the many who had sought to curry favor with him after his promotion. Disciple Lu, he acknowledged with a slight nod. What brings you up the Emerald Summit at this hour? The boy bowed deeply, catching his breath. Your honored father has arrived at the sect, young Master Han. He awaits you in the greeting pavilion. Han Reni raised an eyebrow. His father rarely visited the sect, preferring to keep business and cultivation matters separate. Did he mention his purpose? Only that it concerned family matters of some urgency, young master. Thank you for delivering the message. You may go. As the junior disciple scurried away, Han Reni quickened his pace down the mountain path. Family matters of urgency could mean many things, but his mind immediately went to his sister. Had something happened to Qingyi? The greeting pavilion stood near the sect's main entrance, a hexagonal structure with a gently curved roof supported by carved wooden pillars. Han Reni found his father seated at a stone table, a pot of fragrant tea steaming before him. Father, Han Reni said, bowing respectfully. Han Zhongwei looked up, his face breaking into a smile. Though only in his 50s, the past decade had aged him considerably. Still, prosperity had restored some of his former vigor, and tonight he seemed almost youthful in his excitement. Unlawfully taken from Royal Road, this story should be reported if seen on Amazon. Reni, my son, come sit. I have wonderful news. Han Reni took the seat opposite his father, relief washing over him. Whatever had brought his father here, it clearly wasn't a tragedy. Is all well with Qingyi? He asked, accepting the cup of tea his father poured. Your sister is in perfect health. In fact, this concerns her future. Han Zhongwei leaned forward, lowering his voice despite their privacy. The Feng family of Eastern Cloud Province has proposed a marriage alliance. Han Rinni nearly choked on his tea. The Feng family? The ones who control the jade mines. His father nodded, eyes gleaming. The very same. Their second son, Feng Liang, has reached Tier 2 cultivation and seeks a partner with affinity to complement his earth techniques. When they heard of our family's rising fortune and your sister's cultivation progress, he spread his hands. It's an opportunity beyond what we could have dreamed just a year ago. Han Rinni set down his cup, mind racing. The Feng family stood among the wealthiest merchant clans in 3 provinces. Such an alliance would cement the Han family's restoration and provide Qingyi with security and cultivation resources for decades to come. Yet the memory of Zhou Shintong's similar proposal from a year ago lingered like a bad taste. And Qingyi's wishes? He asked carefully. His father's expression softened. I've raised no fool, son. After last year's events, I would never force your sister into an unwanted match. He sipped his tea. Feng Liang visited our compound last month. They met several times under proper supervision. She finds him agreeable, handsome, well-mannered, and apparently quite talented at poetry. Han Rinni relaxed slightly. You came all this way to tell me of a marriage proposal? I came because Feng Liang wishes to meet you before finalizing their offer. As legacy disciple of the Three-Leaf Clover sect and Qingyi's brother, your approval carries weight. Han Zhongwei smiled wryly. And perhaps the Feng family hopes your connection might benefit their son's cultivation as well. Ah, there it is. Han Rinni couldn't help the small laugh that escaped him. And when is this meeting to take place? In 3 days at our compound in the city. I've arranged for your leave from the sect already. Han Zhongwei reached across the table, gripping his son's hand. Rennie, thank you for everything you've done for our family. Han Rinni squeezed his father's hand in return. We are Han, family before all. After his father departed, Han Rinni decided against returning his quarters. Instead, he wandered the moonlit gardens of the sect, mind whirling with thoughts of his sister's future and the strange path his own life had taken. Would his master approve of how he'd used the gifts he'd been given? Han Rinni had tried to balance advancement with responsibility, never forgetting that his power came not from his own genius but from knowledge beyond his realm's understanding. As midnight approached, Han Rinni found himself drawn to the ancestors' tree at the heart of the sect grounds. The massive tree stood sentinel as it had for millennia, its ancient branches spreading like protective arms over the meditation platforms below. Since his master's visit, the tree had flourished with new growth, its leaves a more vibrant green than anyone in the sect could remember. Han Rinni placed his palm against the rough bark, feeling the subtle pulse of life within. Sometimes, when he meditated here, he thought he could sense a faint connection to something greater. It reminded him of his master. I wonder if I'll ever see you again, he murmured to the empty air. The sky above was clear, stars glittering like scattered diamonds across the velvet darkness. Han Rinni tilted his head back, searching the constellations. His master had come from beyond those stars, from beyond reality as Han Rinni understood it. A flicker of movement caught his eye. Something was moving among the stars, a light that hadn't been there before. Han Rinni frowned, tracking its progress across the night sky. Not a shooting star. It moved too deliberately, its path curving rather than straight. The light grew larger, brighter, descending toward the sect grounds. Han Rinni's heart began to pound. Could this be some sort of treasure? The light touched down on the path before the ancestor tree, solidifying into a familiar figure. A young man with an otherworldly grace, surrounded by a faint aura that hinted at powers beyond Han Rinni's comprehension. Master Ling, Han Rinni called hesitantly, taking a step forward. The figure smiled, and even in the dim garden light, Han Rinni could see those distinctive eyes that had once looked out from his own face. Hello, Han Rinni, Ku Yin said, his voice carrying the same gentle authority Han Rinni remembered. You've grown stronger since we last met. Han Rinni found himself speechless, 1,000 questions crowding his mind. After a year of silence, of wondering if he'd ever see his mysterious benefactor again. The sudden appearance felt almost dreamlike. You're really here? He finally managed, his voice smaller than he'd intended. It's been so long. I wasn't sure if you would return. Ku'in nodded, his expression turning apologetic. Time flows differently between realms. What felt like a year to you has been, well, complicated for me. He gestured around the garden. I see you've put my teachings to good use. Your aura has the distinct resonance of Tier 3. Impressive progress. Pride bloomed in Han Rennie's chest at the praise. The 9-life immortal tree technique you gave me, it's remarkable. I've been careful not to share its specifics, as you instructed. Good, Ku'in replied, stepping closer. The mystical aura surrounding him seemed to interact with the garden plants, causing flowers to gently sway toward him as if drawn by some invisible force. Your discretion serves you well. Han Rennie had 1,000 things he wanted to say, a year's worth of discoveries and questions. But Ku'in's next words caught him completely off guard. I need to ask something of you. Han Rennie? Ku'in said, his tone shifting to something more serious. Something similar to what I requested when we first met. Han Rennie felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. You need my body again. Ku'in nodded, his expression sympathetic but determined. Just temporarily. There's something I need to accomplish here in the Starhaven realm, and I cannot manifest physically without a vessel. Is it dangerous? Han Rennie asked, trying to keep his voice steady. A slight smile crossed Ku'in's face. Not in the way you might think. I need to speak with someone who can help me access certain resources. Resources that could benefit both of us. Han Rennie hesitated, memories of his previous experience as a passenger in his own body rising unbidden. The helplessness, the strange intimacy of sharing consciousness with another being. The disorientation when control had been returned to him. But he also remembered everything that had come after, the power, the knowledge, the elevation of his family from near ruin to prosperity. His rapid advancement through the cultivation tiers. And most of all, the safety he felt. Everything he had now, he owed to the being standing before him. I'll do it, Han Rennie said, his voice stuttering slightly despite his best efforts. Thank you, his master smiled. This means more than you know. Before Han Rennie could respond, Ku'in stepped forward, his form becoming translucent as he reached toward Han Rennie's chest. The sensation was both familiar and strange, a cool pressure followed by a rush of awareness as another consciousness settled alongside his own. For a moment, Han Rennie felt a disorienting double vision, seeing both through his eyes and somehow outside himself. Then his perception shifted, and he was watching as his body moved without his command. Ku'in rolled Han Rennie's shoulders and flexed his arms, moving with careful precision as he adjusted to the borrowed form. It's been a while, he whispered, and Han Rennie could feel his own lips forming the words. Your body has grown stronger. The cultivation technique is integrating beautifully with your meridians. Is that good? Han Rennie thought, discovering that mental communication was still possible between them. Very good, came Ku'in's reply. It means you've been practicing correctly. Ku'in tilted Han Rennie's head back, gazing up at the star-filled sky of the Starhaven realm. A look of determination settled over his features. Astralise, he called out, his voice resonating with a strange power that Han Rennie had never been able to produce on his own. I've returned. We need to talk. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the air before them seemed to ripple and crack. Reality itself appeared to shatter like glass, revealing a swirling vortex of light. Han Rennie felt a sensation of falling, though his body remained standing. The garden vanished, replaced by an endless expanse that seemed composed of star-flecked darkness. At the center of this impossible space stood a young boy with stars shimmering in his hair. His childlike face bore a cheeky smile that didn't quite match the power radiating from him. The lone wanderer returns, the boy laughed. And so quickly, too. I stood in the crystalline heart space, watching Astralise as he paced back and forth, the dying stars in his hair flickering with what I could only interpret as agitation. The boy-shaped inner-world spirit was an odd creature, simultaneously ancient and childlike, powerful yet desperate. The celestial sovereign had quite the interesting guardian for his realm. Han Reni's consciousness was currently in a deep state of hibernation, slumbering quietly in the recesses of his own mind. Unlike last time, when Astralise had forced him into sleep, this time I'd asked Han Reni if Astralise and I could have a moment to ourselves. He had agreed without hesitation, retreating his consciousness voluntarily. I could feel it now, dormant but peaceful. As much as I trusted my disciple, my inner world held secrets I couldn't yet reveal. It was simply better this way. "Let me make sure I understand correctly," Astralise said, stopping his pacing to look at me directly. "You want treasures specifically to make your inner world more habitable? Not just for simple plants, but for complex life forms all the way up to sentient creatures." The way he emphasized sentient creatures made me wonder if he found the request unusual for someone at my cultivation level. Which, to be fair, it probably was. Most Qi condensation cultivators were focused on advancing their personal power, not developing complex ecosystems within their inner worlds. "That's exactly what I want," I confirmed. There was no point hiding my goals from Astralise. As Azure had explained, the inner world spirit couldn't lie to me, which gave me a distinct advantage in our negotiations. Astralise crossed his arms, looking contemplative. "I don't have treasures like that just lying around, you know?" I waited, watching his expression. When he didn't turn his head to whisper a contradictory statement, I knew he was telling the truth. No surprise there, the Starhaven realm was dying, and most of its valuable resources had likely been consumed long ago in the desperate effort to keep it stable. "That's not a problem," I said with a slight smile. "I don't expect you to have such treasures on hand. But you can get them from the Celestial Trade Nexus, can't you?" Astralise went completely still. The stars in his hair froze mid-twinkle, and his eyes narrowed. "How does a cultivator at your stage know about the existence of the Celestial Trade Nexus?" he asked, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "You're playing a very dangerous game, cultivator." I maintained my composure despite the sudden shift in atmosphere. "You shouldn't worry about how I know. What matters is whether you can connect to it. Can you?" For a long moment, Astralise simply stared at me. I could almost see the calculations running behind those ancient eyes set in a child's face. "Yes, I can," he said finally. "Without the resources from the Nexus, the Starhaven realm would have died centuries ago." "Good," I said, nodding. "Then we have the basis for a deal. In exchange for you obtaining specific treasures from the Nexus for me, I'll provide more energy to feed the trees." Astralis's expression immediately brightened at the mention of more blue sun energy. The eager look that crossed his face reminded me of a thirsty man being offered water in a desert. The dying realm's desperation was palpable through its guardian. "How much energy?" he asked, trying and failing to hide his eagerness. "Enough to significantly delay the realm's decay," I replied. "Similar to what I provided before." Astralise nodded, the stars in his hair dancing with renewed vigor. "Very well. Do you know the name of the treasure you seek?" Now came the tricky part. I knew from my conversation with Elder Qinyong and Madame Butterfly that the Celestial Trade Nexus contained items of unimaginable value. But I also knew that Astralise, despite his inability to lie directly, would try to give me the cheapest options possible. "I don't know of any names. All I need is the most effective item for making my inner world habitable for advanced life forms," I said plainly. "Something that will prepare the foundation for everything from basic organisms to complex wildlife and eventually human-like beings." Astralise tapped his chin thoughtfully. "There are 3 treasures that would suit your needs perfectly," he said after a moment. "The primordial essence bottle, the life spring seed, or the Genesis clay." He gestured, and 3 illusions appeared floating between us. The primordial essence bottle contains the purest form of primordial soup, the original mixture from which life first emerged in the earliest realms, he explained, indicating a delicate crystal bottle filled with swirling, opalescent liquid. "Pour a single drop in your inner world, and basic life forms will begin to emerge within days." Had it not been for the unique quality of my inner world, even a single drop from such a treasure would be too much for the inner world of a Qi condensation cultivator to handle. The second illusion showed what looked like an ordinary seed, though it pulsed with a subtle rainbow light. The LifeSpring seed can be planted in your inner world. Once rooted, it creates a network that enriches the soil and atmosphere, making conditions perfect for transplanting various species. Finally, he pointed to what appeared to be a simple ball of clay with softly glowing veins running through it. The Genesis clay is perhaps the most straightforward. You can shape it into whatever form you wish, and it will transform into that creature, starting a breeding population. I studied the three options carefully, looking for any sign that Astralise was trying to mislead me. "These are the best options available for what I need?" I asked, watching him closely. Astralis's expression remained normal as he nodded. "These three treasures are exactly what you're looking for." But then, just as I'd anticipated, he turned his head slightly to the side, and a dark smirk crossed his face. "But little does this fool know," he whispered. "These are actually the cheapest options. The World Tree Origin soil would be infinitely more valuable and compatible with what he wants, but I'll never tell him that." Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. I blinked, keeping my expression neutral despite the urge to smile. This was exactly why dealing with an entity that couldn't lie had its advantages. "Actually, I think I'll take the World Tree Origin soil instead," I said nonchalantly. Astralis's head snapped back toward me, eyes wide. "What? How did you?" He stopped, the stars in his hair flickering chaotically. "You heard that," he stated flatly, not a question. "I did," I acknowledged. "You really should be more careful with your whispers." Astralise let out a sound that was half-grown, half-childish shriek of frustration. The stars in his hair actually dimmed momentarily. "Fine, but it's far more expensive than the other options," he warned. "But worth it, I'm sure," I replied smoothly. Then, a thought occurred to me. There are 3 world-stabilizing trees in this realm, each requiring my energy. By my calculation, that means I should be able to select 2 more treasures to make this an equal exchange. Astralis's face contorted with indignation. "That is absolutely not fair. 1 treasure is already generous compensation." I frowned, considering the inner world spirit's reaction. Was this negotiation pattern typical of all inner world spirits, or was it a reflection of its creator? I couldn't help but wonder if the celestial sovereign himself had been this stingy with resources. "The trees are the foundation of this entire realm," I agreed. "A realm that is dying without my help. You need my energy far more than I need your treasures." That wasn't entirely true. I did need those treasures to advance my cultivation, but Astralise didn't need to know that. We had reached a standstill. Astralise glared at me, the stars in his hair twinkling furiously, while I maintained a calm, uncompromising expression. The crystalline fragments surrounding us seemed to pulse in rhythm with our deadlock, reflecting the tension in the heart space. Finally, Astralise sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. "I don't have enough treasures to exchange with the sellers for 3 items of such value. If I did, I would have exchanged for more life realm energy and not be in this situation," he admitted. "But I could offer you 2 important pieces of information instead of additional physical treasures." I waited, watching carefully to see if he would turn his head and expose another lie. When he remained facing me directly, I nodded slowly. It seemed the inner world spirit was telling the truth this time. "What 2 pieces of information?" I asked. Astralise straightened, regaining some of his dignity. "First, the ethereal link technique that allows cultivators to connect to the celestial trade nexus. Second, the universal coordinates to establish that connection." I felt my heartbeat quicken despite myself. The ethereal link technique and the coordinates to the celestial trade nexus? That was unexpectedly valuable information, perhaps too valuable to be offered so readily. Azure's voice whispered in my mind, confirming my suspicions. "Master, be careful. There's something odd about this offer." I studied Astralise more carefully, thinking through the implications of his proposal. With the technique and coordinates, I could theoretically connect to the Nexus myself in the future, but I had just seen a living example of what happened to cultivators who attempted to access the Nexus prematurely. Lu Kai's broken mind and ravaged inner world were consequences I had no intention of sharing. As if confirming my thoughts, Astralise turned his head slightly and whispered, "Once he has the technique and coordinates, he'll inevitably try to connect directly, and when he does, his mind will break, and I'll have a perfect vessel to channel his blue energy endlessly into the trees. It's the perfect plan." I suppressed a smile. Astralis's inability to hide his schemes was almost endearing in its transparency. The information itself could be valuable, perhaps even tradable to the right parties in the future. "I accept your offer," I said. "The World Tree Origin soil, plus the ethereal link technique and the Nexus coordinates." Astralise smiled, clearly thinking he'd won some victory. "Excellent choice," he said, his voice taking on that faintly patronizing tone adults often use with children. He stepped forward and placed a hand on my forehead. Immediately, I felt a rush of information flowing into my mind. The ethereal link technique was surprisingly elegant in its construction, creating a specialized projection of consciousness that could safely interact with the Nexus without revealing the coordinates of one's inner world. The information included warnings about maintaining proper energy levels throughout the process, the dangers of connection instability, and most critically, the mental strain that would overwhelm anyone below the life realm. The universal coordinates were even more fascinating. It was a fixed point in a seemingly infinite multidimensional space, the only known stable coordinate in existence. I could see why possessing these coordinates would be tempting for any cultivator. They offered a direct path to resources normally inaccessible until the life realm. "I'll need to connect to the Nexus now to acquire your World Tree Origin soil," Astralise said, stepping back. "This will take a moment." He closed his eyes, and the stars in his hair began to orbit his head like a galaxy in miniature. The crystalline space around us rippled, and for a brief moment, I caught a glimpse of something vast and complex through the distortion, endless bridges of light connecting countless glowing platforms, each platform hosting what looked like a shop or trading post floating in a boundless void. The vision lasted only a second before the crystalline space stabilized again. Astralise remained motionless, his physical form present but his consciousness clearly elsewhere. I took the opportunity to confer with Azure. "What do you think?" I asked mentally. "The technique itself seems sound," Azure replied. "The safeguards are comprehensive. It has multiple layers of protection against tracking, intrusion, and mental contamination. It's clearly designed by someone who understood the dangers of connecting realms. And the coordinates? Genuine as far as I can tell. They're remarkably stable for universal coordinates, which matches what we've heard about the Celestial Trade Nexus being the only fixed point accessible to all cultivators. But still not worth risking a direct connection before reaching the life realm," I concluded. "Absolutely not," Azure agreed firmly. "Lu Kai's fate should be warning enough, but having the knowledge itself is valuable, especially since we now know exactly what we're avoiding." Astralise suddenly opened his eyes, the stars in his hair settling back into their normal pattern. He held out his hand, the space before it rippled and tore, and a small cloth bag fell into his palm. "Here," he said, holding it out to me. "The World Tree Origin soil. You have no idea what I had to trade for this. The seller was particularly difficult, wanted something precious from the Starhaven realm as payment. You should be grateful your blue energy is so vital, or I would never have made the exchange." I accepted the bag carefully. Even through the cloth, I could feel an ancient, powerful energy radiating from the contents. The Genesis seed in my inner world stirred with obvious interest, its roots reaching toward my connection to the soil as if eager to taste it. Opening the drawstring, I peered inside to see what appeared to be ordinary dark soil. But as I focused my spiritual sense on it, I realized there was nothing ordinary about it at all. The soil contained billions of microscopic formations, each perfectly crafted to nurture and develop life. It felt ancient beyond measure, as if it had witnessed the birth of the very first living things. This is, I began, then paused, genuinely impressed. This is remarkable. Of course it is, Astralise huffed. It's soil from an age before the current epoch. I carefully retied the bag and stored it safely. The Genesis seed's excitement was palpable, sending pulses of anticipation through my inner world. Thank you, I said, meaning it. Despite Astralis's attempts at manipulation, he had provided something genuinely valuable. Astralise waved away my thanks with a dismissive gesture. Time for you to hold up your end of the deal, he said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The trees need feeding, and only your blue energy will do. I nodded, preparing myself for the energy expenditure to come. The exchange was fair, possibly even in my favor, considering the value of the World Tree origin soil and the information I'd received. Let's begin with the Ancestors Tree. The seventh ancestor of the three-leaf clover sect, Zhou Tao, slowly opened his eyes as he emerged from his meditation chamber. A frown creased his magnificent beard as he gazed at the stone walls surrounding him. Despite spending the past 3 months in closed-door cultivation, he felt no closer to the enlightenment he sought. It was frustrating to the point of madness. 739 years, he muttered, his voice gravelly from disuse. 739 years of cultivation, and still this barrier blocks my path. Rising to his feet, the ancestor stretched his limbs, feeling the familiar ache that came with extended periods of stillness. His joints creaked like ancient temple doors swinging open after a century of neglect. The sound annoyed him, a constant reminder of his mortality despite his centuries of cultivation. Zhou Tao walked to a polished bronze mirror hanging on the wall of his chamber and examined his reflection. The face that looked back at him was that of a man in his 50s, and his beard remained as magnificent as ever, a source of considerable pride. Yet his eyes held a weariness that no amount of cosmetic preservation could hide. At least I don't look like the walking corpse that Li Jie has become, he muttered with a touch of petty satisfaction. The cultivation formation that the mysterious master of Han Rini had provided a year ago had been a true blessing. The improved qi gathering circle had not only prevented Zhou Tao from losing his cultivation level, but had also allowed him to accumulate enough energy to attempt a breakthrough to early Tier 5. The problem wasn't the quantity or quality of Rookie anymore, it was his comprehension of the Tao that was lacking. No matter how he approached the problem, the answer remained elusive. It was like trying to capture mist with bare hands. The closer he thought he came, the more it slipped away. True cultivation wasn't just about accumulating energy, it was about understanding the fundamental principles of existence. And there, Zhou Tao found himself woefully inadequate. Perhaps I should have spent more time studying the classics instead of terrorizing juniors, he mused, though there was little genuine regret in his tone. The past was the past, and he had always been more interested in the application of power than its philosophy. As he donned his formal robes, dark green with gold trim, befitting his status, he felt a disturbance in the sect's protective formations. Something had triggered the outer alarm array, sending a ripple of warning through the spiritual connections that bound the sect grounds together. Zhou Tao's eyes narrowed. An intruder? Here, at the very heart of the three-leaf clover sect? Either someone was incredibly brave or incredibly foolish, moving with a speed that no cultivator below Tier 4 would be able to follow. He left his secluded chambers and emerged into the open air of the sect compound. His gaze immediately focused on the ancestors' tree at the center of the grounds. There, standing before the ancient tree, was a figure shrouded in darkness. Even from this distance, Zhou Tao could tell that the figure didn't belong to any sect member. The way they stood, perfectly still, as if they were merely another feature of the landscape, triggered a primal warning in the ancestor's mind. Yet there was something familiar about the intruder. Perfect? Zhou Tao smirked, cracking his knuckles. I've been needing an outlet for my frustration. Without warning, he launched himself forward, his body becoming a blur of motion as he crossed the distance between himself and the intruder in less than a heartbeat. His right fist glowed with concentrated Rookie, the air around it distorting as he prepared to deliver a crushing blow. Intruder! Face judgment from this ancestor, he roared, his voice booming across the sect grounds. Just as his fist was about to collide with the back of the intruder's hooded head, the figure turned. The movement was unhurried, almost casual, as if Zhou Tao's attack was no more concerning than a gentle breeze. Blood-red eyes gleamed from the depths of the hood, fixing on Zhou Tao with an intensity that seemed to pierce through his very soul. Recognition struck Zhou Tao like a physical blow. His momentum faltered, his attack instantly abandoned as he stumbled to a halt, nearly losing his balance in his haste to abort his strike. It was him, Han Rennie's master, the mysterious cultivator who had humiliated him a year ago, the being who had commanded the ancestor's tree to do his bidding. The one whose power had been so overwhelming that Zhou Tao had been reduced to performing 7 kowtows in rapid succession to save his life. This humble junior greets the honored senior. Zhou Tao stammered, cold sweat breaking out across his forehead. The figure's hood tilted slightly, regarding him with what might have been amusement. Is this how you greet your benefactor? The voice that emerged from the hood was neither male nor female, young nor old, but somehow all of these at once. Or perhaps you require another lesson in proper respect. The figure raised a hand casually, and Zhou Tao felt his heart freeze in his chest. The ground beneath them trembled, and the massive ancestor's tree, the very symbol of their sect's power, the tree that had stood sentinel for millennia, responded immediately. Thick, gnarled roots burst from the soil, whipping through the air like living serpents. Before Zhou Tao could even think of evading, the roots had wrapped around his limbs, his torso, his neck, binding him in a crushing embrace that left him suspended helplessly in midair. The tale has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. No, this junior meant no disrespect. Zhou Tao gasped, the roots tightening just enough to make breathing difficult but not impossible. This junior was merely startled by your esteemed presence. Please forgive this one's ignorance. Panic flooded his system as memories of their previous encounter flashed through his mind. The helplessness, the humiliation, the terrifying knowledge that his life was completely at the mercy of this being. I have performed many stupid actions in my long life, Zhou Tao continued, his words tumbling out rapidly. But attacking you would be the most foolish of them all. This junior begs for mercy. This junior was merely surprised by your sudden appearance. He attempted to kowtow despite being suspended in the air, resulting in a pathetic bobbing of his head that would have been funny under different circumstances. The figure observed his antics for a moment longer, then lowered their hand. Immediately, the roots loosened and gently deposited Zhou Tao on the ground. See that you remember your place, the figure said, turning away as if Zhou Tao was no longer worth their attention. Relief washed over Zhou Tao like a cool tide, leaving him weak-kneed and trembling. He remained on all fours, not daring to rise until given permission, his magnificent beard trailing in the dirt. When you're done playing with your pets, we should get to work, a new voice said, light and youthful, but with an undercurrent of something hard to place that made Zhou Tao's spiritual sense tingle. Zhou Tao's head snapped up, his eyes widening as he beheld the newcomer. Standing beside Han Rennie's master was a young boy, perhaps 11 or 12 years of age, with stars twinkling in his hair. It cannot be, Zhou Tao whispered, his voice caught between awe and disbelief. Though he had never seen this figure before, any cultivator in the Starhaven realm would recognize him from the descriptions passed down through the generations. The immortal messenger of the celestial sovereign, the divine intermediary who had guided their ancestors in the earliest days of cultivation. The being whose disappearance had coincided with the celestial sovereign's own. Astralis. The implications hit Zhou Tao like a hammer to the skull. Han Rennie's master wasn't merely some wandering Tier 5 cultivator with unusual powers. He was connected to Astralis himself, the immortal messenger who had vanished from the world centuries ago. This wasn't just a powerful expert. This was someone with ties to the very foundation of their world. As Zhou Tao's mind raced, attempting to process this revelation, he found himself reassessing everything he thought he knew about Han Rennie and his master. The boy wasn't just some lucky merchant's son who had stumbled upon a powerful patron. He was, what? Chosen? Selected by forces beyond Zhou Tao's comprehension? Ideas began to form in Zhou Tao's mind, strategies and plans taking shape even as he maintained his posture of subservience. If he could somehow curry more favor with Han Rennie's master, the potential benefits were incalculable. Access to lost techniques, guidance from beings of unfathomable power, perhaps even a path to breaking through his cultivation bottleneck. Han Rennie, he thought feverishly. I must secure Han Rennie's position within the sect. The young man was currently a legacy disciple, a position of considerable honor but still far from the highest echelons of power. That would need to change. Immediately. Making him an elder would be the obvious move, Zhou Tao mused internally. But that might not be enough. Sect master? Yes, that would demonstrate my sincerity. Li Jie has been looking tired lately anyway. It would be a kindness to relieve him of his burdens. The fact that such a move would also place Zhou Tao closer to Han Rennie, and by extension his master, was merely a fortunate coincidence. While Zhou Tao plotted, the cloaked figure and Astralise approached the ancestors' tree. The ancient tree seemed to rustle with excitement despite the absence of wind, its branches swaying gently toward the mysterious figure like a pet eager for its master's touch. It's nice to see you too, the hooded figure murmured, placing both hands against the trunk of the massive tree, and immediately a soft blue glow began to emanate from the point of contact. The light spread upward through the branches and downward through the roots, until the entire tree pulsed with a gentle azure radiance. Zhou Tao watched, mesmerized, as the tree practically preened under the figure's touch. He had never seen the ancestors' tree respond this way to anyone, not even himself, and he was supposed to be its caretaker by right of blood and position. The ritual, for Zhou Tao could think of no other word to describe what he was witnessing, continued for several minutes. Eventually, the blue glow faded, and the figure stepped back from the tree. It turned to face Zhou Tao once more, those blood-red eyes boring into him. Remember to behave, the figure said, voice echoing strangely as if coming from everywhere at once. And pray that I don't need to pay a personal visit to correct your behavior again. Zhou Tao prostrated himself immediately, pressing his forehead to the ground. This junior will not disappoint the honored senior. This junior will ensure that young Master Han is treated with the utmost respect and given all possible advantages within the sect. See that you do, the figure replied, then turned to Astralise. We've finished here. The immortal boy nodded, a mischievous smile playing across his lips as he regarded Zhou Tao's prostrate form. This one's quite the performer, isn't he? I almost believe he means it. And then, without any visible method of transportation, both figures simply vanished, as if they had never been there at all. The only evidence of their visit was the faint blue glow that still clung to the ancestors' tree, slowly fading like the last light of sunset. Zhou Tao remained on the ground for several moments longer, wanting to be absolutely certain they were truly gone before he dared to rise. When he finally stood, his knees protesting the extended contact with the hard ground, he found himself face to face with the ancestors' tree. Something had changed in the ancient tree's aura. Seemed more aware somehow, as if the ritual had awakened a deeper consciousness within it. And that consciousness was now focused entirely on Zhou Tao. Great ancestors' tree, he said, attempting a respectful bow. This junior is honored to be in your presence. The words felt strange in his mouth. He had never before addressed the tree as if it were a sentient being. The tree's branches rustled again, despite the still air. Zhou Tao felt a strange pressure building around him, like the moment before a lightning strike. Instinctively, he began to back away. I should check on the disciples, he said, continuing his retreat. Ensure they're practicing diligently. Yes, that's what a responsible ancestor should. He never finished the sentence. With a speed that defied its nature, one of the ancestor tree's roots whipped out of the ground and slapped Zhou Tao with the force of a rampaging spirit beast. The impact sent him flying through the air, his magnificent beard trailing behind him like a flag, before he crashed through the wall of the nearest building. As disciples rushed to investigate the commotion, they were treated to the sight of the seventh ancestor, once the most feared cultivator in the sect, lying in a heap of broken wood and plaster, dazed and muttering about impertinent plants. Bai Yun, sect master of the Mountain Dweller sect, stood at the peak of Mount Celestial Anchor, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed out at the vast expanse below. From this vantage point, he could see miles in every direction. The rolling hills, the dense forests, the winding rivers, and in the far distance, the gleaming spires of Blue Horizon City. It was a view that had inspired countless poems and paintings throughout the centuries, a vista so magnificent that it alone justified the Mountain Dweller sect's decision to establish themselves at this remote, inhospitable height. But Bai Yun wasn't here for the aesthetics. He was waiting. A year ago, something extraordinary had happened at this very spot. The star-catching tree, their sect's most sacred treasure, had been visited by a mysterious cloaked figure who had made it glow with power unlike anything Bai Yun had ever witnessed. And with the figure had been Astralis, the immortal boy of legend, whose appearance confirmed that whatever was happening was of cosmic significance. After that visit, the tree had remained subtly different, more vibrant, more alive, its branches reaching toward the heavens with renewed vigor. The change had not gone unnoticed by the sect members. Cultivation speeds had increased, breakthroughs had become marginally easier, and the overall quality of the sect's rookie had improved. All because of whatever the cloaked figure had done. And so, for the past year, Bai Yun had made it his personal duty to monitor the star-catching tree, spending at least a few hours each day in meditation beneath its branches, waiting and hoping for the return of their mysterious benefactor. Today, that vigilance was finally rewarded. The air before the star-catching tree rippled like the surface of a pond disturbed by a falling stone. Reality itself seemed to crack, and from that impossible space stepped the same cloaked figure that had appeared a year ago. Bai Yun's breath caught in his throat. Despite having rehearsed this moment countless times in his mind, he found himself momentarily paralyzed by the figure's presence. "Honored visitor," he finally managed, dropping to one knee in a formal greeting. "The Mountain Dweller sect welcomes your return." The figure turned toward him, those unmistakable blood-red eyes gleaming from within the shadowy hood. "You've been waiting for me," the figure observed, neither a question nor an accusation. "Yes," Bai Yun admitted, seeing no point in denial. "After your last visit, I hoped you might return." He rose slowly, careful to keep his movements deliberate and non-threatening. "If I may be so bold, I would ask your name, Honored One, not out of idle curiosity, but so that we might properly express our gratitude for what you've done for our sacred tree." The cloaked figure regarded him silently for a long moment. Then, with a slight tilt of its hooded head, it replied, "I am Han Rennie's master. That is all you need to know." Han Rennie. The name struck a chord in Bai Yun's memory. Over the past year, rumors had spread throughout the cultivation world of a prodigy from the three-leaf clover sect, a young man who had risen from obscurity to become a legacy disciple in record time, who had allegedly defeated the notorious elder Zhou Shintong when he was still just at the peak of Tier 1. Han Rennie, Bai Yun repeated, connecting the pieces. The young prodigy from the three-leaf clover sect. They say he cultivates a technique unlike any seen in our realm before. The figure neither confirmed nor denied this observation. Instead, it turned its attention to the star-catching tree. "Wait," Bai Yun called out, more boldly than he intended. "Last time you were accompanied by the immortal boy. Is he?" As if summoned by the mere mention, the air beside the cloaked figure shimmered, and Astralis appeared, stars twinkling in his hair. "You're too chatty," the immortal child said to Bai Yun, his voice carrying a playful admonishment. "We're here on business, not for idle conversation." Bai Yun dropped immediately to both knees, pressing his forehead to the ground. "Forgive this junior's impertinence, great Astralis. It's just, in all the records of our sect, there is no mention of you ever appearing to anyone below Tier 7. For you to grace us with your presence twice in a mortal lifetime, it is overwhelming." Astralise exchanged a glance with the cloaked figure, then let out a laugh. You hear that? Great Astralise, he calls me. I think I like this one better than the bearded fellow at the last place. Don't get attached, the figure replied dryly. We have work to do. Without further acknowledgement of Baiyun, both beings turned to the star-catching tree. The cloaked figure raised both hands, placing them against the ancient bark, and once again, that beautiful blue glow began to spread throughout the entirety of the massive tree. Baiyun watched in silent awe, barely daring to breathe, lest he disturb whatever sacred ritual was taking place. The light was even more intense than last time, the tree's response more immediate and enthusiastic. It was as if the tree recognized the cloaked figure, welcomed it as an old friend rather than a stranger. As the ritual continued, Baiyun's mind raced with the implications of what he was witnessing. Han Reni's master, a being of clearly immense power, was somehow connected to Astralise, the messenger of the celestial sovereign himself. And both of them were interested in the three great trees that anchored the cultivation world. The connection, he murmured. The three great trees, they're connected somehow. The ancestors' tree of the three-leaf clover sect, the star-catching tree of the mountain dweller sect, and the deep-root tree of the deep-sea sect, three ancient living treasures, each housed by one of the most established sects in the realm. The common wisdom was that they were merely three separate natural treasures of immense spiritual value. But what if they were more? What if they were parts of a greater whole? And if they were, what did that mean for the declining state of Rookie in their world? Baiyun had long been troubled by the gradual but undeniable decrease in ambient Rookie throughout the realm. It was a truth that most cultivators acknowledged privately but rarely discussed openly, that each generation found advancement slightly more difficult than the last, that techniques which once yielded spectacular results now produced merely adequate ones. Some blamed moral decay, others pointed to increased competition for limited resources, but Baiyun had always suspected a more fundamental problem with the very fabric of their world. Could it be, he wondered, that these beings are attempting to reverse the decline? The blue glow faded as the cloaked figure stepped back from the tree. The star-catching tree seemed to strain forward, as if reluctant to break contact, its branches swaying in clear distress as the figure moved away. The effect is stronger than before, the figure remarked to Astralise. Well, you have provided more energy this time, Astralise replied with a shrug of his small shoulders. It's only natural for the process to accelerate. They spoke as if Baiyun wasn't present, or perhaps as if his presence was so insignificant that it didn't warrant consideration. Under normal circumstances, such dismissal would have stung his pride, but Baiyun was too fascinated by the fragments of information to take offense. Effect, energy, process, each word was a precious clue, a piece of a puzzle that he desperately wanted to solve. If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Before he could gather the courage to ask for clarification, the cloaked figure turned to him, those blood-red eyes fixing him with an unreadable gaze. Sect Master Bai, it said, using his name despite Baiyun never having introduced himself. The star-catching tree will require your protection in the coming years. Forces beyond your understanding are at work, and the tree's role is more significant than you realize. Baiyun bowed deeply. I will guard it with my life, honored one. See that you do, the figure replied, then turned to Astralise. We have one more stop. Astralise nodded, giving Baiyun one last curious look. You know, he said to the cloaked figure, I think he's actually sincere. That's refreshing. And just like that, they were gone. No dramatic exit, no swirling portal, no flash of light, just their one moment and gone the next, as if they had simply stepped sideways out of reality itself. Baiyun remained kneeling for several minutes, staring at the spot where they had vanished. His mind was awash with questions, theories, and possibilities. But one thing stood out above all others. Han Reni, the key to understanding what was happening, and perhaps to reversing the decline of their world, lay with this young prodigy from the three-leaf clover sect. If Baiyun could establish a connection with him, perhaps he could gain insights into the greater mysteries at work. Yes, he murmured to himself as he finally rose to his feet. That is the path forward. He gazed up at the star-catching tree, its leaves still gently luminescent with residual blue energy. For the first time in centuries, Baiyun felt something he had almost forgotten. Hope. Hope that there might be a solution to the world's gradual decay. Hope that his cultivation might still advance despite the increasingly thin rookie. Hope that the future might hold something more than the slow, inevitable decline that had seemed their fate. All because of a mysterious master and his disciple, Han Rennie. Deep beneath the surface of Pearl Heart Lake, in a palace crafted from living coral, Sect Master Yen Mei of the Deep Sea Sect sat in meditation before the deep root tree. Her long azure hair floated around her like a living halo, undulating gently in the crystal-clear waters of the underwater chamber. Unlike her counterparts at the Mountain Dweller Sect and the Three-Leaf Clover Sect, Yen Mei had not been caught unprepared by the sudden appearance of the mysterious visitor. Her water divination techniques had shown ripples of disruption in the fabric of reality hours before the actual arrival, giving her ample time to prepare. Not that any preparation could truly ready one for the appearance of beings of such power, but at least she wasn't caught completely off guard. When the water before the deep-root tree began to shimmer and distort, Yen Mei opened her eyes calmly. The cloaked figure emerged from the distortion, moving through the water as easily as if it were air, the cloak billowing around them in a way that defied the natural movement of water currents. "Welcome back," she said, her voice carrying perfectly through the water, a feat possible only for cultivators who had mastered the water harmony technique. "The Deep Sea Sect is honored by your return." The cloaked figure inclined its hood slightly in acknowledgement. "Your foresight is impressive, Sect Master Yen." She smiled, pleased that her preparation had been noticed. "The water speaks to those who know how to listen. It has been unsettled since your last visit." The young boy appeared next, simply blinking into existence beside the cloaked figure. Astralis, the immortal boy, just as the ancient texts described him. His hair contained stars that somehow twinkled even underwater, and his childlike face bore an expression of mild curiosity as he regarded Yen Mei. "She's more composed than the others," Astralis observed to his companion. "I like that. The others?" Yen Mei couldn't help but ask, despite knowing it might be impolite to interrupt. Astralis grinned, revealing teeth that were just a touch too perfect to be human. The bearded one at the tree sect practically tripped over himself groveling, and the mountain man wouldn't stop asking questions. "You at least maintain your dignity." Yen Mei inclined her head gracefully, accepting the compliment. "The Deep Sea Sect has always valued composure. The water teaches us that even in turbulence, there can be stillness at the core." "Philosophical too," Astralis noted with approval. "Definitely my favorite so far." The cloaked figure seemed less impressed by the exchange. "We didn't come here for pleasantries," it reminded Astralis, before turning its attention to the deep-root tree. The massive underwater tree stood sentinel in the center of the chamber, its roots spreading outward through the coral floor and its branches reaching toward the surface of the lake far above. Unlike its counterparts on land, the deep-root tree had evolved to thrive in the aquatic environment, its bark smoother and its leaves more fin-like to better capture the filtered sunlight that penetrated the depths. As the cloaked figure approached the tree, Yen Mei noticed something peculiar. The water around the figure seemed to part, creating a small bubble of dry space between their hands and the tree's trunk. It was a subtle detail, but one that spoke volumes about the figure's control over the elements. When contact was made, the now familiar blue glow began to spread throughout the tree, illuminating the entire underwater chamber with its ethereal light. Fish from the deeper parts of the lake, drawn by the sudden illumination, began to gather around the tree, their silver scales reflecting the blue radiance and creating a living mosaic of light. Yen Mei watched, fascinated, as the deep-root tree's branches began to curl and uncurl like the tentacles of some massive sea creature awakening from slumber. The tree had always been semi-sentient, responding to the presence of powerful cultivators, but this level of activity was unprecedented. "It remembers you," she observed quietly. "Yes," the cloaked figure replied, not turning away from their task. and it will remember me long after I've gone. There was something in the way those words were spoken that gave Yanmei pause. A finality, perhaps, or a hint of something deeper than the mere statement itself. "May I ask," she began cautiously, "what exactly are you doing to the tree? The effects of your last visit have been remarkable. Our disciples have reported increased cultivation speeds, and we've been able to harvest aquatic spirit herbs of higher quality than ever before." For a moment, she thought her question might go unanswered. The cloaked figure continued their work, the blue glow pulsating in rhythm with what might have been the tree's heartbeat, if trees had hearts. Then, surprisingly, it was Astralise who responded. "He's feeding it," the immortal boy said, floating lazily in a circle around Yanmei, "giving it energy from a higher realm to help stabilize this one." "Stabilize?" Yanmei echoed, her eyes widening slightly. "Then the rumors are true? Our world is dying?" Neither being confirmed nor denied her conclusion directly, but the lack of immediate contradiction was answer enough. Yanmei felt a cold dread settle in the pit of her stomach, despite the warm waters surrounding her. "How long?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Astralise shrugged. "Without intervention? A few centuries, give or take a decade. With intervention," he gestured toward the cloaked figure and the glowing tree. "Who knows? Time is a funny thing when you start messing with the foundations of reality. A few centuries. To a mortal, such a time frame might seem inconceivably distant, hardly worth immediate concern. But to a cultivator like Yanmei, who had already lived for over 2 centuries and hoped to see many more, it was alarmingly close. Not to mention the future generations of the Deep Sea sect, the legacy she had worked so hard to build and protect. "Is there anything we can do to help?" she asked, her usual composure slipping just enough to reveal the genuine concern beneath. The cloaked figure finally turned away from the tree, the blue glow fading but not disappearing entirely. Those blood-red eyes regarded her from within the hood. "Protect the tree," it said simply, "and watch for the disciple named Han Reni. His path will be important in the days to come." Han Reni. Yanmei committed the name to memory immediately. "From the three-leaf clover sect," she said, recalling the whispers that had reached even the isolated depths of Pearl Heart Lake. "The one who defeated Elder Zhou Shintong as a mere Tier 1 cultivator." "The same," the cloaked figure confirmed. "Remember his name." With that cryptic directive, the figure turned to Astralise. "We're done here." Astralise pouted slightly, looking around the underwater palace with apparent reluctance to leave. "This one's my favorite so far," he said again. "Couldn't we stay a bit longer? I haven't been underwater in a long time." "I've fulfilled my end of the deal," the cloaked figure replied firmly. "That's enough for now." Deal? Another clue, another piece to add to the growing puzzle. Yanmei stored the information away for later contemplation. Astralise sighed dramatically, somehow causing bubbles to form in the water despite not actually breathing. "Fine, fine, but I'm still counting this one as my favorite." He turned to Yanmei and offered a formal bow that seemed at odds with his childlike appearance. "Until next time, sect master of the deep waters. May your currents flow smoothly." Before Yanmei could respond, both figures simply vanished, leaving behind only the softly glowing deep-root tree and the lingering questions their visit had raised. Yanmei floated in the silent chamber, surrounded by the curious fish that had gathered during the strange ritual. The world was dying. The 3 great trees were connected somehow. A mysterious being of immense power was attempting to stabilize reality itself. And a young cultivator named Han Reni was somehow central to it all. As a sect master, Yanmei had always prided herself on her ability to navigate the complex currents of cultivation politics. But this was beyond politics. This was the fate of their entire world. She gazed up at the deep-root tree, its branches still glowing with that ethereal blue light. For the first time in many years, Sect Master Yanmei felt truly, deeply out of her depth. And yet, strangely, she also felt a spark of something that had been missing from her cultivation for decades. Purpose. If their world truly was in peril, then every action, every decision, every alliance formed would take on new significance. The petty rivalries between sects, the competition for resources, the endless jockeying for position. All of it paled in comparison to the greater threat of extinction. Han Rennie, she murmured, the name rippling through the water like a promise. I will remember. With new determination, Yen Mei began to formulate plans. The Deep Sea sect had always been isolationist by nature, rarely involving themselves in the affairs of land-dwelling cultivators. But circumstances had changed. If saving their world required cooperation, then Yen Mei would ensure the Deep Sea sect did its part. Starting with finding a way to establish contact with a certain young prodigy from the three-leaf clover sect. The crystalline fragments surrounding Astralise and me sparkled as we materialized in the heart space once more. The unusual environment seemed even more stable than during our previous meeting, yet still fragments of crystallized time and space drifted through the void like snowflakes, each one containing glimpses of the Starhaven realm, mountains, rivers, cities, and people, all suspended in perfect moments. Astralise stood before me, but unlike our previous encounters, his demeanor now seemed almost friendly. Perhaps our transaction had improved his mood, or maybe he was simply pleased with the infusion of blue sun energy I'd provided to the realm's stabilizing trees. I felt a sudden stirring within my inner world, a sensation like roots unfurling and reaching outward. The Genesis seed, sensing the proximity of the world tree origin soil, was growing restless. The sensation wasn't painful, merely insistent, like a child tugging at a parent's sleeve. Are you going to use that? Astralise asked, gesturing toward the bag of soil clutched in my hand. Or just admire it all day? I smiled faintly. The inner world spirit's impatience was almost endearing, though I remained wary of his motives. Just considering the best approach, I replied. Unfortunately, I couldn't take the bag with me to the cultivation world, which meant I would need to use the treasure now. With a deep breath to steady myself, I brought the bag closer to my chest. Without conscious direction, fine, thread-like roots began to emerge from my spiritual body, extending outward through my fingertips. They coiled around the bag, then penetrated the fabric as if it were mist rather than solid matter. A warm pulse of energy radiated from the point of contact, and I could feel the Genesis seed's satisfaction as it began to draw in the ancient soil's essence. Fascinating, Astralise commented, floating closer. That's an unusual cultivation method you have there. Almost looks like a symbiotic relationship between cultivator and technique. His childlike head tilted to one side. I don't believe I've seen anything quite like it before. I kept my expression neutral, making no response. The inner world spirit's curiosity was understandable, but I had no intention of providing him with more information about the World Tree Sutra or the Genesis seed. Knowledge in the cultivation world was power, and Astralise had already demonstrated his willingness to scheme against me given the opportunity. Not feeling talkative? Astralise pouted, the stars in his hair dimming slightly. And here I thought we were becoming friends. We've made a mutually beneficial arrangement, I replied diplomatically. I wouldn't call that friendship. The heart space rippled around us as the last of the world tree origin soil was absorbed into my spiritual form. Within my inner world, I could sense the Genesis seed pulsing with newfound vitality. The soil's ancient energy was already being distributed throughout my inner landscape, enriching the foundation and preparing it for the next stage of development. The soil integration is proceeding perfectly. Azure's voice echoed excitedly in my mind. The Genesis seed is distributing it across all 4 quadrants simultaneously. I'm already seeing microorganisms forming in the garden section, primitive but functional. That quickly, I thought back surprised. This isn't ordinary soil, Azure explained. It contains complete biological systems in dormant form, fungi networks, bacterial colonies, even seed embryos waiting for the right conditions. The Northwest Mountains are already developing moss patches, and the garden quadrant soil structure has improved tenfold in mineral content and water retention capability. As he spoke, I could sense the changes myself. However, Azure continued, We still have significant environmental issues to address before advancing to complex lifeforms. The temperature fluctuates wildly between the quadrants. There's no proper day-night cycle beyond the movement of our suns, and we lack a stabilizing magnetic field. Unless you want any sentient beings we eventually create to be completely different from humans, likely strange beyond comprehension, these systems need to be established. I considered this as the last of the world tree origin soil disappeared into my spiritual body. The question of creating life, particularly human-like life, was one that had fascinated cultivators since the immemorial times. High-level cultivators invariably created human-shaped beings, like Wei Yi or the inhabitants of this realm, in their inner worlds rather than unique alien forms. Some claimed it was because humans were the chosen ones of the heavens, specially designed for cultivation. Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. This belief was backed by ancient texts that spoke of humans as the crown jewel of creation, possessing the perfect balance of spiritual and physical essence. That the human form itself was a microcosm of the universe. The head representing the heavens, the feet the earth, the 5 main organs corresponding to the 5 elements. This perfect symmetry, they claimed, made humans uniquely suited to understand and manipulate the forces of creation. While I wasn't convinced of humanity's cosmic favoritism, there was undeniable evidence that the human form possessed advantages in cultivation. The meridian system of humans was remarkably efficient at channeling energy, their minds capable of the abstract thought necessary for comprehending Tao principles, and their bodies adaptable enough to withstand the rigors of transformation. If I were to create truly alien beings within my inner world, perhaps creatures with completely different biological structures, multiple consciousness centers, or exotic sensory systems, I would need to devise an entirely new cultivation system tailored to their unique physiology. Such a system would be untested, potentially inefficient, and would almost certainly place limitations on how far these beings could advance. And those limitations would inevitably extend to my own cultivation. The relationship between an inner world and its creator was symbiotic. The achievements of one fueled the advancement of the other. If my creations couldn't progress beyond certain cultivation boundaries, neither could my inner world fully develop, ultimately placing a ceiling on my own potential. I thought about the Celestial Sovereign and the Starhaven realm. He had created the Rookie cultivation system specifically for his inner world inhabitants. Rookie was essentially a diluted form of true Qi, less potent but more stable and easier to manipulate. It had served its purpose well enough, allowing the realm's inhabitants to advance through 9 cultivation tiers, but it was fundamentally limited compared to the energy systems of the main cultivation world. Could I do better? With both red and blue sun energies available to me, perhaps I could create a dual cultivation system, one that allowed my future inner world inhabitants to harness solar energies without suffering the madness that typically afflicted cultivators in the Two Suns world. I could potentially establish cultivation paths that mirrored my own journey, creating beings that could harness different energies for different purposes. Red sun for power and blue sun for creation. But such ambitious plans would require meticulous environmental engineering first. Without stable temperatures, consistent day-night cycles, and proper magnetic fields, any sentient life I created would evolve in response to chaotic conditions, likely developing in ways incompatible with efficient cultivation systems. We'll address those issues when the time comes, I replied to Azure. Creating sentient beings can wait until after the tournament. Agreed, Azure said. For now, we should be quite pleased with our progress. The World Tree origin soil is exceeding my expectations. At your current cultivation stage, simply having a properly habitable environment for basic life forms is a tremendous achievement. Before I could respond, Astralise cleared his throat, drawing my attention back to the crystalline space. Well, he said, clasping his hands behind his back in a gesture that seemed oddly adult for his childlike form. The trees should be fine for another year or two, thanks to your contribution. The stabilization effect is significantly stronger this time. And the survival of the realm? I asked. Has the timeline changed? The inner world spirit shrugged his small shoulders. Hard to say with certainty. These processes aren't linear. But I'd estimate we've added at least another century to the Starhaven realm's lifespan. Possibly more if Han Reni or another cultivator manages to reach Tier 7 within that time frame. A century might not seem long to an immortal being like Astralise, but it represented significant breathing room for the inhabitants of this dying world. And perhaps more importantly for me, it bought time for the Genesis Seed's gradual annexation process to continue without disruption. Would you be willing to continue our transactions in the future? I asked, keeping my tone casual. There may be other resources that would benefit my cultivation, and I could provide more blue energy in exchange. I'd love to, truly I would. Astralise sighed, stars in his hair dimming slightly. But the Starhaven realm doesn't have many treasures left, at least not on the level that the sellers at the Nexus would be interested in. The Celestial Sovereign collected most of the truly valuable items during his lifetime, and those that remained have been gradually consumed to slow the realm's decay over the millennia. So that means I shouldn't expect any transactions anytime soon, I stated flatly. He nodded, though his expression remained cheerful. Unfortunately, yes, but his eyes brightened suddenly. Now that you have the ethereal link technique and the coordinates, you could connect directly yourself. No need for me as an intermediary at all. I gave a non-committal hum, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. The idea of connecting directly to the Celestial Trade Nexus before reaching the Life Realm was about as appealing as jumping into a pit of starving tiger beasts. Why don't you give the technique a try now? Astralise suggested, his voice honeyed with false concern. It's safer under supervision, after all. I can help when something goes wrong. Before I could call him out on his transparent scheme, Astralise turned his face slightly to the side and whispered, "It's more like I can take advantage when something definitely goes wrong. Once his mind breaks from the connection, I'll have unlimited access to his blue energy." I suppressed a smile at the inner world spirit's predictable duplicity. I appreciate the offer, but I need to return to my realm. I've been away long enough. Yes, yes, Astralise said, making a dismissive motion with his small hand. But remember, whenever you're ready to try out the technique, you know where to come. With that final invitation, he waved his hand, and the crystalline heart space around us began to fracture. Reality itself seemed to crack and fall away, and I felt myself falling into the darkness. Han Reni opened his eyes to find himself standing near the Ancestors' Tree in the Three-Leaf Clover Sect grounds. The familiar weight of someone else occupying his consciousness told him immediately that Master Ling was still in control of his body. The sensation no longer frightened him as it once had. Instead, it felt almost comforting, like the presence of a trusted mentor. "Ah, you're awake," Ku'in said mentally, the words resonating directly into Han Reni's consciousness. "Perfect timing. I was about to wake you anyway." "Master Ling," Han Reni replied through their mental connection. "The feeding of the trees was successful?" He felt his own lips curve into a smile that wasn't his own. "Very successful. And as thanks for letting me borrow your body again, I've arranged something that should benefit you greatly." "What do you mean?" Han Reni asked, curiosity piqued. Through his own eyes, he watched as his hand gestured toward the distant mountains to the west and then toward Pearl Heart Lake to the east. "I had a little chat with the sect masters of the two other great sects, the Mountain Dweller sect and the Deep Sea sect. They were quite impressed by our visit to their sacred trees, and they'll be trying to contact you soon. I suspect they'll be interested in forming alliances." Han Reni's surprise was so great that he momentarily forgot he had no control over his body. He tried to gasp and found he couldn't. "Alliances? With me? But I'm just a Tier 3 legacy disciple of the Three-Leaf Clover sect with a mysterious and powerful master." Ku'in completed the thought. "That makes you quite valuable in their eyes, especially given the changes that are coming." "Changes?" Han Reni echoed, unsettled by the tone in his master's voice. Ku'in nodded, using Han Reni's head to do so. "The world is changing, Han Reni. You should continue focusing on your cultivation, but also unite the Starhaven realm under your leadership." If Han Reni had been in control of his body, he would have stumbled backward in shock. "Unite the realm? You mean, conquer it? Like the ancient Emperor Rochin in the legends?" He felt his own face form a thoughtful expression as Ku'in considered his response. Not necessarily through conquest, though strength will certainly be required. But yes, the realm would benefit from unified leadership in the times ahead. 1,000 questions raced through Han Reni's mind, chief among them, what great changes? What's coming that would require such unity? But Ku'in didn't respond to the direct question. Instead, Han Reni felt his body walk to a small stone bench beneath the ancestor's tree. His hand reached out to touch the ancient bark, and a soft blue glow emanated from the point of contact. "It was nice returning here," Ku'in said finally. "And it was nice to see you again, Han Reni." Han Reni sensed that his master was preparing to leave and felt a sudden pang of regret. Their meetings were so brief, so full of mysteries and unanswered questions. "Will I see you again?" he asked, unable to keep the emotion from his voice. "I suspect you will," Ku'in replied, and Han Reni could almost sense a smile behind the words. "Our paths seem to be connected in ways that even I don't fully understand. But for now, I must return to my own realm and body." "Thank you," Han Reni said earnestly, "for everything you've done for me and my family, for the cultivation technique, for removing Zhou Shentong, for speaking with the other sects. I can never repay you." "Live well," Ku'in replied simply. "Grow stronger. Unite the realm. That's repayment enough." With those words, Han Reni felt a strange sensation, like a weight lifting from his mind. There was a momentary disorientation, and then suddenly he was in control of his body again. He gasped, drawing in a deep breath as his consciousness fully settled back into its rightful place. Before him, hovering in the air like a mirage, was the translucent form of his master. Master Ling appeared as he had when they first met, a young man with an otherworldly grace and eyes that seemed to contain endless depths of knowledge. His form was spectral, glowing with a soft luminescence against the night sky. Unauthorized tail usage. If you spot this story on Amazon, report the violation. "Goodbye, Han Reni," Ku'in said, his voice seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Remember what I've taught you." Han Reni dropped to one knee, bowing deeply. "Farewell, Master. I will make you proud." Master Ling smiled, a genuine expression that transformed his usually serious face. Then his spiritual form began to rise, floating upward toward the star-filled sky. Han Reni watched in awe as his master's soul ascended, moving faster and faster until it resembled a shooting star racing back to the heavens. The sight was breathtakingly beautiful, a strand of pure light cutting through the darkness, illuminating the night with its radiance. Han Reni glanced around, wondering if the disciples or guards patrolling the sect grounds could see the majestic spectacle, but no one seemed to notice. They continued their rounds, oblivious to the miracle unfolding above their heads. As Ku'in's soul disappeared into the endless expanse of stars, Han Reni remained kneeling, his heart filled with a complex mixture of gratitude, determination, and a strange sense of loss. This being from another realm had irrevocably changed his life, setting him on a path he could never have imagined just 1 year ago. "Unite the realm," he whispered to himself, testing the weight of the words. "Become a leader of Rochin." The very idea would have seemed laughable before, when he was just the son of a declining merchant family, struggling to maintain even the lowest level of cultivation. Now anything seemed possible. "Senior Brother Han." The voice startled Han Reni from his reverie. He rose to his feet, turning to find a junior disciple hurrying toward him, looking nervous and excited. "What is it?" Han Reni asked. The young disciple bowed hastily. "The 7th ancestor requests your immediate presence at the Hall of Elders, Senior Brother. He says it's a matter of great importance." Han Reni raised an eyebrow but nodded. "I'll go at once." As he followed the junior disciple through the moonlit grounds of the Three-Leaf Clover sect, Han Reni couldn't help but wonder what the 7th ancestor could want with him at this hour. Their last interaction had been a year ago and was, well, tense would be putting it mildly. The ancestor had tried to kill him in revenge for Zhou Shentong's death, only to be thoroughly humiliated by Ku'in. The Hall of Elders was ablaze with light when Han Reni arrived. To his surprise, not only was the seventh ancestor present, but also sect master Li Jie and several other high-ranking members of the sect. "Ah, here he is!" The seventh ancestor, Zhou Tao, boomed cheerfully. "The man of the hour!" Han Reni blinked in confusion. The last time he had seen that magnificent beard, it had been trailing in the dirt as the ancestor performed kowtows before his master. Now, the elderly cultivator was beaming at him like a proud grandfather, arms spread wide in welcome. "Legacy disciple Han," sect master Li Jie said formally, rising from his seat. "We have gathered to inform you of an important decision regarding the future of our sect." Han Reni approached cautiously, bowing with appropriate respect. "I am honored by your attention, sect master, honored ancestor." The seventh ancestor strode forward, placing a heavy hand on Han Reni's shoulder. "Young Han, how your fortunes have changed since you joined our humble sect." His voice was boisterous and his eyes were twinkling. From a mere outer disciple to legacy disciple in record time, and now, he paused dramatically. Sect master Li Jie stepped forward, his face solemn but not unkind. "Han Reni, the Council of Elders has unanimously decided to elevate you to the position of sect master of the Three-Leaf Clover sect." A shocked silence fell over the room. Han Reni stared at Li Jie, certain he had misheard. "Sect master?" he repeated, his voice barely above a whisper. "Indeed," the seventh ancestor confirmed, his beard quivering with excitement. "I have personally recommended you for the position, and no one dared. Everyone enthusiastically agreed." Li Jie's expression was more measured, but he nodded in confirmation. "This is an unprecedented decision, but these are unprecedented times. Your connection to your powerful master, your remarkable cultivation progress, and your wisdom make you uniquely qualified to lead our sect into the future." "But," Han Reni stammered, "I've only been a member of the sect for a year. Surely there are others more deserving." "Nonsense," the seventh ancestor interrupted, waving away the objection. "Your master has shown great interest in our sect, particularly in our sacred ancestors' tree. What better way to honor that connection than by elevating his disciple to our highest position?" Han Reni looked between the two senior cultivators, trying to make sense of what was happening. Li Jie looked resigned but accepting, while the seventh ancestor was practically bubbling with enthusiasm. Neither expression seemed entirely genuine. "The ceremony will be held in 3 days," Li Jie continued, "giving us time to prepare and to inform the other major sections. I hope you will use this time to consider your first actions as sect master." "Aye," Han Reni began, then stopped, gathering his thoughts. "I am deeply honored by your trust. I will strive to lead the sect with wisdom and strength." The seventh ancestor clapped his hands together. "Excellent. I knew you would accept graciously. Now, let us discuss the details of the ceremony. It must be suitably magnificent to mark this historic occasion." As the elders began excitedly planning the ceremony, Han Reni stood in silent wonder, his mind racing. Just what had his master done during his visit to earn Han Reni such an extraordinary promotion? One moment he had been a legacy disciple, still learning the basics of sect politics, and now he was to become sect master? He glanced toward the window, where the stars continued their eternal dance across the night sky. Somewhere out there, beyond this realm, his master was returning to his own world, perhaps unaware of the profound impact of his actions. "Unite the realm," Han Reni thought, the words taking on new significance with each passing moment. As sect master of one of the 3 great sects, such a goal suddenly seemed within reach. I opened my eyes to find myself sitting cross-legged on my meditation mat, exactly as I'd left my body. My muscles felt stiff, the price of remaining motionless during my spiritual journey to the Starhaven realm. A slow smile spread across my face as I stretched my arms above my head, feeling the satisfying pop of joints realigning. "That," I murmured, "went surprisingly well." "By your standards of well, perhaps," Azure's voice echoed in my mind. You still depleted a significant portion of your soul essence. I glanced at my reserves. Soul essence, 2000/2500. Not ideal, but not nearly as bad as previous excursions. It was nothing a little rest wouldn't solve. A small price to pay, I replied, rising to my feet and walking to the window. Outside, disciples moved about their morning routines, blissfully unaware of interdimensional negotiations and dying realms. The World Tree origin soil alone would have been worth 4 times the expenditure. Not to mention the ethereal link technique and the Nexus coordinates, Azure agreed. Though I still maintain we shouldn't attempt a direct connection until you reach the life realm. I laughed softly. Trust me, I have no desire to end up like Lu Kai. His fate was warning enough. The memory of the broken cultivator in the Formation Guild's underground prison flashed through my mind. But having the knowledge gives us options. And options are precisely what we need right now. I moved to the small wooden table where I kept my few possessions and poured water from a clay pitcher into a basin. The cool water was refreshing against my face, washing away the lingering fatigue of spiritual travel. Han Reni's advancement was impressive, I noted, recalling how much the young man had grown in just a year. From Tier 1 to Tier 3 in a year. Not bad for someone living in a dying world. His determination is admirable, Azure agreed. The 9-life immortal tree technique suits him surprisingly well. I wasn't certain how well such a hybrid method would work in the Starhaven realm's conditions. I nodded, drying my face with a rough cloth. And now, we focus on our own path forward. So, what's the plan now? Azure asked. The tournament begins in 10 days. It's time I made a breakthrough to the 8th stage of chi condensation. I smiled. I've been stuck at the 7th stage for what feels like an eternity. Your understanding of eternity is charmingly limited, Azure remarked. Most cultivators spend months or even years at each stage. Most cultivators aren't walking between worlds or facing opponents with beyond heaven methods. I countered, sitting back down on my meditation mat. My chi cultivation is beginning to lag behind my sun energies. Both red and blue sun are just a whisper away from rank 2, equivalent to the elemental realm. Yet my chi remains firmly anchored at stage 7. I closed my eyes, contemplating the upcoming tournament. Wu Kongming would be there, no doubt eager for the opportunity to fight me publicly. The memory of our brief encounter still rankled. His cold eyes assessing me, the faint ghost of his sword master hovering behind him. The red and blue sun energies won't be much help in the tournament, I mused. I can hide the red sun with the Shroud Rune, but I'd prefer to rely primarily on chi techniques. A wise precaution, Azure agreed. While the Shroud Rune is effective, we can't be certain it would fool a cultivator above the Life Realm cultivator like the Sect Master. Higher-level cultivators often develop specialized perception techniques. I nodded. Exactly. Better to focus on chi cultivation and traditional battle prowess. Much less likely to attract the wrong kind of attention. Speaking of attention, Azure said, we should consider finding a similar shrouding technique for the blue sun energy during our next visit to the Two Suns world. Noted, though it's not immediately necessary, I replied. My plan for the blue sun energy is to focus entirely on inner world development. Combat applications like painting can wait. I'm nowhere near the level where I could paint fast enough during battle anyway. I shifted my posture slightly. But to start, let's see what we're working with. Azure hummed in agreement, and my consciousness shifted inward, the physical world fading away as I projected my awareness into my inner world. The transformation was immediately apparent. When I had first distributed the World Tree origin soil across all 4 quadrants, I had observed the microscopic formations within it, perfect structures designed to nurture and develop life. Now, those formations had activated, spreading throughout the soil and creating complex biological systems that had previously been absent. The Northwest Mountains stood tall and proud, their slopes now covered with patches of vibrant moss that hadn't been there before. The deep valleys between them showed signs of fungi networks spreading beneath the surface, creating webs of nutrient exchange that would eventually support larger organisms. In the northeast garden quadrant, the specially prepared soil zones now teemed with microbial life. I could sense colonies of bacteria forming complex communities, breaking down minerals and generating the first traces of a genuine ecosystem. The hills that had once been barren now supported thin layers of primitive but functional greenery. The southeast quadrant, which I had designated for platforms and future structures, remained mostly open space as intended, but the soil between the platforms now showed signs of biological activity. Small, strange insects had begun to form from the soil itself, tiny creatures no larger than grains of sand, but living nonetheless. Finally, in the southwest quadrant with its meditation plateaus and practice fields, the formerly sterile ground now pulsed with a subtle rhythm of microscopic life. At the center of it all stood the Genesis seed, its roots penetrating deeper and spreading farther than before, drawing sustenance from the newly enriched soil. Above, the red and blue suns continued their eternal orbit opposite each other, while the small baby star followed its own path between them, all three casting their unique light upon the growing world below. The World Tree origin soil has exceeded my expectations, I said, impressed by the transformation. Yes, Azure agreed, his presence manifesting beside me as a translucent blue figure. But while microorganisms are a crucial first step, they won't push your cultivation forward significantly on their own. You need more complex life forms, particularly plants with spiritual properties. I nodded, considering our options. Spiritual plants that can thrive despite the lack of a day/night cycle and the constant temperature of my inner world. Not to mention the unusual energy combinations from the three celestial bodies, Azure added, gesturing toward the orbiting suns. I turned my attention to the garden quadrant, where I had already designated spaces for different types of vegetation. I'm not confident in my ability to create rank 2 spiritual plants yet. Cal demonstrated how to paint plants with elemental properties during our time at the Blue Sun Academy, but I think we should start with something more basic. Find this and other great novels on the author's preferred platform. Support original creators. Rank 1 spiritual plants would be a logical first step, Azure agreed. And remember, if you were to paint plants or seeds outside your inner world, they wouldn't last longer than a few minutes without constant energy support. But here, with the World Tree origin soil, I continued, basic creations should remain indefinitely as the soil nourishes them. It would be better to create seeds rather than fully formed plants, Azure suggested. That way, they can grow naturally in the soil, developing stronger connections to your inner world. And if you ever needed to take them out for trading purposes, they wouldn't immediately disintegrate but would live a normal lifespan. I smiled, appreciating how well Azure understood my thinking. Exactly my plan. And thanks to attending those herbalism classes with Lin Mei when I first joined the sect, I have several species in mind, but do you have any suggestions? I'd recommend starting with 3 particular species, Azure began. First, moonlight clover. It's hardy, thrives in unstable environments, and enhances qi circulation. Second, azure bellflower. It absorbs ambient spiritual energy and converts it to a form more easily assimilated by cultivators. Third, shadow fern, which helps stabilize spiritual fluctuations during cultivation breakthroughs. They sound perfect, I agreed. Now for the challenging part, painting them into existence. I positioned myself in the garden quadrant, standing on an elevated stone platform that gave me a good view of the prepared soil beds below. Unlike in the physical world, here I could directly manipulate the blue sun energy without tools. It was more difficult than using a paintbrush, but far easier than it would be to use my hands outside my inner world. As Azure projected images of the seeds before me, I extended my hands, drawing blue sun energy toward me. It flowed like luminous water, gathering between my palms in a pulsing sphere of azure light. Concentrating, I molded the energy into the precise shape of a moonlight clover seed, focusing on every detail from its silvery sheen to the microscopic structures within that would determine its growth pattern. The first attempt dissipated before fully forming, the energy losing cohesion as my concentration wavered. "You're overthinking it," Azure observed. "Remember what you learned from Thura and Cal. Technique matters, but intent matters more. I nodded, taking a deep breath. This time, rather than focusing solely on the physical details, I infused the energy with my understanding of what the moonlight clover represented, properties such as resilience, restoration, cyclical growth. The blue energy responded, swirling more harmoniously between my palms. When I released it, the energy coalesced into a perfect seed that drifted gently down to the soil bed below. As it touched the earth, there was a tiny flash of blue light, and then the seed seemed to settle, becoming part of my inner world rather than a temporary construct. "Well done," Azure congratulated. "1 down, 29 to go," I replied with a smile. The process became easier with practice. Soon I was creating seeds in rapid succession, each one perfectly formed and vibrant with potential. I arranged them in neat rows across 3 distinct growing areas, 10 seeds of each species. The work was draining. Continuously manipulating the blue sun energy with such precision required intense concentration. By the time I planted the last shadow fern seed, my spiritual form was flickering as though it would dissolve at any moment. "That should be sufficient," I said, stepping back to survey my work. 30 seeds, now neatly planted in the enriched soil of my inner world. Now we wait. The blue sun energy should accelerate their growth significantly compared to the physical world. "You've earned some rest," Azure noted, observing my fatigue with concern. "This kind of creation takes a toll, especially in such quantity." I nodded in agreement. "I'll return to the physical world for now. I could use some actual sleep." With that, I withdrew my consciousness from my inner world, the garden scene fading as my awareness returned to my physical body. Opening my eyes, I found myself once again sitting cross-legged on my meditation mat in my small quarters. The position of the sun outside my window suggested several hours had passed while I worked within my inner world. Fatigue washed over me, a deep weariness that went beyond physical exhaustion. Creating life, even simple plant life, required more than just energy and technique. It demanded something of the creator's essence, which explained why lightweavers didn't spam creations one after another. I didn't fight the exhaustion but embraced it, recognizing it as the natural cost of progress. Without bothering to undress, I shifted from my meditation mat to my sleeping pallet and closed my eyes. Sleep claimed me almost instantly, my consciousness drifting into peaceful darkness. I'm not sure how long I slept before Azure's voice roused me from my slumber. "Master!" His voice was urgent, excited. "You need to see this." I stirred reluctantly, my mind still foggy with sleep. "What is it?" I mumbled, forcing my eyes open. "Your inner world," Azure replied. "You need to check it immediately." Something in his tone cut through my grogginess. I sat up, shaking off the last vestiges of sleep, and closed my eyes to project my consciousness back into my inner world. What I saw took my breath away. The garden quadrant had transformed completely. Where I had planted 30 small seeds just hours before, there now stood 30 fully bloomed spiritual plants, each radiating subtle energy that harmonized with my inner world. The moonlight clovers had grown into elegant clusters, their silver-white petals glowing with a soft, pearlescent light that reminded me of moonbeams filtering through mist. They stood about knee-high, their stems a deep midnight blue that contrasted beautifully with their luminous blooms. The azure bellflowers had grown taller, reaching almost to my waist. Their bell-shaped blooms hung in graceful cascades of blue that shifted and shimmered, as if capturing the very essence of chi from the outside world. As I watched, one of the flowers trembled slightly and released a tiny mote of chi that drifted upward before dissipating. Most impressive were the shadow ferns, which had grown into expansive plants with fronds that seemed to absorb and refract light simultaneously. Their deep green leaves were veined with lines of darkest purple, and they seemed to bend space slightly around them, creating pockets of deeper shadow beneath their spreading fronds. "This is incredible," I whispered, walking between the rows of plants. "I expected growth, but not this rapid or complete." "It's the combination of factors," Azure explained, appearing beside me. "The World Tree Origin soil provided the perfect growing medium, Your blue sun energy accelerated their development, and the Genesis seed itself likely influenced their growth patterns. These aren't just ordinary rank 1 spiritual plants. They've been enhanced by your inner world's unique conditions. I reached out to touch one of the azure bellflowers, feeling its silken petal against my fingertip. It resonated with my touch, releasing another small mote of chi that spiraled around my hand before being absorbed into my spiritual form. A tiny surge of energy traveled up my arm, insignificant on its own but promising in its implication. They're already cycling energy, I noted with satisfaction, creating a sustainable system. And they're interacting with each other as well, Azure pointed out, gesturing to where the root systems of different plants had begun to intertwine beneath the soil. The fungal networks from the World Tree origin soil are facilitating communication and resource sharing between species. As I moved through the garden, inspecting each plant more closely, I became aware of a familiar sensation building within me. It started as a subtle pressure at the center of my inner world, a gathering tension that slowly spread outwards. There was no pain, just an increasing sense of fullness, as if my inner world was being stretched gently. Azure, I said, my voice steady despite the excitement building within me. I think. Yes, he confirmed, his own voice reflecting my anticipation. The addition of these living energy cycles to your inner world has triggered a breakthrough. Your chi cultivation is responding to the enrichment of your inner world. I took a deep breath, centering myself as the pressure continued to build. This wasn't my first breakthrough, but each advancement in cultivation came with its own unique experience, its own challenges and revelations. The feeling intensified, spiritual energy churning through my inner world with increasing speed. The plants around me seemed to respond to my state, their glow brightening and dimming in rhythm with the energy flows within me. The moonlight clovers pulsed with silvery light, the azure bellflowers released streams of tiny luminous motes, and the shadow ferns swayed though there was no wind. The Genesis seed at the center of my inner world began to resonate, its massive form humming with power as its roots pulsed with golden light beneath the soil. The red and blue suns overhead seemed to slow in their orbits, their light intensifying as they responded to the changes within my inner world. I closed my eyes, focusing inward on the gathering energy. This was it, the threshold between the 7th and 8th stages of chi condensation. After what had felt like an eternity of stagnation, I was finally advancing. The pressure reached its peak, energy straining against the limitations of my current cultivation level. I stood perfectly still, neither resisting nor forcing the process, simply allowing it to unfold naturally. There was a moment of perfect tension, as if the entire world held its breath, and then breakthrough. The breakthrough hit me like a wave, not violent, but unstoppable. The barriers that had contained my inner world suddenly expanded, stretching outward in all directions. The sensation was unlike anything I'd experienced in my previous breakthroughs, where those had been struggles, battles to advance that required concentrated effort and determination. This was effortless, natural, like taking a deep breath after holding it underwater. I watched in awe as my inner world grew before my eyes. The borders that had once marked its edges moved outward, the radius expanding from 800 to 1600 meters in the space of moments. The mountains in the northwest stretched higher, their valleys growing deeper. The garden quadrant in the northeast doubled in size, providing vast new spaces for cultivation. The open platforms of the southeast expanded into what now resembled the beginnings of an actual landscape, and the meditation plateaus of the southwest became more defined, more real. "This is different," I murmured, turning slowly to take in the transformation. "Indeed," Azure agreed, his translucent form shimmering with excitement. "The natural approach has produced remarkable results. Previous breakthroughs required external catalysts such as earth essence, elemental crystals, and other resources. This time, the growth of your inner world provided the necessary foundation for advancement." I nodded. "The living energy cycles from the plants." "Precisely. They created a sustainable system that your inner world recognized and responded to. Rather than forcing growth through external means, You nurtured it from within. The difference is significant. I could feel the change in my spiritual essence, the deepening of my connection to my inner world. With cautious excitement, I checked my status, mentally calculating the numbers that represented my cultivation progress. Cultivation, Qi condensation stage 8. Inner world, radius of 1,600 meters. Soul essence, 5,000/5,000. Spiritual essence, 5,000/5,000. Physical essence, 5,000/5,000. The numbers confirmed what I already felt, a substantial increase in power across all aspects of my cultivation. If I'm reading this correctly, Azure said, your base attributes are close to the peak of Qi condensation stage 8. Oh, I raised an eyebrow. How do you figure that? From my calculations, 6,000 is the minimum threshold for stage 9 Qi condensation. At 5,000 across all attributes, you're already at 83% of that threshold, which means you're not far from an early Qi condensation stage 9 cultivator. I appreciated the information, but I wasn't about to let it make me overconfident. That's assuming we're talking about normal cultivators, I said softly, my thoughts turning to the tournament and my inevitable confrontation with Wu Kongming. You're thinking about Wu Kongming, Azure observed. Not a question, just a statement of fact. He's likely already broken through to stage 9, I replied, watching the red and blue suns complete another cycle overhead. And with his Beyond Heaven method and that sword ghost of his, I wouldn't be surprised if his full battle prowess is already approaching the elemental realm. A fair assessment, Azure acknowledged. The Nine Heavens Astral Blade method is known for producing combat strength well beyond one's nominal cultivation realm. I sighed, but it wasn't a sound of despair, more like acceptance of the challenge ahead. It's fine. We still have 9 days before the tournament begins. That's enough time to work on battle prowess and, if we're fortunate, attempt another breakthrough. As I spoke, I noticed movement at the edge of my vision. YGGY floated over from its small bubble habitat near the Genesis seed. The creature had grown since I last checked on it, its tendrils longer and more numerous, weaving patterns in the air as it approached my spiritual form. Hello there, I greeted it, extending a hand. YGGY's primary tendril wrapped gently around my wrist. I see you've been growing too. YGGY's body pulsed with what I'd come to recognize as excitement. Its other tendrils gestured toward the newly expanded space of my inner world, as if asking about the changes. The tail has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Yes, things are different now, I said, smiling as YGGY curled one tendril around my finger. Despite being unable to speak, the living vine was remarkably expressive. The inner world is growing, becoming more real. Soon it will be more like a proper realm. YGGY's tendrils waved in what seemed like anticipation. Don't worry, I assured it, knowing how lonely the creature must be in here most of the time. I'm going to create some companions for you soon. Other living things that can keep you company when I'm not here. YGGY released my hand and performed what I could only describe as a happy dance, spiraling in the air and wrapping its tendrils around each other before unfurling them like a blooming flower. I think it likes that idea, Azure commented with a touch of amusement. Seems that way, I agreed, watching as YGGY continued its joyful movements. It's been alone here too long. Even vines need companions. I gave YGGY a final gentle pat before it floated back toward its bubble, still pulsing with excitement. It's time I returned to the physical world, I said to Azure. There's much to do. With a final look at my expanded inner world, I allowed my consciousness to shift back to my physical body. Opening my eyes, I found myself once again sitting on my meditation mat in my simple outer disciple quarters. Sunlight streamed through the small window, suggesting it was early morning. I stood, stretching muscles that felt different now, stronger, more responsive. The breakthrough had affected my physical body as well, enhancing my connection to the physical essence I'd accumulated. So, I murmured, "What's next?" "Acclamation," came the reply. Your cultivation level has increased significantly. You need to adjust to the new power flowing through your meridians. I nodded, pacing the small room as I considered my options. The breakthrough came more easily than expected, maybe because I was already at the later part of Stage 7, but I shouldn't count on the same for Stage 9. Even creating a few hundred more flowers probably won't be enough. Probably not, Azure agreed. The jump from Stage 8 to Stage 9 is one of the most significant in the Qi condensation realm. It would likely require thousands of spiritual plants, and the process of creating them would be far too exhausting to complete in 9 days. Exactly my thinking, I said. We can worry about breaking through to Stage 9 later. For now, I need to get used to being at Stage 8, and the best way to do that is through battle. During battle, I was over-reliant on the power of the two suns, especially the runes. This would be a good chance to not only settle into the 8th stage of Qi condensation, but also gain some experience fighting using only Qi techniques. Pausing at the window, I looked out at the sect grounds. For a moment, I considered leaving the sect to find some beasts to battle in the nearby forests. The idea was tempting. Natural opponents would provide unpredictable challenges that would force me to adapt. I wouldn't recommend it, Azure said, sensing my thoughts. Remember what happened the last time you left the sect? I winced at the memory. Fair point. Plus, with my luck, I'd probably run into some protagonist-type character on a special mission, get dragged into their plotline, and end up facing some ancient monster that's way beyond my level. An oddly specific concern, Azure noted dryly, but not entirely unfounded given your history of finding trouble. I've died enough recently, I said with a grimace. Best to stay within the sect for now. That left sparring with fellow disciples as my best option. I frowned slightly, mentally running through the short list of people I knew well enough to ask for a spar. It was embarrassingly brief. Lu Chong and Su Yu would probably be willing, I mused aloud. We've grown closer after the mission to Black Mist Valley. True, Azure replied. But consider the practical aspects. Lu Chong is at the peak of Qi condensation, nearly ready for breakthrough to the elemental realm. Su Yu is close to Stage 9 and has considerable combat experience. If you limit yourself to only Qi techniques, as I assume you would in the spar, it would be a one-sided beatdown, I finished the thought. Lu Chong would wipe the floor with me, and Su Yu would probably do the same. I wasn't opposed to getting beaten in training. Humility was a valuable teacher, but there was a difference between a challenging spar and being so outmatched that no meaningful practice could occur. I need someone closer to my level, I continued. Someone who can push me without completely overwhelming me. That's when I'll be able to test my limits most effectively. There was also the matter of timing. They've only just returned from a difficult mission, I noted. It wouldn't be right to disturb them so soon for something as trivial as a sparring match. I considered other options. Wei Lin and Lin Mei had both left the sect in pursuit of gathering resources to complete the 8th stall. Then a memory came to mind. Massive stone fists, grinding sounds of laughter, and a young boy with a practiced sword. Lu Chan and Rocky, I said, a smile forming on my lips. The last time I sparred with Rocky was over a month ago, when we were both at Stage 6. The Stone Guardian would make an ideal sparring partner, Azure agreed. His physical resilience means you can practice at full strength without fear of causing serious injury. And now that he's under Elder Song's tutelage, he's probably advanced significantly, I added. It wouldn't surprise me if Rocky has broken through to Stage 8 or even Stage 9 by now. Elder Song was known for her expertise in earth element cultivation. Having taken a Stone Guardian as her disciple's companion, she would undoubtedly be feeding Rocky all manner of earth-attributed treasures to accelerate his development. More importantly, I continued, warming to the idea, Rocky's nature makes him perfect for sparring. He's literally built for it. And I suspect Lu Chun would be delighted to see you again, Azure added. The boy seems to have developed quite an admiration for you. It did feel good to have someone look up to me, though I wasn't entirely comfortable with the responsibility that came with it. Lu Chun had been through a lot, and I wanted to be a positive influence in his life. It's settled then, I said, moving to the door. We'll visit Lu Chun and Rocky, check on their progress, and hopefully get in some valuable training. Lu Chun woke before dawn, as he had done every day for the past 6 weeks. The gentle blue glow of spirit stones embedded in the ceiling provided just enough light for him to see his surroundings. His quarters in the core disciple area still felt strange, too large, too nice, too permanent. After years of sleeping in abandoned huts, alleyways, and caves with only Rocky for protection, having an actual bed with silk sheets and goose-down pillows seemed like something from another life. He rubbed sleep from his eyes and glanced at the massive doorway connecting his sleeping area to the main hall. It had been specially designed for Rocky's considerable bulk. The thought of his stone friend brought a smile to Lu Chen's face. Might as well start early, he murmured to himself, swinging his legs over the edge of the bed. The cool stone floor beneath his feet reminded him of Rocky's smooth surface. 6 weeks ago, he'd been a street urchin trying to rob travelers on the road. Now he was a core disciple of the Azure Peak sect, with his own quarters and a powerful elder taking personal interest in his cultivation. Life had a strange way of working out. Lu Chun moved to the center of his room and sat cross-legged on a circular meditation mat Elder Song had gifted him. The mat was woven with threads of earth-attuned spirit grass that helped stabilize his chi circulation. He closed his eyes and began the breathing exercises that formed the foundation of his cultivation method. The earth-embracing heaven method was what Elder Song had prescribed for him after extensively testing his aptitude. It was an earth attribute cultivation technique specifically designed for cultivators with powerful connections to stone or earth-based spiritual beings. Unlike most methods that focus solely on personal advancement, the earth-embracing heaven method was a unique heaven-rank technique meant to harmonize with a bound spiritual companion, in his case, Rocky. Begin with stillness, like the mountain that does not move, Lu Chun recited mentally, remembering Elder Song's instructions. Feel the weight of the earth beneath, its ancient stability flowing into your bones. Lu Chun regulated his breathing, feeling chi stir within his dantian. The earth-embracing heaven method created a unique circulation pattern that resembled mountains reaching toward the sky, rooted firmly in the earth element while aspiring to the heavens above. The circulation felt natural to him, as if his body had been waiting for this particular method all along. The first weeks had been challenging. Elder Song had insisted he learn to read and write before beginning actual cultivation. Those lessons still continued in the afternoons, but once she saw how quickly he absorbed the knowledge, she'd relented and allowed him to start cultivating alongside his studies. "Your mind is like fertile soil," she had told him one evening after a particularly grueling session of calligraphy practice. "It absorbs knowledge easily when properly tended. That's rare, especially in one who hasn't had formal education." Lu Chun had nearly burst with pride at her words. Elder Song was notoriously strict and rarely offered praise. She was a tall, imposing woman with silver-streaked black hair always pulled back in a severe bun. Her earth element robes were a deep, rich brown embroidered with patterns of mountains and caves in gold thread. Despite her stern demeanor, Lu Chun had quickly come to respect and even admire her straightforward approach. As his chi circulation stabilized, Lu Chun felt the familiar sensation of his consciousness shifting inward as he entered his inner world. The first time he'd seen his inner world, he'd been shocked. Elder Song had guided him through the process when he began cultivating, explaining that his unusually strong connection to Rocky had accelerated the formation of his inner world. Most cultivators at the early stages of chi condensation have barely formed a stable foundation for their inner world, she had explained. Yours is already taking shape because of your bond with the stone guardian. Lu Chen's inner world spread out before his spiritual form, a landscape of towering mountains and deep valleys carved from warm, golden-brown stone. The sky above held no sun or moon, but instead glowed with a gentle amber light that seemed to come from the stone itself. Rivers of earth element energy flowed through the valleys. But the most striking feature stood at the center of his inner world. A massive stone statue that looked exactly like Rocky, at least 50 feet tall and carved from the same golden-brown stone that formed the mountains. The statue stood on a circular platform, arms crossed over its massive chest, its features a perfect reflection of Rocky's own. Unlike the aura of Stage 3 Qi condensation that surrounded Lu Chen's spiritual form, the statue radiated the unmistakable power of Stage 9 Qi condensation, the peak of the realm and just one step away from breaking through to the elemental realm. Lu Chen approached the statue, his spiritual form gliding over the rocky terrain. "Morning, Rocky," he called out. "Ready for another day of training?" For a moment, the statue remained still. Then, with a sound like grinding stone, the massive figure shifted. Cracks appeared along its surface, joints flexed, and suddenly the statue was alive. Rocky in his full glory, towering over Lu Chen even within the inner world. "Rocky always ready?" The stone guardian rumbled, his voice clearer here than in the outside world. The bond between them allowed Rocky to speak more fluently within Lu Chen's inner world, though his vocabulary remained limited. Lu Chen smiled up at his friend. "Elder Song says we're making good progress. I've reached Stage 3 already." Rocky nodded, a shower of small pebbles falling from his shoulders with the movement. "Lu Chen, grow strong. Soon reach Rocky." That was their shared goal, though Lu Chen knew it was ambitious. Elder Song had explained the unusual nature of their bond during their second week of formal training. "Your soul bond with Rocky is unique," she had said. "Most soul bonds form between cultivators and beasts or spirits they've raised from birth. Yours formed spontaneously, which suggests a profound compatibility of essence." She had gone on to explain that because of their soul bond, their cultivations were linked in a way she'd rarely seen before. Rocky serves as both your protector and your cultivation anchor. His existence within your inner world accelerates your progress, allowing you to advance more rapidly than you would alone, at least until you reach his level. The most extraordinary aspect of their bond, which Elder Song had discovered during her tests, was that Rocky wasn't merely a visitor to Lu Chen's inner world. He was its core. The Stone Guardian's essence had somehow become the foundation upon which Lu Chen's inner world was being built. "It's as if your spirits recognized each other as two halves of a whole," Elder Song had mused. "In cultivation terms, this is extraordinarily rare. Rocky's presence stabilizes your inner world, allowing it to form much earlier than normal. In return, your human adaptability and learning capacity help him evolve beyond the limitations of most Stone Guardians." This symbiotic relationship explained Lu Chen's rapid advancement to the third stage of Qi condensation in just a few short weeks, a feat that would normally take months for most cultivators. "Elder Song say Rocky special," the Stone Guardian spoke, interrupting Lu Chen's thoughts. "Stone Guardians not smart like Rocky." Lu Chen had heard similar comments from Elder Song. According to her, Stone Guardians typically had rudimentary intelligence comparable to clever animals. Rocky's ability to speak, reason, and learn set him apart from his kind. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. "She thinks our bond has something to do with it," Lu Chen replied. "That somehow my human consciousness is helping your stone consciousness evolve faster." Rocky nodded solemnly. "Rocky lucky meet Lu Chen." "I'm the lucky one," Lu Chen replied with a smile. "Without you, I'd probably be dead in an alleyway." The memory of their first meeting still brought a mix of emotions. Lu Chen had been alone, half-starved, and desperate after escaping from the hell that was the orphanage. He'd stumbled into a cave during a thunderstorm and found a strange, glowing rock formation. Something about it had drawn him closer, and when he'd touched it, there had been a blinding flash of light. When he woke up, Rocky had been standing over him, already bound to his soul. The elders at the Azure Peak sect speculated that Rocky had been in a dormant formation stage for decades, perhaps even centuries, slowly gathering earth essence until he was ready to awaken. Lu Chen's touch, combined with the lightning from the storm, had somehow catalyzed the final stage of Rocky's formation and simultaneously created their soul bond. "Rocky also learn," the Stone Guardian spoke, bringing Lu Chen out of his thoughts. "Elder Song teach compression technique." Lu Chen nodded eagerly. "Show me." Rocky's massive form began to shimmer and gradually, his 50-foot form contracted, shrinking down until he stood only about 8 feet tall, still imposing, but significantly smaller than his usual 15-foot exterior world height. Amazing! Lu Chen exclaimed. Does it hurt? Rocky shook his head. Not hurt. Just squeeze. He demonstrated by making a compressing motion with his hands. Elder Song say Rocky can be small as human one day. Need practice. This was a significant development. Rocky's size had always been both his greatest strength and his greatest limitation. Having the ability to compress his form would allow them much more freedom of movement, especially in human settlements. But most important lesson, control strength, Rocky continued. Not hurt friends by accident. Lu Chen understood why that would be especially important to Rocky. Before coming to the sect, Rocky had few opportunities to interact with anyone besides Lu Chen. Now, surrounded by other disciples and servants, Rocky had been working diligently to ensure his enormous strength didn't become a danger to others. She's also been teaching you formation basics, right? Lu Chen asked, remembering the simple earth formations he'd seen Rocky practicing. Yes, earth formations. Stronger ground. Make safe places. Rocky gestured around them. Like world. Protected space. Lu Chen's eyes widened with sudden understanding. Is that why the floors in our quarters never crack anymore? Even when you're walking at full weight. You've been reinforcing them with formations. Rocky's stone features shifted in what Lu Chen recognized as his version of a bashful expression. Want to be, help, not be problem. You're never the problem, Lu Chen said firmly, standing up and placing his small hand on Rocky's massive arm. You're my best friend. The stone guardian made a rumbling sound that might have been a chuckle. Little friend growing. Soon not little. Lu Chen laughed. I'll always be little compared to you. They fell into a comfortable silence. Elder Song say tournament start, Rocky rumbled after a moment. Many strong human fight. Lu Chen nodded. The Outer Sect tournament was a major event held every year, allowing disciples to demonstrate their progress and compete for resources and recognition. As a core disciple, Lu Chen wouldn't be able to participate, but Elder Song had suggested he attend to observe and learn. Brother Ku will be competing, Lu Chen said. I hope he does well. The mention of Ku Yin brought a wave of warm feelings. The older disciple had been instrumental in bringing them to the sect and had continued to visit when his busy schedule allowed. Lu Chen looked up to him immensely. Brother Ku strong, Rocky agreed. Good heart. Help when not need to. Lu Chen felt a subtle shift in his inner world. A gentle tugging sensation that indicated it was time to return to his physical body. Elder Song had warned him not to stay too long in his inner world during these early stages of cultivation. I should go back, he told Rocky. Morning practice will start soon, and I don't want to be late. Rocky nodded, his form already beginning to still as he returned to his statue-like state. Rocky, wait here. Watch over world. With a final smile at his friend, Lu Chen withdrew his consciousness from his inner world and opened his eyes in his physical body. Sunlight now streamed through the windows of his quarters, indicating he'd spent longer in meditation than intended. He quickly rose and changed into his purple core disciple robes. They still felt strange on his body, too fine, too clean compared to the ragged clothes he'd worn for most of his life. But Elder Song insisted on proper appearance, saying that how one presented oneself was as important as one's cultivation in the sect. Maybe I'll take a walk first, Lu Chen decided. Clear my head before practice. The core disciple area was still somewhat intimidating to him, despite having lived there for over a month now. Many of the other core disciples gave him curious or even suspicious glances as he passed, no doubt wondering how a scruffy orphan had earned such a position. The rumors about him had spread quickly. The boy with the stone guardian, personally selected by Elder Song despite having no cultivation background or family connections. As Lu Chen walked the winding path that led toward the small stream running through this section of the sect, he found his thoughts drifting back to his life before. The constant hunger, the fear, the desperate scramble for survival, it felt like a distant dream now. Sometimes he worried he would wake up and find himself back on those cold streets. That all of this, the comfortable quarters, the regular meals, the cultivation training, would vanish like morning mist. But it's real, he murmured to himself, running his fingers along the smooth stone wall that bordered the path. And I'm getting stronger every day. That was another change, the confidence slowly building within him. Where once he'd been constantly looking over his shoulder, expecting danger from every shadow, now he walked with his head higher. Not arrogant, Elder Song would never tolerate that, but with growing self-assurance. The path curved around a stand of bamboo, the tall stalks swaying gently in the breeze. Lu Chen paused, admiring the way sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. One day, he promised himself, I'll be strong enough to make sure no one has to live like I did. No more hungry children hiding in alleys. It was a big dream for a small boy, but Lu Chen felt it taking root within him, becoming part of his Tao, just as Elder Song had taught him. Every cultivator needed a purpose, a driving force beyond mere power. This, he decided, would be his. Lost in thought, Lu Chen didn't notice the subtle shift in the shadows ahead until a voice called his name. I finally found you. Lu Chen jumped, startled out of his thoughts. Acting on instinct honed from years on the streets, he backpedaled rapidly, heart hammering in his chest. Inside his inner world, Rocky sensed the spike of fear and reacted instantly. With a sound like thunder, the stone guardian emerged from Lu Chen's spiritual space, materializing in a defensive posture with one massive fist already swinging toward the source of the voice. The figure moved with incredible speed, barely avoiding the strike. The bamboo behind them wasn't so fortunate, splintering with a loud crack as Rocky's fist connected. Whoa there! The figure exclaimed, now visible as it stepped into a patch of sunlight. You both seem a little too happy to see me. Lu Chen blinked in surprise, his fear instantly transforming into embarrassment, and then joy as he recognized the familiar face. Brother Ku! He exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face. Ku-in stood before them, looking slightly disheveled but amused. His outer disciple robes bore traces of dust, suggesting he'd been training, but his warm smile was exactly as Lu Chen remembered. Rocky immediately pulled back his fist, a grinding sound emanating from his stone form that Lu Chen recognized as embarrassment. Rocky, sorry, the guardian rumbled. Protect Lu Chen. Ku-in laughed, brushing bamboo fragments from his shoulder. No harm done. Well, except to the bamboo. It's good to see your reflexes are so sharp. He stepped forward and ruffled Lu Chen's hair. You've grown taller already. Cultivation agrees with you, it seems. Lu Chen couldn't help the grin that spread across his face. It had been a few weeks since he'd last seen Ku-in, and only now did he realize how much he'd missed the older disciple's presence. Brother Ku, I've made it to the third stage of qi condensation, he exclaimed proudly. Elder Song says I'm advancing faster than expected. Ku-yin's eyebrows rose in genuine surprise. Third stage already? That's remarkable progress, Lu Chen. His gaze shifted to Rocky, who had moved to stand protectively behind Lu Chen. And how about you, big guy? Any new tricks to show me? Rocky straightened slightly, and Lu Chen could swear the stone guardian looked pleased at the attention. Rocky learned compression, he stated, then demonstrated by shrinking his 15-foot frame down to about 10 feet. Not as compact as he could manage in the inner world, but still impressive. Incredible, Ku-in said, circling Rocky with evident interest. The structural integrity remains perfect even with the reduced mass. Elder Song's teaching is clearly effective. Lu Chen nodded eagerly. She says Rocky might be able to compress to human size eventually with enough practice. He paused, suddenly remembering his manners as Elder Song had taught him. Are you here for a specific reason, Brother Ku? Or just visiting? Ku-yin's expression shifted subtly, becoming more focused. Actually, I was hoping to find you both. The tournament is approaching, and I could use some sparring practice. He glanced at Rocky. Last time we trained together was quite helpful for me. Lu Chen felt a surge of excitement. The idea of watching Brother Ku and Rocky spar was thrilling. Both were so much stronger than him, and he could learn a lot from observing them. Rocky help? The stone guardian agreed, seeming equally enthusiastic about the prospect. Kuin smiled, but Lu Chen noticed something in his eyes, a certain intensity that hadn't been there before. Whatever brought Brother Ku seeking sparring practice with Rocky, it was more than casual training. Perfect, Kuin said. Shall we head to your training yard? It's designed to handle the kind of damage we might cause. I stood across from Rocky in Lu Chen's private training yard, taking a moment to truly assess my opponent. The stone guardian towered over me, his 15-foot frame casting a long shadow across the reinforced ground. Though his face was a mobile stone, I could sense a subtle eagerness in his stance, the slight forward lean of his massive shoulders, the way his boulder-like fists opened and closed with anticipation. You've grown stronger, I observed, rolling my shoulders to loosen them. I can feel it. Elder Song teach Rocky much. The stone elemental's grinding voice rumbled. Rocky practice every day. I nodded, impressed by his dedication. My inner assessment was more detailed than my casual comment suggested. The stone guardian's aura had deepened significantly since our last spar, the telltale pressure of the 9th stage of chi condensation radiating from his stone body. Just as I'd predicted, Elder Song had clearly prioritized his advancement. It made perfect sense. A stone guardian under the tutelage of an earth element specialist would naturally progress rapidly. What intrigued me more was how Rocky had appeared so suddenly to protect Lu Chen when I first arrived. One moment I was alone with the boy, and the next, 15 feet of animated stone was trying to pulverize me. Rocky must have been in Lu Chen's inner world, I sent mentally to Azure. Similar to how YGGY can enter and exit mine. Yes, Azure replied. Their soul bond appears to be evolving in interesting ways. Notice how Rocky's speech has improved as well? I suspect Lu Chen's human consciousness is enhancing Rocky's development beyond what's typical for stone guardians. I was pulled from my analysis by Lu Chen's excited voice. The boy had positioned himself at what he clearly considered a safe distance. Ready? He called out, eyes bright with anticipation. When both Rocky and I nodded, he threw his hand down dramatically. Begin! The moment the word left Lu Chen's mouth, he scrambled backwards several more steps, putting additional distance between himself and the impending clash. Smart kid. I barely had time to register his movement before Rocky was in motion. For something composed entirely of stone, the Guardian moved with surprising speed. His massive right fist came hurtling toward me with enough force to shatter bone. I sidestepped narrowly, feeling the wind from his attack brush my cheek. The ground where I'd been standing cracked under the impact of Rocky's fist, spiderweb fractures spreading outward. During the evasion, my body instinctively prepared to activate Blink Step. The familiar sensation of red sun energy gathering in my left thigh made me grit my teeth as I forcibly suppressed the urge. No runes, that was the point of this exercise. I needed to know exactly what I was capable of with chi techniques alone. The momentary distraction nearly cost me as Rocky's second attack came faster than the first, a sweeping backhand that I was forced to duck under rather than dodge completely. The massive stone arm passed just inches above my head, disturbing my hair with its passage. His coordination has improved dramatically, Azure noted. That follow-up was perfectly timed. I didn't waste breath responding, already moving to create distance. Rocky pressed forward relentlessly, each step causing the reinforced training ground to tremble slightly. The gap I'd tried to create vanished instantly as Rocky extended his arm in a way I'd never seen before, his stone limb literally elongating as if the rock was clay being stretched. Surprise slowed my reaction. The stone fist caught me in the shoulder, sending me tumbling backward. I managed to roll with the impact, converting the backward momentum into a controlled flip that brought me back to my feet. Still, pain flared through my right shoulder, a reminder that Rocky wasn't holding back. That's new, I muttered, rotating my shoulder to ensure nothing was broken. Rocky's grinding laugh echoed across the training yard. Elder Song teach stretch. Rocky surprise Brother Ku. Definitely surprised, I admitted, unable to keep a hint of respect from my voice. Let's see what else you've learned. I initiated my own attack, darting forward with a burst of chi-enhanced speed. My movements felt sluggish compared to what I could achieve with Blink Step, but I pushed that frustration aside, focusing instead on the opponent before me. Drawing on the primordial woods arts, I reached out with my chi, seeking connection with any nearby plants. The training yard had relatively little vegetation, just a few ornamental trees and shrubs along the perimeter, but I could feel them responding to my call. Still, they were too distant to be immediately useful. I'd need to rely on direct combat for now. I channeled chi into my palm, executing Phantom Strike directly at Rocky's midsection. The technique released a concentrated burst of spiritual energy designed to cause internal damage even through physical defenses. My palm connected solidly with Rocky's stone abdomen, the impact sending ripples of force through his form. Under normal circumstances, enhanced by Titan's crest, this strike would have at least staggered him, possibly even created cracks in his stone body. Without that enhancement, however, the effect was disappointingly minimal. Rocky barely swayed, his stone body absorbing most of the impact. His counterattack was immediate and brutal. Both massive hands came together in a thunderous clap aimed at catching me between them. I barely managed to drop and roll forward between his legs, the sound of stone striking stone deafening as his palms met where my head had been moments before. Coming up behind him, I launched another Phantom Strike at the back of his knee, hoping to compromise his stability. This time the technique had more effect. Rocky's leg buckled slightly, but he recovered almost instantly, spinning and catching me with a backhanded blow that sent me flying. I crashed into one of the training yard's reinforced walls, the impact driving the air from my lungs. Pain bloomed across my back and ribs as I slid to the ground. Something warm trickled from the corner of my mouth. Blood. Are you okay? I'm fine, I called back, rising to my feet. Just getting warmed up. Rocky wasn't giving me time to recover. He charged forward, each footstep leaving small craters in the reinforced stone floor. As he approached, he did something completely unexpected. His body began to glow with a dull amber light, and the ground beneath him rippled as if suddenly fluid. If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. Rock flow, he announced with what sounded like pride. The fluid stone of the training ground suddenly shot upward in 4 sharp spikes, directly under my feet. I leapt sideways just in time to avoid being impaled, but one spike grazed my calf, tearing through fabric and skin. I barely had time to catch my balance when Rocky slammed his fists together, creating a sound like thunder. Stone echo, he rumbled. The sound waves visibly distorted the air as they rushed toward me, carrying fragments of stone dust within them. I crossed my arms in front of my face, channeling chi to create a crude barrier. The sonic attack hit with surprising force, pushing me back several feet and leaving my ears ringing painfully. The stone dust scraped against my exposed skin, leaving dozens of tiny abrasions. A ranged attack, I muttered, shaking my head to clear the disorientation. That's unexpected from a stone guardian. Rocky didn't wait for me to recover. His right arm suddenly transformed, the stone reshaping itself from a fist into what looked like a crude hammer. Earth Shaper, he announced, bringing the weapon down with tremendous force. I dove to the side, feeling the ground shudder as the hammer struck where I'd been standing. The impact created a small crater, sending fragments of stone flying in all directions. Rocky pivoted with surprising grace, his left arm now transforming into a broad shield. He charged forward, using the shield as a battering ram. I tried to sidestep, but misjudged his speed. The edge of the shield caught me squarely in the chest, sending me flying backward once again. This time I slammed into a decorative boulder at the edge of the training yard. Pain exploded across my back, and for a moment, my vision darkened around the edges. I slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Rocky wasn't finished. He planted his feet firmly, then twisted his upper body in a complete 360-degree rotation, something that should have been impossible for a being made of stone. Stone grinder, he called out. As he spun, his arms extended outward, transforming into long, flail-like appendages that whipped through the air with devastating force. The attack covered nearly the entire center area of the training yard, leaving no obvious escape route. "That's definitely new," I gasped, forcing myself to my feet despite the pain. With no time to dodge and nowhere to run, I channeled chi into my legs and jumped, higher than I would have been able to without enhancement. The stone flails passed beneath me, their wind pressure tugging at my robes. For a moment, I thought I'd successfully evaded the attack. Then Rocky looked up, his featureless face somehow conveying satisfaction. "Stone pillar rising," he announced. A column of stone erupted directly beneath me, catching me mid-jump. The impact knocked the wind from my lungs and sent me tumbling awkwardly through the air. I managed to twist my body enough to land in a roll rather than flat on my back, but the landing was still rough enough to add new bruises to my growing collection. I landed awkwardly. This spar was quickly becoming more challenging than I'd anticipated. Without my runes, the gap between my actual cultivation level and Rocky's was painfully apparent. "Time to change tactics," I murmured. This close-quarters approach clearly wasn't working. I needed to create distance and leverage what advantages I did have. Primordial Woods Arts was my best option, but I needed to reach those plants around the perimeter. I feinted to the left, then darted right, using a burst of chi to enhance my speed. Rocky anticipated the movement, his massive fist swinging to intercept me. Instead of dodging, I dropped flat to the ground, the stone fist passing harmlessly overhead. The moment it cleared, I pushed off with all my strength, propelling myself toward the edge of the training yard. Rocky roared and slammed both fists into the ground. A wave of stone rippled outward from the impact point, rushing toward me like a tide of solid earth. I pushed more chi into my legs, barely clearing the edge of the wave as it passed beneath me. Just as I thought I'd escaped, Rocky's eyes flashed with amber light. "Earth vein tracking," he rumbled. The stone wave I'd just evaded suddenly changed direction, curving impossibly to follow my trajectory. It was as if the earth itself was hunting me, flowing like water but hitting with the impact of solid rock. I twisted midair, desperately trying to adjust my landing, but the wave caught my left foot just before I touched down. Pain shot through my ankle as the stone briefly encased it, then released. I stumbled but managed to stay upright, testing my weight on the injured ankle. Not broken, but definitely sprained. The limitation would make this fight even more challenging. "Earth vein tracking," Azure commented, sounding genuinely impressed. "That's typically an elemental realm technique, the ability to infuse chi into earth and maintain control over its movement path. Elder Song must have modified it specifically for Rocky's unique constitution." Rocky placed his massive palm flat on the ground. "Stone sense," he announced, closing his eyes. Instantly, I felt a pulse of earth attribute chi spread through the training yard like ripples in a pond. The stone beneath my feet vibrated subtly. "He's reading your position through the earth," Azure warned. "Even if you hide visually, he'll know exactly where you are as long as you're in contact with the ground." Great. I needed to either stay airborne or find a way to disrupt his technique. And with my injured ankle, jumping repeatedly wasn't a viable strategy. With Rocky Stone Sense tracking my every move, stealth wasn't an option. Instead, I opted for speed. Gritting my teeth against the pain in my ankle, I channeled chi into my legs and launched into a desperate sprint toward the bamboo. Rocky sensed my movement immediately. "Stone spears," he called out, slamming his fist into the ground again. Jagged spikes of stone erupted from the floor in my path, forcing me to weave between them. One grazed my arm, tearing my outer robe and drawing a thin line of blood. Another nearly impaled my foot as I leapt over it. "He's hurting you," Azure observed, "trying to force you into a corner." I could see the pattern now. The stone spears weren't random but strategically placed to limit my movement options. Rocky was demonstrating tactical thinking far beyond what I'd expected from a stone guardian. With a final burst of chi-enhanced speed, I made it to the bamboo cluster, putting the thick stalks between myself and Rocky. The stone guardian was already lumbering toward me, each footstep leaving small craters in the training yard floor. Extending my senses into the plants, I was surprised by how readily they responded. The connection felt stronger, more intuitive than I remembered. Previously, manipulating plants had required intense concentration, but now they seemed more eager to answer my call. Interesting, Azure commented. Your experience using vine-based runes seems to have enhanced your natural affinity for plant manipulation. The practical knowledge transfers even without the rune activation. That was unexpected but welcome news. I didn't have time to dwell on it as Rocky broke into a charge. Focusing my chi, I commanded the bamboo to respond. The stalks bent and extended with unexpected speed, wrapping around Rocky's advancing form. The first few wrapped around his legs, causing him to stumble slightly. More shot forward, encircling his massive arms and torso. For a moment, it seemed to be working. His charge slowed as he fought against the entangling bamboo. Then, with a roar that sent birds scattering from nearby trees, Rocky flexed his stone muscles. The bamboo stalks snapped like twigs, fragments flying in all directions. One sharp piece narrowly missed my eye, leaving a thin cut across my cheek instead. Well, I muttered. That didn't work as planned. The bamboo was too brittle, Azure suggested. You need something with more flexibility and tensile strength. He was right. My gaze fell on a wisteria vine climbing one of the courtyard walls. That would be more effective. As Rocky freed himself from the last of the shattered bamboo, I directed my chi toward the wisteria, feeling its life force respond to my call. The vine detached from the wall, slithering across the ground like a serpent before shooting upward to wrap around Rocky's right ankle. More vines joined the first, growing and extending as I fed them chi. Unlike the bamboo, these held strong as Rocky struggled, their natural flexibility allowing them to adapt to his movements rather than breaking. Clever, Rocky commented, his stone features somehow conveying appreciation despite their immobility. But not enough. He stomped his entangled foot, sending a shockwave through the ground that uprooted the base of the vines. As they withered without their connection to the earth, Rocky broke free once more. This was becoming frustrating. Each tactic I tried was countered, and without my runes, I was burning through chi at an alarming rate. At this pace, I'd exhaust myself long before making any significant impact on the Stone Guardian. I needed to be smarter about this. Looking around, I noticed a large decorative planter containing a small tree, some kind of miniature oak that had been carefully maintained through spiritual cultivation techniques. More importantly, the soil in the planter was rich and dark, likely infused with spiritual nutrients to support the tree's growth. Perfect. As Rocky charged again, I darted toward the planter. Reaching it just steps ahead of the Stone Guardian, I plunged my hands into the soil and channeled my chi deep into the earth. The response was immediate and powerful. Seedlings that had lain dormant in the rich soil awakened to my call, tiny sprouts erupting from the earth and growing at an accelerated pace. What is Brother Ku doing? I heard Lu Qin ask from his observation point. Rocky seemed to sense my intention. He slammed his fists together, then suddenly thrust his palms toward the ground. Earth Dragon Emergence. The training yard shuddered violently. The stone floor bulged upward, taking the rough shape of a serpentine dragon. With a sound like mountains collapsing, the earth construct lunged toward me, jaws open wide. I barely had time to redirect my chi, commanding the emerging seedlings to form a hasty barrier. The earth dragon collided with my plant shield, the impact sending shockwaves through the yard. My barrier held, but just barely, the young plants straining against the tremendous force. I didn't know Stone Guardians could create earth constructs, I gasped, pouring more chi into the seedlings to reinforce them. They typically can't, Azure replied. This is far beyond standard Stone Guardian abilities. Elder Song must be grooming Rocky for something significant. Taking advantage of the momentary standoff between my plant barrier and his earth dragon, I redirected a portion of my chi to accelerate the growth of more seedlings from the planter. Vines exploded from the planter in all directions, thicker and stronger than the wisteria had been. These were young oaks, but infused with my chi and accelerated through the primordial woods arts. They grew as I directed, not into trees, but into whip-like tendrils with the strength of their oak heritage. The vines shot out, wrapping around Rocky from multiple angles. Unlike my previous attempts, these held firm as the stone guardian struggled. More importantly, they continued to grow, thickening and multiplying as they fed on both my chi and the nutrient-rich soil. "Impressive adaptation," Azure commented, using the enriched soil as a catalyst. Rocky struggled against his bonds, but they only tightened in response. I maintained my focus, directing the growth pattern to maximize strength while preserving flexibility. The spiritual oak responded beautifully, creating a living cage around the stone guardian. "Brother Strong," Rocky acknowledged, his stone features somehow managing to convey respect despite their immobility. "Different than last time." "I'm learning," I replied, maintaining my concentration on the binding vines. "But so are you." Rocky's amber glow intensified suddenly, and I felt a surge of earth attribute chi emanating from his form. The stone beneath him softened once more, but instead of attacking me, it began to rise, lifting Rocky upward on a pillar of stone. The maneuver was clever. By changing his position, he was forcing my vines to extend beyond their effective range. I countered by redirecting the growth, sending the vines climbing up the stone pillar to maintain their hold. It became a strange contest of wills, Rocky continuing to manipulate the stone to create distance, me adapting the vines to bridge that gap. My chi reserves were dwindling rapidly now. Maintaining this level of plant manipulation against a chi condensation stage 9 opponent without rune enhancement was taking its toll. Sweat beaded on my forehead as I poured more chi into the connection. Rocky seemed to sense my fatigue. "Brother tired." Rocky break free. He flexed his stone arms, causing several vines to creak ominously. He was right. I couldn't maintain this much longer, and when my control faltered, he would break free easily. I needed to end this now, one way or another. With a final surge of chi, I commanded the vines to constrict sharply, pulling Rocky off his stone pillar. The guardian crashed to the ground with enough force to create a small crater in the reinforced floor. Before he could recover, I directed the remaining vines to create a complex binding pattern I'd once seen used in a formation diagram, a spiritual lock of sorts. The vines wove themselves into the pattern, glowing faintly as they drew the last of the chi I was willing to expend. When the pattern completed, Rocky found himself completely immobilized, not through brute force, but through the spiritual binding properties of the formation-inspired arrangement. Rocky tested the bonds, his stone body straining against the constraints. For a moment, I thought he might break free anyway, but then he relaxed, his amber glow fading. "Rocky could break," he stated matter-of-factly, "but damage yard. Hurt plants. Not good." I recognized the concession for what it was, a graceful way to end our spar. I didn't doubt his words. If Rocky had used his full strength, he probably could have shattered the binding, but at the cost of significant destruction to the training area. His restraint spoke volumes about how much he'd matured under Elder Song's guidance. "Let's stop here," I said, releasing my control over the vines. They immediately began to retract, unwinding from Rocky's massive form and returning to their natural state. That was an excellent match. The author's tale has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Lu Chun came running over, his eyes wide with excitement. "That was amazing. I've never seen plant manipulation like that before. And Rocky, you were incredible with those earth techniques." Rocky made a grinding sound that I'd come to recognize as his version of a pleased chuckle. Elder Song say Rocky learned fast. I nodded in agreement, trying not to show how exhausted I actually felt. My chi reserves were dangerously low, and various parts of my body throbbed from the hits I'd taken. Without the woodweave seal to accelerate healing, these injuries would take a day or two to fade naturally. "She's right," I said. "Your progress is remarkable." Lu Chun beamed up at his stone friend, then turned to me with concern in his eyes. "You're hurt, Brother Ku. We should get you some healing herbs." I waved off his concern. "Just a few cuts and bruises. Nothing serious." I rotated my shoulder experimentally, wincing slightly at the stiffness. though I'll definitely feel this tomorrow. Rocky, sorry, the stone guardian rumbled, looking genuinely remorseful. Not mean hurt, Brother Ko. Don't apologize for fighting well. I smiled at him. That's exactly what I wanted. We moved to a small seating area at the edge of the training yard. Lu Chun brought tea while excitedly recounting his favorite moments from our spar. I listened with half an ear, my mind already analyzing the battle, identifying weaknesses in my approach and moments where I'd nearly fallen back on rune-enhanced abilities out of habit. Your manipulation of the oak seedlings was particularly effective, Azure commented privately. The combination of formation principles with plant manipulation shows promise. It felt more natural than I expected, I replied mentally, almost as if I've been practicing plant manipulation all along, even though much of my experience has come through rune usage. Consider it a fortunate side effect, Azure suggested. The conceptual understanding transfers even if the power source is different. After finishing the tea and reassuring Lu Chun several more times that I wasn't seriously injured, I rose to leave. Lu Chun had lessons to attend, and I had more preparations to make. I should go, I said. Thank you both for the spar. It was exactly what I needed. Lu Chun looked disappointed. You'll come back soon, right? Of course, I promised, ruffling his hair. And next time, maybe we can work on some basic techniques for you. His face lit up at that prospect. Really? Elder Song is teaching me the foundation stances, but I'd love to learn from you too. Just the basics, I cautioned. But yes, I'd be happy to show you a few things. Rocky walked us to the entrance of the compound, his massive form moving with deliberate care to avoid damaging the pathway. At the gate, he surprised me by extending his hand, a very human gesture. Fight good, he said simply. Rocky learned from Brother Ko. I took his stone hand, my own disappearing in his massive grip. I learned from you too, Rocky. The walk back to my quarters gave me time to reflect on the spar and its implications. My body ached, each step a reminder of how different combat was without my full arsenal of techniques. I need a movement technique, I said to Azure as we entered the outer disciple area. Something to replace Blink Step when I can't use runes. A wise consideration, Azure agreed. Several traditional chi-based movement techniques might suit your needs. The Cloud Step method or perhaps the Windweave technique would complement your existing abilities. I nodded, already making mental notes. And I need to expand my applications of the Primordial Woods arts. Even though I already knew I'd been relying on runes, today just showed how heavy my reliance on it is. Your formation-inspired binding at the end was particularly interesting, Azure noted. The integration of formation principles with plant manipulation could be developed further. I felt a small surge of excitement at the memory. I wasn't entirely sure it would work, I admitted. Formation experts typically use inscribed arrays, talismans, or spirit stones as anchors. Using chi-infused plants as formation components isn't the traditional approach. Which is precisely what makes it intriguing, Azure replied. Most formation masters would consider living plants too unstable to maintain proper geometric alignment. Yet you managed it. I nodded. It was definitely something to explore further. When I reached my small quarters, I lit the simple oil lamp with a touch of chi and sat heavily on my meditation mat, feeling every bruise and strain from the day's exertions. Master, Azure said, today's experience, difficult as it was, may prove more valuable than a dozen victories while using your full capabilities. He was right, of course. Limitations revealed weaknesses, and weaknesses identified became opportunities for growth. The difference between my performance with and without runes had been stark, uncomfortably so, but now I knew exactly what needed improvement. Sometimes, taking a step back reveals the path forward. As I continued to reflect on the battle, I realized something important about the relative strength of my opponents. Rocky had improved tremendously, there was no denying that. His combat prowess now placed him firmly in the early to mid-range of Chi Condensation Stage 9. Impressive for someone who had been at Stage 6 not long ago. If I had used my full capabilities, all my runes, both sun energies, I could have defeated Rocky relatively easily, I mused to Azure. But someone like Lu Chong is another matter entirely. You're thinking about the Beast Wave mission, Azure noted. I nodded, remembering how Lu Chong had handled himself against Kajun. Lu Chong stands at the absolute peak of Qi condensation stage 9, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the elemental realm. Even with all my runes and techniques, the battle would be close for sure, but I'm not certain I could defeat him in a direct confrontation. Unless you used the baby star, Azure pointed out. True, I admitted, but that would be a last resort used only in a life-or-death battle. The energy drain would leave me vulnerable afterward, and the destructive potential. I trailed off, remembering the devastating power of that single attack I could channel from the baby star. It's not something to use casually. Without my runes, I was at a significant disadvantage against 9th stage cultivators like Rocky. With my full arsenal, I could likely handle most opponents at that level, but exceptional talents like Lu Chong and likely Wu Kongming remained beyond my reach without resorting to the baby star's power. All the more reason to develop my Qi techniques, I said. I can't always rely on runes or sun energy, especially in situations where I need to conceal my true capabilities. Master, I think it's time we pay another visit to the sect archives, Azure responded. Later today, I decided, we look for scrolls on Qi-based movement techniques, and then we practice until my feet bleed if necessary. So dramatic, Azure commented with a hint of amusement. But I approve of the dedication. I smiled despite my exhaustion. The tournament loomed ahead, and for the first time in weeks, I felt like I was truly preparing, not just training. Limitations had shown me my weaknesses. Now it was time to turn those weaknesses into strength. The late afternoon air held a crisp clarity that reminded me of my first days at the sect. I paused outside the imposing structure of the archives, watching sunlight glint off the formation arrays that covered its walls like artful scars. There was something both welcoming and forbidding about the building, a contradiction that seemed to fit perfectly with cultivation life in general. It radiated that special, don't touch anything unless you want to die horribly energy that all repositories of dangerous knowledge seem to cultivate. You know, I said quietly to Azure, I'm starting to think archives and libraries are the most dangerous places in cultivation novels. How so? Azure asked. Well, think about it. The protagonist walks in looking for a simple technique and walks out with some ancient forbidden method that nearly gets them killed. Or they discover some terrible secret that changes everything. I chuckled softly. At least I've already got my potentially lethal ancient technique. Just looking for something practical today. Very reassuring, Azure replied dryly, though I feel compelled to point out that your potentially lethal ancient technique is progressing rather well. That was true enough. Despite the dire warnings I'd received when selecting the World Tree Sutra, my inner world had flourished under its guidance. The fact that I'd survived this long cultivating it probably put me in rare company. Master, are you planning to practice those formation-inspired plant bindings as well? Azure asked. Eventually, I replied, but movement comes first. The tournament starts in 7 days, and if I can't move properly, I'll be an easy target. I straightened my outer disciple robes, took a deep breath, and pushed open the doors to the archives. The familiar scent of old parchment, ink, and subtle preservation formations washed over me. The archives always had a peculiar quality of silence, not merely the absence of sound, but a presence, as if knowledge itself had weight and substance in the air. Elder Chong sat at her desk near the entrance, as always. Today she appeared to be wrestling with what looked like a scroll that was attempting to eat its neighboring documents. Without looking up, she pinned the rebellious text with one finger while retrieving another with her free hand. Elder Chong, I greeted, offering a respectful bow. She looked up, and I caught the briefest flash of surprise in her eyes before her expression settled into its usual calm assessment. Young disciple Ku'in, she replied, regarding me with renewed interest. Still alive, I see. And if I'm not mistaken, her gaze sharpened, seeming to peer through my physical form to assess my cultivation. Stage 8 of Qi condensation. Quite remarkable. I couldn't help but smile at her blunt observation. I'm as surprised as you are, Elder. Are you? She raised an eyebrow, finally subduing the unruly scroll by placing it under a paperweight inscribed with suppression formations. Perhaps you shouldn't be. The World Tree Sutra is powerful, if dangerous. Those who survive its initial stages often advance rapidly. A chill ran down my spine at her words. There was always something ominous in how she talked about the World Tree Sutra. It brought back memories of my battle with Kujun back at the shrine. About that, I began, stepping closer to her desk. I've been wondering about the sutra's history. Oh, she leaned back slightly, a single eyebrow arched. During a confrontation I had recently, I said carefully, someone seemed to recognize the World Tree Sutra. He was about to say something about it, some warning or revelation, but never finished. I kept my tone casual, though this question had been burning in my mind for weeks. I was wondering if, apart from those who failed to cultivate it at all, there were stories about cultivators who did succeed. And perhaps, what became of them? Elder Chang's expression grew guarded. Who mentioned this to you? This tale has been unlawfully obtained from Royal Road. If you discover it on Amazon, kindly report it. I hesitated, not wanting to bring up Kujun directly. It was during the Beast Wave mission. One of the enemy cultivators recognized the cultivation method I was using. Elder Chang's expression grew contemplative, almost distant. For a long moment, she said nothing, and I began to wonder if she would answer at all. It has been, she finally said, her voice soft but clear in the hushed archives. A very long time since anyone has cultivated the World Tree Sutra to a high level. How long? I pressed. Before my time, she replied, and I am not young even by cultivator standards. But there must be records, I insisted. The sect wouldn't keep a technique if it was exclusively fatal. Elder Chang sighed, her fingers absently tracing the edge of the scroll she had been working with. There are fragments of records, incomplete stories. The World Tree Sutra is as old as our sect itself, most likely older. Much knowledge has been lost over the centuries. Her evasiveness only piqued my interest further. But the fragments that remain, what do they say? She studied me for a moment longer, then shook her head slightly. This conversation strays from your purpose here today, I think. Why have you come to the archives, Disciple Kuin? It was a clear deflection, cultivators and their secrets, but I recognized I wouldn't get further by pushing. I'm looking for a movement technique, I conceded. Something to complement my cultivation method. Her expression lightened, clearly more comfortable with this practical request. Ah, a sensible pursuit. Follow me. She led me deeper into the archives, past rows of sealed shelves and what appeared to be a cage containing a very angry book. The deeper sections of the archives always gave me an uncomfortable feeling, as if the knowledge itself was watching, waiting for someone foolish enough to reach for what they shouldn't. The Outer Disciple Sect tournament is approaching, Elder Chang murmured as we walked. I assume you're preparing. I am, I confirmed. But my current movement options are limited. I'm surprised, she said, glancing back at me. Movement techniques are usually the first technique that disciples choose. I focused on combat techniques first. I gave a common excuse one would expect from an eager villager turned cultivator. I thought raw power would be more important than mobility. While I maintained my embarrassed expression outwardly, inwardly I was thinking about how the blink rune had made any other movement technique seem redundant. Why bother learning a chi-based movement method when I could instantly teleport 30 meters with minimal effort? But now that I needed to conceal my rune abilities during the tournament, that decision was coming back to haunt me. A common mistake among younger disciples, Elder Chang replied with a knowing look that made me wonder if she suspected there was more to my story. Power without mobility is like a mountain without paths. Impressive but ultimately inaccessible. I agreed wholeheartedly. We arrived at a section filled with jade slips that emanated a subtle sense of movement even while stationary, an appropriate representation of their contents. Elder Chang turned to face me. Before we proceed, I should verify your contribution point balance. She produced a small jade token and passed her hand over it, causing characters to illuminate on its surface. It appears you have recently completed a Beast Wave mission. Your current balance stands at 2,000 contribution points. I nodded, already aware of my balance. If I were to submit the Moonlit Dew flower to the sect, I would gain another 1,000 contribution points, which from what little I knew about the flower was a poor amount. It would be better to keep the flower for my own advancement. There are a few Earth-rank movement techniques that cost 2,000 points, she continued, which means you can afford one, but nothing beyond that. That should be sufficient, I replied. Can you use what we learned from those techniques in the Three-Leaf Clover sect to improve whatever we get here? I asked Azure silently. To some extent, Azure replied. Those techniques were generally lower rank than what's available here, but their principles could be adapted and integrated. Don't expect to transform an Earth-rank technique into a beyond Heaven-rank method, but improvements are certainly possible. A Heaven rank would be nice, I thought back with amusement, but I'll settle for an Earth rank that meshes well with my battle style. Elder Chong moved along the shelves, occasionally pausing to consider specific jade slips before moving on. Finally, she selected 3 and brought them to a nearby reading table. I've chosen these based on compatibility with the World Tree Sutra, she explained, laying them out before me. Movement techniques aren't merely about speed or displacement. They must harmonize with your core cultivation, or they'll create spiritual dissonance during battle. I nodded, impressed by her thoughtfulness. Many cultivators simply pursued the highest-ranked techniques available, overlooking the importance of methodological coherence. This first one, she said, indicating the leftmost jade slip, is the flowing shadow step. It allows the cultivator to temporarily merge with shadows, traveling through them at greatly enhanced speeds. The transition between physical and shadow form becomes nearly instantaneous with practice. She pointed to the middle slip. The Windborn Seed technique creates a temporary vacuum that pulls the cultivator forward like a seed carried on strong winds. It excels at rapid directional changes and can even allow brief moments of aerial movement. Finally, she indicated the third slip. The root traversal method is perhaps the most aligned with your World Tree Sutra. It allows a cultivator to establish connections with the earth beneath them, creating underground pathways through which they can travel almost instantaneously for short distances. All 3 options seemed appropriate, but I had to decide which would suit my battle style the most. I examined each jade slip carefully, channeling a small amount of chi into each one to activate the memory impressions stored within. As my energy touched the first slip, the flowing shadow step, the archive around me seemed to fade away. In its place, I saw a dense forest which had been transformed into a battlefield. A cultivator in black robes was surrounded by 5 attackers. Just as they closed in, his form blurred and darkened. He literally melted into his own shadow, vanishing completely. In the next instant, he emerged from the shadow of an opponent across the clearing, blade already in motion. Before the other attackers could react, he had merged with shadows twice more, appearing in different locations with each emergence, leaving corpses in his wake. The final opponent, panicking, used a fire technique to flood the area with light, eliminating shadows. The technique's user was momentarily trapped in the open, vulnerable until he could reach the next patch of darkness. The vision faded, and I blinked, readjusting to the reality of the archives. The flowing shadow step would be useful in urban environments or forested areas, Azure observed, but it has several critical weaknesses. As the vision showed, light sources can severely limit your mobility. More concerning is the tactical vulnerability. In a one-on-one battle, if your opponent knows you can travel through shadows, they wouldn't be surprised when you emerge from their shadow. Instead of me ambushing them, they could be waiting with a strike precisely where I'd appear. I agreed. It's predictable if my opponent understands the technique. Touching the Windborn Seed technique brought a new scene. A vast desert plain with nowhere to hide. A female cultivator was being pursued by mounted enemies, their dust clouds visible for li in every direction. As they closed in, the air around her suddenly compressed, then expanded violently. Her body shot forward like a seed blown by a gale, covering hundreds of meters in an eye blink. She changed direction mid-flight, veering sharply left, then right, making her path impossible to predict. I could see the strain on her face with each direction change, the technique clearly demanding significant energy. When one pursuer finally intercepted her path, she gestured upward, and her body rose 20 meters into the air, sailing over the obstacle. The aerial movement lasted only moments before she descended, her face pale from the spiritual energy expenditure. The Windborn seed seems the most versatile, I told Azure mentally, but I'm concerned about the energy requirements for aerial movement. Movement techniques below the stellar realm that attempted to achieve flight, even a limited version, were known for their chi consumption. And the possibility of flight didn't tempt me, after all, thanks to the relationship between the two suns in my inner world. It was something I was already capable of. The third slip, route traversal, showed me yet another scene. This time, an elderly cultivator stood in a garden courtyard surrounded by heavily armed opponents. Rather than fleeing or attacking directly, he simply tapped his foot once on the ground. His body shimmered and sank downward, disappearing into the earth as if swallowed by liquid. The confused attackers searched frantically until the ground behind one trembled slightly. The elder emerged silently, dispatched the enemy, then sank back into the earth before the others noticed. He repeated this process, appearing and disappearing through the ground with ease, always emerging near plants or trees where root systems were densest. When one clever opponent began burning the garden's plants, the elder's movements became more limited, forcing him to travel along fewer, more predictable paths. As the final vision faded, I returned my attention to the archive, finding Elder Chong watching me, waiting for my decision. The route traversal is interesting, Azure began, though you saw its primary weakness, dependence on existing routes. If an area has been scorched or naturally lacks vegetation, your mobility would be severely restricted. An opponent could funnel you into predictable paths by limiting your emergence points. This technique seems the most compatible with my cultivation method, I replied. Is there any way we could modify it to minimize the weaknesses? I believe we could adapt it to work with any plant matter containing your chi signature, Azure continued. Instead of being limited to literal roots in the ground, you could potentially teleport to any seed or plant you've infused with your energy. That caught my attention. Like short-range teleportation? Essentially, yes, Azure confirmed. Similar to your blink step rune, but with the advantage of being tied directly to your cultivation method. The energy requirements would be significantly lower when used in conjunction with plant matter you've already established a connection with. The potential applications immediately began forming in my mind. In forested areas, I'd have nearly unlimited mobility. Even in barren territories, I could scatter seeds during the battle, creating a network of teleportation points. Route traversal, I said aloud to Elder Chong. That's the one I'll take. She nodded, seemingly approving of my choice. A practical selection. It meshes well with your current cultivation method and provides utility beyond mere speed. As she prepared the necessary documentation for the technique transfer, I found myself returning to my earlier line of questioning. Elder Chong, I began cautiously. Before I leave, might I ask one more question about the World Tree Sutra? She paused in her writing, not looking up. You are persistent, disciple Ku'in. I prefer thorough, I replied with a smile. She sighed, setting down her brush. One question, then. You mentioned there were fragments of records about cultivators who mastered the World Tree Sutra. What happened to them, according to these fragments? Elder Chong was silent for a long moment, her gaze distant. When she finally spoke, her voice was uncharacteristically soft. All I know, all that remains in our records, is that they eventually lost themselves. A chill ran down my spine. Lost themselves? What does that mean? She shrugged slightly. The texts aren't clear. Some interpretations suggest they became so connected to the world itself that their human consciousness dissolved. Others theorize they ascended to higher planes. A few darker readings suggest they were consumed by their own creations. She fixed me with a piercing gaze. All that is certain is that none remained as the individuals they once were. The implications hung in the air between us. Was I cultivating a method that would eventually erase my identity? Transform me into something other than human? The possibilities were terrifying. "Thank you for your honesty," I said finally. She nodded once, then returned to completing the contribution point transfer. "The technique is yours," she said, handing me the jade slip. "Use it wisely, Disciple Ku'in. The genuine version of this novel can be found on another site. Support the author by reading it there." I thanked her again and made my way out of the archives, the jade slip containing the root traversal technique cool against my palm. "Well, that was ominously vague," I muttered once we were outside. "Indeed," Azure replied, "though cultivation paths often involve transformation of the self. The question is whether the loss she described is transcendence or dissolution." "A rather important distinction," I pointed out dryly. Back in my quarters, I settled cross-legged on my meditation mat and activated the jade slip containing the root traversal technique. Information flowed into my mind: diagrams of energy pathways, visualization methods, spiritual resonance patterns. The core of the technique involved attuning one's chi to the natural currents flowing through roots and soil, creating a temporary tunnel through which the cultivator could travel. Distance was limited by the practitioner's spiritual power and the density of root networks available. In optimal conditions, an ancient forest with extensive root systems, high-level practitioners could traverse several li in an instant. "Interesting fundamentals," Azure commented as we both processed the information. "The technique's original design focuses exclusively on natural root networks, but with modification. You mentioned adapting it to work with any plant or seed containing my chi," I prompted. "Yes," Azure confirmed. "Let me analyze the core principles more thoroughly while integrating what we've learned from similar techniques in the Starhaven realm." I nodded, setting the jade slip aside. "Take your time. I think I could use a walk while you work. Clear my head a bit." The past weeks had been intense: world walking, constant training, breakthrough to stage 8, preparation for the tournament. Every moment had been dedicated to improvement, leaving little time for simple reflection. Perhaps some aimless wandering would give me the perspective I needed. "Agreed," Azure said. "Some distance from intensive practice can often provide valuable insights. I'll continue working on adapting the root traversal technique." I rose, stretched, and headed out into the sect grounds. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the stone paths as disciples hurried about their various tasks. My wandering took me past the practice fields, where several disciples were engaged in friendly sparring matches. I paused to watch, analyzing their techniques with an eye toward the upcoming tournament. Most were at the middle stages of chi condensation, their movements still somewhat rigid, their chi control imperfect. I noted weaknesses, patterns, habitual movements that could be exploited in combat. "You're still training even when you're supposed to be relaxing," Azure observed with a hint of amusement. "Force of habit," I admitted, "though I suppose there are worse habits to have." I continued my walk, eventually finding myself near the sect's main gate. It was there, watching the comings and goings of various disciples, that I saw him, Wu Kongming. He walked with the confident grace that had always characterized him, his white outer disciple robes immaculate despite what appeared to have been a long journey. His cultivation aura had deepened significantly since I'd last seen him. He'd definitely broken through to the 9th stage of chi condensation. But it wasn't Wu Kongming who caused my breath to catch in my throat. It was the young man walking beside him. Average height, simple gray robes, a sword strapped to his back. Nothing particularly remarkable about him at first glance. But I recognized him instantly from the Black Mist Valley mission. The Sectless Cultivator. The one Lu Fang had humiliated, drained of essence, and left for dead. Yet here he was, walking alongside Wu Kongming as if they were old friends, engaged in animated conversation. His spiritual presence had transformed completely. Where before I'd sensed only ordinary talent, now I could feel the unmistakable pressure of the 9th stage of chi condensation. "Azure," I whispered mentally. "Am I seeing things, or is that The Sectless cultivator from Black Mist Valley, Azure confirmed, his tone reflecting my own surprise. His energy signature matches my records, though his cultivation level has advanced remarkably. But how? I wondered. Lu Fang nearly killed him. The essence drain technique should have crippled his cultivation, if not killed him outright. An excellent question, Azure replied, and perhaps more concerning, why is he with Wu Kongming? I stepped back into the shadow of a nearby building, not wanting to be noticed as the pair approached the gate. The Sectless cultivator was speaking fast, his hands gesturing as he described something to Wu Kongming, who listened with uncharacteristic patience. Still can't believe it worked, I caught as they drew closer. The mirror water reflection actually reversed his technique and killed him instantly. Wu Kongming nodded. Sword Dao has many paths, Luo Yichen. What matters is finding the one that resonates with your essence, which is something you have managed to achieve. I finally had a name to match the face, and apparently, this Luo Yichen had a sword technique called Mirror Water that could reflect his opponent's techniques. As they passed through the gate, a senior disciple approached to greet Wu Kongming. The conversation shifted to sect matters, something about registering Luo Yichen as a disciple and arrangements for the upcoming tournament. This doesn't seem like good news, I murmured as they moved out of earshot. Indeed, Azure agreed. Wu Kongming has clearly broken through to the 9th stage of qi condensation, and based on his aura fluctuations, he might be approaching the threshold of the elemental realm. I grimaced. And now he has a friend who appears to have reached the 9th stage as well. 2 9th stage cultivators in the tournament. I shook my head in disbelief. Usually, having even one participant at the 9th stage is noteworthy. Most tournaments are dominated by 8th stage cultivators. The competitive landscape has shifted dramatically, Azure observed. Wu Kongming was already concerning with his beyond heaven rank cultivation method and sword ghost master. Adding another 9th stage ally makes your path significantly more challenging. With Wu Kongming's talent and my luck, I wouldn't be surprised if he breaks through to the elemental realm right before our match, I said, unable to keep the worry from my voice. If that happens, it would be unprecedented. Azure finished my thought. An elemental realm participant would make the tournament extremely unbalanced. As I turned to leave, I caught one last glimpse of Wu Kongming and Luo Yichen being escorted deeper into the sect grounds. Whatever connection existed between them, whatever strange circumstances had brought them together, one thing was certain. The tournament had just become much more complicated.